is up? What is up? What is up? कैसे हो कैसे हो कैसे हो कैसे हो कैसे? कौन वो कमेंट क्या सिर्फ मेंबर जोन भी करोगे क्या करके? कौन है वो? हाँ कौन है वो? कौन है वो?
With me.
हेलो गॉड हेलो। अवश्य है सबसे बड़ी बंक दान दे के आ गए हैं मतलब बहुत मार खाने वाले हैं लोग, बहुत मार खाने वाले हैं क्योंकि आ गए हैं बच्चे लोग। सारे यंगस्टर्स। ओम थैंक यू फॉर द 19 मेरी जान के टोटे। बिंक्स कैम कर रहा हूँ।
BBL have overcome every single challenge that's been thrown at them so far, but Heretics is going to be a different beast. They made no roster changes. They managed to win last week despite a bad start, Billy. But the map pool is going to be interesting because I feel like BBL are just have a pretty deep map pool right now.
Yeah, definitely. They've shown their hands at pretty much all of them other than Bind. And I think for me, coming into this one, Team Heretics choosing to insta-ban split, I wasn't sure if they were going to do that or the Abyss. We are actually going to see Abyss floated as a decider. So I'm expecting that they've done some heavy prep going into this week.
I am really surprised because banning that split kind of feels like doing BBL a favor almost. I know they made that comeback, but it also felt like that comeback is kind of like a once-a-generational sort of occurrence. But BBL, they don't have to play the fracture. The split is gone as well. They get Pearl to start with.
Yeah.
Dare I say it? I smell a bit of an upset here.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, I'm not totally against that. I think we've seen Team Heretics ban split in their previous map veto, so that wasn't a surprise. But for me, the big surprise is Abyss not being picked into by BBL, right? They think, okay, Pearl has been our strongest map so far, and they just leave Abyss to float. Like, they just... Team Heretics not even banning it the second time.
Which team you're supporting? PH all the way.
For me as well,
PH
Lotus,
plus Yumpy by Goat.
this is the first time we're going to see Team Heretics on Lotus since that finals at Champs against EG. So I'm interested to see what they've cooked up in that time.
I think we're not going to see the same kind of Lotus we saw against. I mean, I hope we don't. It wasn't the greatest Lotus out of them. But let's talk about this Pearl because I did a little bit of digging. I just wanted to see if other people have adapted to this Pearl composition.
We will win if it goes to Abyss.
Some teams in EMEA, in Tier 2, in GC, they've yoinked this. They look good on it as well. I am surprised that other people haven't yoinked this BBL comp because it is so bloody annoying.
Yeah, no, it really is. I think as well, we kind of mentioned it in that clutch game that Sociable, when he's been on that chamber, he just comes to life. He was really, really impressive for me. I think as well, Chiwa openly saying in that interview, you know, he didn't even have Vise unlocked, and then we've seen him jump onto the Vise on Pearl, and it was absolutely fantastic to see him play that so well. So yeah, no, I think the Pearl composition that BBL have been running has been absolutely top notch.
And then my 2029 match है FUT का.
Select from BBL, but let's see what we're gonna get from Heretics. Of course, they're gonna reprice that. Rians on Tejo, the swap that we talked about between Boo and VIT, they're gonna double down.
क्या सीन है वाइस चैम्बर ठीक है, सिर्फ किलजॉय ठीक है, हेरिटेक्स का कॉम बेटर है.
Players going, yes, VIT maybe being a little bit more comfortable on that Astra and not wanting
भाई ये क्या
100%? I just really hope that this doesn't go against them because what we've seen from them previously,
जो हारा वो ये मैप का गोट है.
best.
400% पहली बार
This is
देखा.
Team Heretics we're talking about. They tend to do a lot better when they have tape on the other team. We have a lot of trust in Neon Weber to be able to counter this. But at the same time, Billy, this is the map the BBL have to win because Lotus we don't really know. But this one they should be able to come out with a very nice 1-0.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. And I mean, the last time they played it, it was a 13-5 win up against GX. So it's more than likely that going into this one, they probably believe that Pearl is their strongest map in the pool at the moment.
They do, yeah. And of course they have the Vice here. They don't have to worry about Tejo destroying the ultimate this time. I want to give a shout out to Tom for doing his best Omen cosplay and TPing all the way to the caster booth to join Mitchman.
thumbnail take हो जाएगा.
Thank you, Yinsu. From the shadows, he's emerged. Thanks very much for coming up here, Tom. It's always good to see you.
I almost
Flamingo कपड़ा.
I really thought about
tough.
it for a second, but you know,
I
didn't want to do that to the viewers. That was the main reason I didn't.
All right, very respectable, Tom. Well, we're going to be getting into the game between Heretics and BBL. And we've heard from the desk, there's no doubt at home. Probably BBL are coming into this map thinking this is their strongest position to play from. I'm excited to see what they're going to be capable of doing. And here's an overview of the map that we're looking at. It's going to be an attacking start again for BBL. Same thing as we saw last time up against GX, where they won 7 out of the first 8 rounds.
Yeah, I think one of the more interesting things to me here
कौन
is
किधर जा रहा है कैसे मर रहा है इधर से पता चला.
taken around A side. I think Teo especially has been very good for that. And then on the
ऐसा
other
लग रहा है
side,
मैंने zoom किया है भाई. हेलो
coming out from
भाई मैंने zoom किया है क्या?
Highlight for both of us was his sort of
मेरे को
like
शक हो रहा है.
through mid. I know you mentioned in the pistol they like to sort of make their way through the door. I think it's going to be a fun one to see what goes on in this opening, as we will now kick off right into map number 1.
Well, this is it. Last time around, we saw BBL look for control over Art and A main, then playing late into that with a double doors play by Social, who had, as he does now, many headhunter shots purchased up. Now, one of the things that we've seen as an adjustment is BBL now pumped the brakes. Nothing like their previous pistol. In fact, there is still presence on A main, still presence on Art, but they're hoping that Heretics make the adaptation of pushing B long, of taking the space that they left wide open in the previous game. That doesn't happen here. BBL late looking towards the B site, but these players on the other side of the map, they've got to still try to find something. Sociable loses his life in that attempt.
Yeah, now this attack is incredibly split. 2 players one side, 2 players the other. A constant proactive push from Heretics to rotate around the map, maybe having expectations that B would now be the target. And what Boo, the main thing will be when that knife comes back online. If it's within the next few seconds, he might be able to catch 2 players as they look to go in towards this A side.
Read OP hai.
Played their standard pistol, or it looked like it's
A. Round bhi nikal sakte ho log.
Back to A. The reward is huge. Boo, knife not gonna land for info either. He was worried about the space given up on Art, but he should have been worried about main. Now realizing that, but already sites being taken. Plant will be coming in shortly.
ऐसा भी लाइन पे कोई
to deny the default position. In fact, more utility being expended. Maybe an adaptation from BBL trying to place themselves differently. Rinso still connecting the shot. In fact, every shot for a moment up until Vac finds a couple. This does leave Profek in a clutch, but in a 1 versus 3, no chance.
It's just one of those rounds. BBL throw out a double fake, try to play the control of the map is a big issue, and then where previously Post was super passive on A, they get aggressive, fight up into their faces. You know, again, the idea being that Heretics should be expecting post playing utility, these players to fall back, the wall from Vice there again. Same thing we saw before. They might not have been ready for it, who knows, but they certainly reacted well. That's a round on the board for the defensive side, a 1-0 start. BBL left with pistols. And for Heretics, like, this is a squad that we expect nothing but the best from, Tom. BBL have been upsetting teams as we've gone through. Taking down Fnatic, I think, was a pretty impressive victory. You really expect them to have a chance to go up against a squad like Heretics?
I definitely think they have a chance. Not necessarily even because, like, talking of the Heretics, I think a lot of people have looked at last year and gone, oh, is this team going to be as good? But more so because BBL are unorthodox. And I think that's difficult for teams to play with. Similarly, when you look back at Fnatic, you even go into a map like Abyss, a lot of it was the Levitic was really pushing down mid and being super aggressive, and it's tough to sort of come up with your own strategies when someone is being a maniac. So I think their style is tough to play against. They've got a very good mentality. That's where I think the opportunities lie. The thing is, though, if Heretics play to their peak, that may not matter. This team is a Champions finalist.
Yeah, well, I mean, even for some of the best teams in the world try to test it, it doesn't matter if Heretics turn up. Firing on all cylinders. That's a little awkward for Mini Boo. Luckily, he's out of there. It's only Classics that they're up against, and you can see how quickly they can dispatch these opponents. It's so difficult to land enough shots on BBL's side that it matters, I suppose. Plenty of headhunters here for Sociable, and a chance to at least make this costly for his opponents. Nothing will be found. And in-zone flawless for Team Heretics, certainly hitting their stride early on here on Pearl.
Yeah, I kind of want to see how they play this next round, though, because you're looking at a lot of teams nowadays will go for pistols, and then you reach so that you have rifles across the board. They have not done that. They have got SMGs, they have
15,000 bit rate
Marshall in the mix, so it means that this buy is going to have some pieces missing, but that also means that there's potential for them to do something incredibly aggressive. And that was where I kind of expect something to come through. Ultimate's not particularly close either, so it is just going to have to come down to a decent plan. And this is that aggression I'm talking about. Having that early use of the guided salvo, it gets you yours, but it also denies A control for your opponent.
Yeah, we saw that attempt. No doubt we'll see it later with Boo.
Same mera wala.
Flash over if Team Heretics really want to commit to that control. For now, though, it is just denied. And it has worked. BBL starved for map control. Sociable's here on B long. Rest of the squad making their way down A. Sociable to either cause a distraction or find the pick instead. His head is ripped clean off. He even had extra armor in the form of part of the map, but not even the wall could save him. That's a man advantage for his squad. It's stacked up on A. At least 2 players close with Boo. Full utility. This could be dangerous.
They also still have potential to just look to deny the plant. A lot of that has been the goal. 11 already taking. A lot of extra space, and Vac holds the line to stop any shenanigans. The problem is every tag makes things more and more dangerous. In fact, Minibu looking to just do an incredible amount. The fact that those trades have gone the way, at least for now, of the attack.
Players remaining of rifles, so this round is far from won. Now a little bit closer, though. Boo is strangled.
अच्छा खेला BBL अच्छा खेला लेकिन फिर भी हारेगा.
Was more or less just his casket. 2-1, a round that BBL should win. They end up suffering a couple of losses, but it could have been a whole lot worse.
Yeah, all in all, that's fine. I think especially with how things started. You can see those sort of crossfires while the Heretics are trying to be a little bit aggressive themselves. And again, just seeing this more proactive approach when it comes to those after plants, not allowing for the retake to come in, because again, there's so much utility available to this defensive side off the back of the Astra, off the back of the new man Teo. For now though, that's another orb this game. They're literally using that guided salvo just to farm the orbs, and because of that, they've got Armageddon online already at the beginning of round 4.
I mean, that is
massive in a round where BBL pull in these rifles, have a couple pieces of reinvestment as well. This could definitely dictate the flow of the early half. Now for Team Heretics, not much to do, but sit back and wait. We'll see a similar hold to the previous round, just swapping in or out 1 or 2 players, but a 2-1-2. Killjoy utility defending the doors. Very important to still have that piece of information. What they have missed out on is art. That's being cleared right now by a drone. That can be said for both teams. And the stalemate of information and of map control has to come to an end soon, because BBL have 50 seconds on the clock. No control of that B push up either. It's time to go.
Yeah, Boo's just thrown his knife in. This is the second time that BBL have been able to avoid it, so they can't really gamble any of those rotations just yet. But it does seem like the defense for a moment had an idea, but they're actually starting to go back in the other direction. This walk up fairly late though, 30 seconds left on the clock, and we know that there's plenty to delay the plant.
You're thinking about that Armageddon, it's close and online. I think Rian's might be setting it up as we speak. First tap goes in, flash. As Team Heretics are attempting to retake control. In fact, I didn't think Wood had an angle. Small gap around that smoke. In comes the ultimate, but it will be dodged. Yuppie stepping into the smoke and making it back to site safely. At least keeping some control on the site itself, but his teammates are smoked out, and now they're about to overwhelm him. Luckily, no flashes online for the side of Team Heretics. Boo's already burned his, so Yuppie's gonna have to stand his ground, at least have a chance in an even fight. As he falls, time starts to tick away. Star already there. That's gonna buy a little bit more time. Stop the defuse a second longer. It's a little whiffy from back though, down to just 2. In fact, 1. Defending the spike, and it's holding his ground. The odds. Unbelievable Profect. That's BBL equalized.
Whatever his salary is, double it. Just double it right now.
4K from Profec. I don't think I've seen that.
No way. Another 4K to add to the already growing collection in the Red Bull clutch. And the sort of the upsetting thing, if you're a Heretics fan, is they played this round fantastically. Like, they had so much utility. It was the salvo that then went into the ult, that went into a fragment, so much delay, forcing players into awkward positions. And then they went, what's the one thing we've forgotten about? Profec. That guy in clutch situations is just so absurdly good. Right now, at least in kickoff, he is the signing of the summer.
It's insane that Woot put up a 4K there. He must have felt like that round is locked in. It's done. It's over. And then Profek, blink of an eye, matched his performance.
Yeah. Except he was alone. Like, Woot had a couple of buddies, like throwing utility, running behind him. Profek's like, I stand on my own.
A magazine and a dream. Oh, sociable. Showing up now, Yumpy onto Rienz. I mean, the weaker weapons in play, but Yumpy, he was in the same boat.
Hey, लेकिन वो क्यों कब लैंड था क्या?
Whitewash. Woot, the last left, 1v4. Ults online.
ये देख कैसा लग रहा रहेगा ना तुम लोग को BBL जीतने वाला?
Not the best case scenario.
घर पे जाने के टिकट जीतने वाला. मेरा prediction on top रहता.
It's a 1 versus 5. What are they going to do? Take his gun away? He doesn't have one to begin with, so not going to be a whole lot of value in that. I know, it's such a huge round for Profek. This one can almost still be divvied
flawless,
up
the
economy of Heretics. Their start on the A site hold was fantastic, but one man stood between them and victory. Yumpy now is basically just getting those kills to confirm the in zone.
Your ult into Sova ult is equal to 1 3 kill.
As you said, like that's the other thing to bring into consideration is we did see the ultimate thrown in a couple of rounds ago. The ult that was being farmed for Rienz was thrown in a round that they didn't win, and thus far BBL have used 0. And sort of the win condition of their last time playing this map has 2 kills. He's not the win condition right now.
It is a scary time. Because in that round we see Sociable step up on that opening. Like I say, this is what we're sort of expecting from him.
Binks
and Heretics will need to do a lot better than what we've seen so far. They won the first 2 rounds. And then it's been nothing but the BBL show since then. A squad looking to establish their empire and doing damn well so far. As we said, they've already taken out someone like Fnatic. Normally, at this stage, with a team of the caliber and success last year of Heretics, we wouldn't expect a squad like BBL to have a chance, but
it's earning
for times.
They'll be earning champions points while playing with a stand-in. Like that. You can't really ask for anything more than that. That's all they have to do. They win this game, they've earned champions points, and I think they're, what, a match away from a Masters.
And yeah, they're 2 matches away right now, 2 steps, and they'll be all the way there. And the thing is, Vac as well. Now, listen, I'm glad he's doing well, so I can roast him a little. Phenomenal player, not playing the role that we know him for, and has not been doing statistically one of the worst players in the tournament right now. That's the sub you're bringing in. We talk about super subs. There's other ways to do it. You don't have to drop 40 kills to be a super sub. Playing with the team, your team's winning, you're already doing your job. But it's funny as well, the BBL, I mean, it's just been an uphill battle every step of the way for this squad starting kickoff, yet the Stinger, they've delivered. He has kept a moneymaker, I suppose.
भाई इतना अल्ट के साथ भी डिफॉल्ट करते बात तो है
You see a lot of the time you're using your drone passive. You're obviously going to be setting your teammates up. You've got.
What did he do in the last buy round? He ran into the site and planted. It's like that's absolutely.
I'm guessing now he's not going to do that though.
I'm guessing that's not true. Instantly, we're going to see him pop that Hunter's Fury.
That's
the opener for Yumpy, granted from afar. And then also just look at the amount of space that's been taken by Levin, already going all the way back in towards their spawn area. Nowhere is safe right now for Heretics on this retake.
I'm curious to see where Yumpy ends up going after the plan. He's going to have
some
choices.
He's going to wall.
Choose from.
That's where he's going.
नेट करेगा बैकअप खाली वाइस का वॉल देखो चैट वाइस का वॉल देखो 1 2 3 करना पड़ेगा उन लोगों को
he was sticking around. Now he stepped into the fray. Great shot by Levin. And now look who's waiting inside the smoke. It's Yumpy. Oh, BBL delivering again. Every game from this squad is a treat. And we know Pearl is somewhere that they're going to do damage to the best of the best. And you're seeing it here. A 4-2 start for the attacking side after losing the pistol. Heretics have got to be feeling the heat right now.
That's also just the way that they manage their ultimates. We talked about them building up. It's an immediate usage. Just to get that the likelihood is the B site leaves the player a little bit more isolated. Let's use that classic combo of the Hunter's Fury in tandem with the Dimensional Drift. It gives an immediate opener. And then most players, I would say within their right mind, will go, we have an opener, we have a plant. I don't need to be up in their face aggressive. And Levin goes, why would I do that? I can kill people.
Madam,
I've spoken to Power before this, and he goes,
no, that's
we want him being this disruptive force that's going to make things difficult. Because again, Heretics is very good at retakes. Not if you don't allow them to retake.
Wait.
Well, this is it. Oh, okay. We're seeing a little bit of an adaptation. B-long push, utility used, guided salvo to clear out the deeper space. Time to jump. Nothing found. No one here. BBL are in fact grouped up on the other side of the map looking for an A site hit. Straight in, damage done. Woot is out of there. He's got 6 HP left. Bit of I's utility might have taken him down. The plant is secured. 11, not deterred by his own teammate's utility. Steps in, takes a bit of damage. He's not gone fully around that corner just yet. He was waiting for the wrap around the other side. TP's out. It's a free pick, and he's right back into the fight with a flash.
Keep valuing. Love you, Debo. Bye.
Oh my God,
That's
look
a
at the
cute cat.
A flank on a flank. Prophex timing is absolutely perfect. It means the players in main just need to buy time. It's all they need to do. The wall goes up towards the diffuse. They need to swing. There has to be the big swing to deny. There it is on Yumpy, sociable as well. And now time is there for Prophex flank to close out the round. They've done it. Even with the kills going that way for Woot. As close as he is to the 4K. A big individual performance.
Not a problem, not a problem. BBL ka khel raha lekin.
Yeah, even though they lost it, I'll give credit to Benji where it's due. He put an alarm bot down there, even after he'd walked through it.
Enough space leta na Lee.
Again, like he had it in the back of his mind from the previous round that there's a decent
Maybe
chance that Prophet's gonna go. So they knew it was there, but it was so late it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Like you then have to be in an advantage, have weaponry, just not working out. And BBL in those late rounds are looking fantastic thus far.
2-5, abhi 3-5, 4-5, 5-5, 6-5.
And that's the thing, the second you do, he's probably going to be with the rest.
6-5.
Let's play.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, at this point as well, especially, Prophet has to get a read. I've had several high-impact flanks that they definitely know about. Something that they're going to be ready for. On the side of BBL, 5-2. It certainly ain't broke right now. Yep. The changes will still be there, waiting for Heretics to get aggressive. They walked up B long.
2-1, अच्छा तो है TH का defense.
Sort of half a main aggression, never fully around the deeper corner, but nothing's working so far.
Well, yeah, they've moved the vast majority of the setup. A lot of what they were doing.
यहाँ पे पहले liquid में था क्या? हाँ, अभी solid all सब खाता है.
Left Boo alone on the B side because it has been quite an eccentric look from this attacking side thus far. But with Miniboo already set up deep on A, the Heretics can sort of gamble a little bit. It's just the pacing of BBL that makes it tough. They've given nothing away so far. Finally, that alarm bot is going to make a connection, and now utility starts to drop to try and help out Miniboo. But he's got to be careful of his backline.
Yeah, that space is just going to be conceded. They need a safe ground to stand and fight from. Woot through the smoke, goes down after one, and Miniboo gets nothing. Heretics are locked out. 3 players in the spawn, full control for BBL. A plant soon to come in. At least you'd imagine with 18 seconds left. Maybe not. They're just going to take everybody down. Benji, 70 health, and it's the jump from Yumpy. Shorty in hand. That puts them up to 6. BBL showing no signs of slowing down. And the question is, how long can this go on for before Heretics won't be able to catch up?
Yeah, it is already pretty scary. Other than the pistol in the second round, nothing has gone their way. I'm loving sort of like the spacing and synergy between these players. Like it just seems like a team that's had a lot longer than what we're currently witnessing from BBL.
Yes, let's go.
Come on, right now.
कोई सीन नहीं. अब आ रहा thirsty, उसके बाद आएगा momentum.
Initiator not really hitting the same as some of the vibes we got from his controller play. Already back. Spotted the push. It'll let them know that there's at least a little bit more of a gap on this B site, but the longer this attack side takes, the more bolstered the defense on B will be.
गलत साइड में जा रहे, गलत साइड में जा रहे, गलत साइड में जा रहे, गलत साइड में जा रहे.
Choice to go back, but we see a lot of players pushed up to that corner inside the smoke. There was even maybe a flash from Levin about
सारा सेटअप तोड़ दिया बे. एक नेड है बस वहाँ पे किल जाएगा.
Stealth drone is sent out instead to try to check if they're still here, and it sees them. Well, it saw one at least, but look at the mass exodus from this B site. Now, he said it's all about what VAC can find on this side of the map. If he gets space or a pick, they go back. And he thinks he has space. Little does he know, Wood is still tucked down on the back of the site. There he is. Head ripped off. Site is theirs. Job done for VAC. Phenomenal round already. And now, well, they get the chance. VAC doesn't go down for a free plant. Well, VAC has better ideas. He drops mini boot too. And with that, you got pistols attempting a retake with no control. And guess who's behind them?
He didn't even get one.
Yeah, no reward this time, but it's the dramatic flare.
Shot.
Can Boo make the board is the question. There we go. First kill. At least going to make things a tad more costly, but you look at the credits over on the BBL side. Well, it's been booming lately.
BBL जीत सक रहा है भाई, मतलब जीत रहा है.
The thing is, he may even just opt to try and go down for the spike. Obviously, getting an extra kill would be nice. Get that ultimate online, but Sociable's not going to allow it. That is now a 7-2 lead.
आराम से
for BBL as they are running away with their match.
लाइक करने बोलो यार, मैं भूल जाता. चैट लाइक कर दो, स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो.
Even though it looked like a decent map for their opponents up against Gentlemates, it doesn't seem to matter with just the confidence and style they play with. And while Heretics
attacking map पे
pause is gone in the first half.
एक और round चाहिए भाई.
I believe that is so, Tom. You can see the stress and strain this squad is
भाई
under.
दोनों खत्म ना,
Start a 7-2
दोनों टाइम आउट खत्म ना,
and an uphill battle to get back into things. Now, from the side of BBL, just further confirmation that what they're working on is they've cracked the formula. They've got the secret sauce. They're not looking to share it with anyone. This squad, Pal, looking more calm, I'd say, than normal when we go to those little cams. And I think that's because this squad is very comfortable with Pearl.
भाई जो बात कर रहे हैं वो assistant coach नहीं है.
Impressed, blown away.
Chan bhai, thank you for the prasad.
Doesn't seem to be changing. And again,
they didn't bolte.
The fact that Sociable is on the bottom of the scoreboard. Last time BBL were impressive. The dude was 25-12. If you're not impressive with someone dropping 25-12, you're doing something wrong.
I think the most fun thing for me is the fact that the top player in the server
is
almost
like
the guy trying to make Papa proud. Like Mark New is the guy who gave Woot the opportunity in that Fireflux young team. He's currently top of the board. He's looking great. And then it's just like, but I'm still losing. Dad's team is still beating me. It's like, is the student the master? That's the question in this series. Has Woot outdone Mark New?
Aditya, thank you for the membership.
More tricks to teach.
That question might have to be asked on the second and third map, more so than here, if things keep going this way, especially. Heretics have come in with 4 ultimates under their belt. A good opportunity for them to bounce back. Again, though, on this defense, we've seen some aggression, but no real success from it right there. Feels like we're real close to finally seeing at least that aggression hit a wall. Whether it breaks through it or not, well, that remains to be seen. Profek gonna eventually step into his sights.
भाई एक और स्मोक पुल करके भागा बे एक्स्ट्रा क्या रीड है?
BBL setting their sights on the A side.
Cheer.
They're making a lot of noise around that mid
मेरा चाय खत्म हो गया.
They're trying to bait players into that rotation back. Levin also selling the idea that they're moving this way. That's a big kill though. Already getting rid of Sociable. The same tech is being utilized again. I think Levin got a little bit lost with his own tech. Didn't know that he was stood right next to an opponent. Now, without that opener, without that success they had last time, they have got to try and get past 3, make that 4 within the same zone.
Yeah, EBS is going to need to give me a replay of that Yoru Wolf. That was a blunder and a half.
It's done.
Killjoy ult comes into play. 17 seconds on the clock. Well, are you going to stick that plant? Oh, apparently you're going to try. You're going to try your damnedest. That is a tight margin. I don't know if you got that just about. One player detained, though. And he ain't going to be doing anything with Profek. 4 opponents, and he swings out from Art. You know what? They're not falling for that one again.
Oh, the ult combinations there were absolutely
nasty.
Armageddon was also put in backwards so that anybody going, I'm going to leave the ult, into another ult. Like, there was no escape. That was perfect from Heretics in terms of making sure there was no escape.
Oh, Yoru ka blind tha.
You have lost 7 rounds in a row. Do it. Get yourself on the
board.
And also, you have to bear in mind that you used a lot of ults, but so did the other team. So you kind of wipe the board clean
blue
other than
bear?
that singular ult on the other side. Which, to be honest, Steel Gun is pretty good, but I don't know.
Well,
that's it. Trading out the ult economy and getting around wins something that you haven't tasted since round 2. Sure, that's a great success for your squad. The question that obviously comes to mind though is what do you do in this round when we're back to normal gameplay? We're back to rifle on rifle, not Armageddon falling from the skies or coming from the ground. It's unclear how that happens, the logistics. But I think at this point, you know, again, favor falls into BBL's lap. For Heretics, 7-5 scoreline. Great. Forget the trouble they've had here.
+1.
But it's how likely we are to get there. For BBL, again, A presence is made. Again, heavy rotations coming in from the other side. There are 3 players in ARC, 1 on the A side. But this time, BBL seem to have their sights set elsewhere. That does mean getting past Miniboo. Luckily, the drone has spotted the danger.
He's completely isolated. I don't know if there's any way out of here. The steel gun has been used, but it doesn't connect onto him. So he's able to hold this ground. This kill could change everything. And well, for BBL, I think it has. That gives them the control they needed. It puts them into a 4v4 after plant. What could have been a really dangerous position ends up just being a single kill.
30 seconds left.
Now Heretics are the ones left to pick up the pieces. 4v4, B-long control. Stolen out of their hands. Operator recovered by Yumpy as well.
The attacker going to play deep as well because of the fact they have Cosmic Divide.
It's being put into play. 11 in a bit of danger. I think he's got a gate crash to fall back to, and he won't be able to. He's flown under the radar. They haven't detected him just yet. That gets a double on the board. It makes it possible for Yumpy. He can see when it's being diffused, and the shock darts primed and ready. The first lands, big damage. The second on its way, but it's already halved, and he needs to land this shot. They lined up, but the shot did not connect.
Oh my
God! To return the favor.
Oh my!
4-7. It's far from over for Team Heretics.
Hello.
Yeah, no, the thing is, I like that round from both sides.
क्या shot मारा था ये?
Does incredibly well, even just to trade effectively. There's a world where he sort of doubts himself. A little bit of luck in the spams. I really like BBL's adaptation in the middle. I said they spot the divide on the other side and go, okay, that's the one ult that
Yaki Soba, thank you for the 10 gifted मेरे जान के total.
Teo, and he's going to force you into more
actually right time है member.
It's always going to be a little bit more difficult.
बहुत streams होने
Even
वाली
still
है.
though. Heretics, they pull off the retake once again.
मेरा सारा stickers काना काने गए हैं.
7-5. Maybe you get a second pistol. You're in the game.
तो हमको भी काने के लिए members only करनी पड़ेगी.
Can still slip away, but
Yaki bye. Thank you for the 10 gifted. जिसको भी मिला please tag करके thanks बोल दो.
BBL though, the heads will still be held high. 120 on the clock. Heretics not quite gone for that B-long aggression. In fact, they're not even looking at B-long. It's a very impressive position from Boo, and if he does pop his head out,
लोग बोलते हैं caster sound हटाओ, सीधा game sound हटा दिया.
It's not going to be Heretics
love you,
Lucifer. Sociable. Falling in mid.
इससे बोला वैसे आया बे.
For this attacking side, and all control outside of B-long is in the hands of Heretics.
ये वाला sticker क्या है?
I don't think there's even much of a choice to go back anymore, and I think that's signified by the wall.
Deepak, thank you for the 23 months.
This is a tough one though. Walking into
एक साथ last 30 seconds में push करेंगे लग रहा है.
This is bold.
Yeah, they're just waiting in case there's an over rotation.
ये start करना
with this
एक बार.
late amount of time on the clock, but it is a
क्या कर रहे हैं लोग? Stream snap करके आए हैं क्या? भाई ऐसे होते हैं ना stream snappers actually.
Well, he's just used it. I think that was the thing. He used it probably
like
like 15 seconds ago, expecting them to be deep in position. So it's not going to be denied, but the fact is Benji has gone absolutely nowhere.
He takes the term anchor quite seriously. Unfortunately, he sinks just like where the chances for this round to go to Heretics may slip apart as well.
Oh, heavy nade!
Goes the nade though, and that gets the kill. That wins the round on time. Beautiful play. There was a second there where Boo could have been sniped from long. He stepped back, he waited, he held his breath, delivered just in time. 7-5.
Yeah, no, a really big round to end out that half. From the
किधर गए BBL वाले? किधर गए? बाहर आओ ना. Clean shot, big
we're going to be hearing from another big brain as we'll be throwing things off to Yumpy.
Throwing things off to Yumpy? Yumpy तो खेल रहा है.
Let's go. Let's go. I mean, it's last round.
भाई कितना इम्प्रूव है ना यार बीबीएल लेकिन।
One enemy remaining. Last
वाह क्या ही हाईलाइट दिखा रहे हैं, मजा आ गया।
I think my role right now is of course
Oh,
show
ऐसा है।
example to my other teammates. I'm the only one who has
डब्लू बंदा है यार।
VCT.
मेरे गेमिंग जाके बाद मैं मुझे मेरी जान के टोटे। वसूल हो जाएगा, महीना वसूल हो जाएगा, टेंशन मत लो।
The tier 1, everything is new, everything is exciting, and I need to either calm them down or make them feel super comfortable when they're gonna play on the stage. I think being agile for
आंखें देखो भाई,
for the rookies, as you could say,
आंखें देखो
I think
भाई।
it's actually pretty easy for me because all of them
सेम
have a
मेरे
different
जैसा
path to me,
हैंडसम
which I
बंदा दूसरा
appreciate,
कैसे हो
and
सकता है?
there is no bullshit around
सेम हेयर स्टाइल भी है
between
अपना।
our team, so the respect between each other is very good.
Well, with a 7-5 position, Yumpy no doubt feeling confident that his team has what it takes to push this across the line. Their attack side, well, it's shaped up well. Good rounds put up on the board early on, same as what we saw up against GX. And if Heretics hadn't started to step it up towards the end, I'd believe this one was due to be closed out. But a gap of just 2 with that 3-round recovery right at the end. Heretics have set themselves up to at least still have a chance. Pistol, though,
छोड़ दो मॉडलिंग मॉडलिंग मैंने आज तक किसको नहीं बोला बट
I think it came off the back of some like really
modeling heavy
brain plays coming out of the defense, especially towards the end. Like Boo having that fragment in the very last second was massive for them.
मेरे हिसाब से कैटवॉक में भी उसको एंट्री में भी उसको कैटवॉक करना
That's where I think he's going to have to play a much more pivotal role at setting up the team. That's where they clearly believe his lineups can bring value.
Already, stealth drone put out, and they saw a player backing off. They don't know is that one has snuck up close. Look at Lee, they've spotted him, but not quite in time. Shot landed, an advantage for BBL. Heretics though, no eggs are in this basket.
Those TP wale dard hai.
But we are on board now with an arc push that's coming in a little bit later to exploit a gap that BBL may have left. As we can see, they have not.
And any chance to push that position is already going to be delayed by the Razorbind. And then a smoke. That's the thing, a lot of this composition does allow for plenty of delay. One is the shield, one is the sword. That's what this comp feels like. And Sociable, no doubt, is that sword. Looking to go that little bit more aggressive. Already spotting out opponents. Has to be careful of that second one. Or maybe he doesn't. Rien's already gone. And with the spike only just being retrieved now, it's going to be a tough position for them to get back into, especially now that he's seen Woot.
Yeah, this is the danger, especially in pistol rounds. Sociable,
that is
he didn't get to really have any flair to it in the previous one. Here already picking up one with the headhunter. 5 shots ready to be sent quickly towards Heretics player. Never mind, Benji has ripped his head off. The site has not been fully taken just yet, though. Still a bit of a ball.
10 seconds.
Leaving Boo alone with 10 seconds. Reveal catches him, but no one is there to take the planter down. Boo gets to reset, but he's got Yumpy and Vac. They know exactly where he is.
जैसे वो ब्लाइंड डालेगा ये पिक लेगा देखना
would need an isolated jewel. To shoot the flash. That's really nice. I was looking at Yumpin being like, he is incredibly far forward. Is he going to take this fight alone?
Perfect valorant
literally just a bait with a flash. Like, you don't shoot it, you're blind. You do shoot it, that happens. Really nice round from them. And this is the thing. I think, as said, their defensive side, especially thinking back to the Fnatic series, were so unorthodox at times.
Clean kill, over कुछ नहीं कर रहे हो.
Even you said, oh, they've spotted a player, he has teleported away. There's a second player who hasn't teleported away, who kills you and then teleports away. It's like, there's not really enough time to think of, okay, oh, what if there's a second and you're already dead? Like, that's what this team does. It's like, you're trying to work out what they're doing in their heads and they're throat punching you.
And every time,
the seconds you're thinking, there could be someone there. There could be. You're also thinking, Sociable's about to peek me with a headhunt.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, your attention is divided. And that works out perfectly. Rien's, this time, Stealth Drone goes a little further. Make sure that close left corner is not occupied at the moment. Even if he doesn't have this sniper in hand, he probably has that. And so either way, someone you don't want to mess with. Levin probably goes in that same category.
Well, that's both sides of the map. Let's go mid, guys.
Hard, I suppose. Although they have got social.
Yeah, this is a bit of a gamble purchase. Boo, he really is the best big brother. He's dropped over the sniper, ready for Miniboo to take aim. Will now be handed into very capable hands. Boo on the other side. Profik about to come under pressure.
Place another star, backs out. They've occupied that now. There goes the dash. Nice kill, Profik! This is a Spectre. I don't think I could do that with a rifle. Beautiful BBL. Now pushed up to 9 rounds. I mean, there were some dangers there, but they were dealt with quickly.
Well, the fun thing with that is that they now get a free outlaw as well. More dangerous. Probably going to be the utility man for this round, not going to have the weaponry. That was the gamble that they took, kind of damaging their
long time no see. How's you?
And actually, now looking at the buys across the board, it almost seems fairly even, which is definitely a scary prospect when you are currently 9-5 down. It is their opponent's map choice. Expectations for BBL have been incredibly high, and well, as said, it's a student versus a master in terms of the server, but I do think that even though this is a pause of technical nature, there'll be time for thought for the Heretic side. A loss in this next round.
You win 1000 super chat varna dance. BBL jitega.
I mean, losing this pistol as well for Team Heretics, this is put them into rough waters, to say the least. I think you're going to need someone to hold the rudder steady as they navigate this 4 rounds down. BBL economic boost that they've just had as well. They've got outlaws.
और विशाल भाई नया चालू हो गया VPN डाल के डॉलर में भी सुपर चैट कर सकता है.
I can't highlight this enough. Sociable
पेज मेरा
not being there.
जो पहले का हमारा 17-0 का लीड है उसका
9-5 lead to BBL. If this guy unplugs and plugs in his mouse
मेरा
again,
memory
we're
strong
in trouble. And I think this is where, for Heretics, you start to look at them and go, okay, what can you do to deal with that? And we've seen it many times before. There are players on this roster that can compete with the best duelists in the world. We need to see them activated. Miniboo, he's had a couple of rough shots so far, but I think all across the board, this Heretics doesn't feel the same. But I think that is also the proficiency of BBL on this map. They are horrendous to play against. They're an annoying team, and this is, from what we've seen at least, certainly for me, it's my favorite map that they play.
Yeah, I think as well, like you mentioned, Sociable, he was 14-9 on the attack side when he played in that previous game.
Yeah.
He was 11-3 on the defense. So if anything, statistically, it gets worse. Yeah, less kills, but he doesn't die as much. So, and that makes a lot of sense.
Look, break kar rahe hain, na?
Consistently pushing the map and then having a get out of jail free card. So we've already witnessed it throughout. That it's going to put pressure on opponents, and the thing is they also have Lemon on a Yoru who's going to be doing exactly the same thing. And I think individually he's also looking very good. So I am worried for Heretics. I think be a serious shift in the pace of how the game is going. They need to shut down some of those aggressive plays, and wow, one's coming their way already.
Oh, well, one player further back, not caught by the suppress, ready to fire in a flash. Although
heavy full speed में भागे वो लोग.
Move towards this B site immediately, sensing that presence on A long, wanting nothing to do with it. Stealth drone clears the closer corners and gets them all the way
clean
down
round by
towards that
TH.
site.
Clean round by TH, baby.
Big play. It's a
nice.
risk. Rolled the dice and it has not worked out in their favor this time. The shot from Sociable fails to land, and despite damage done, Heretics 5 players on that B site right now with a plant coming in.
कुछ flash ऐसे कुछ नहीं है.
This is a very good position to play from. You're up against a Ghost, Spectre, and 2 snipers. As long as you're not overzealous yourself, it should be a done deal.
I think thank you for the lemon.
I think shock dart attempt for a little extra damage. Maybe if they got lucky with that. But stepping into the smoke with 2 players, one of which is Woot awaiting you, it is not going to go well. Sociable.
69 Saturday मेरी जान के today.
Did get it a bit more costly, doesn't land it. Look,
6-9 7-9 फिर इको जाएंगे 8-9 फिर टाइम आउट आएगा 9-9 फिर इको जाएंगे 11-9.
Yeah, big response.
And then
I think the way that BBL played that was, let's send our utility-heavy players on one side and our weaponry-heavy players on the other. The second this fight doesn't go their way, I think it's the fake smoke thrown in.
One enemy remains.
By the round time, it seemed like it was going to fall apart. It had to be utter heroics from Sociable. As mentioned, like it really does seem like he's really gunning for this one. 16 and 8 at the top of the board. No one else is even positive on his team at the moment. But this is where things could change. Full buy for BBL.
One tap marega
immediately investing into that operator, and he wants to fight them so aggressively. Shot not landed though, and that has been the story of this map for him.
Yeah, you're going to be that little bit more aggressive, obviously, on that agent, especially on your glass cannon. You really wanted that opening pick. Once that utility starts flying,
EMEA कौन सा monitor use करते हैं? 240 या 360? Mostly so 240.
Now for BBL, still sticking with this 3-player towards A site.
360 भी हो सकता
that we've seen before, and I guess the difference here, we're not using that same.
प्रेम चोपा देकर
Heretics were able to do better. He was watching
जिसको भी 5 gifted मिले उसको चोपा दो.
BBL have to keep.
Love you, Prem bhai. Love you. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted.
We're doing so, but Art's now being given up. The avenue open. Heretics are feeling the space, and the A site, no doubt, the target.
Knife up. Prophet knows he needs that smoke just to try and survive in this scenario. Boo, those lineups that Woot didn't want to learn are going to be thrown in. Prophet still the real danger here. Just sat within the smoke, timing ticking away, makes a move. I think it's maybe the worst possible moment.
Oh,
It's been coming. Finally, Social was able to enter the scoreboard, and maybe at the perfect moment.
शायद से
still
बुंड
clinging to
दिखा था.
life. Another on the board for him. There's still a chance.
अभी भी जीत कहा. अभी भी
It's
जीत
not over just yet, but look what Heretics have. No utility, except for that one nano swarm. They want to fight, they're going to have to do it dry, just swinging in, and that's exactly what Boo does.
Short
way from Benji, and the boys of
Short
Heretics
way.
across the line. Boo with the
Short
final shot,
way.
and the gap is down to 2.
He's had a resurgence. He was 0 and 6 at one point in this map. Now finds himself 9 and 10. Said it, he won them a couple of rounds towards the end of the last, and even with a collateral
17-0 था, अभी एक आप जीतोगे 16-0.
This is just where they stepped up, and the thing is, he learned from the previous mistake. That's the thing. I feel like Boo is like a supercomputer. Like he, as a person, like you can hold him once in a battle, and then the second you've done it, it's like calculated, stored, and so he sees that flash go and he goes, okay, if I shoot this, I'm getting swamped, so I'm not going to shoot it, I'm going to dodge it and just wait for someone to peek. And that's exactly what happened.
इससे BBL को support किया
Now,
he might be the smartest, genuinely. Of all the people I've met in Valorant, talking to Boo makes me feel like
monitor का वो लोग का monitor कौन सा
he's
पता
not doing
नहीं
anything particular. It's just sort of the look he gives you.
मेरा
when you're
monitor
talking to him,
खाना
you
खाने
go,
गया.
Damn, I'm wasting this
I don't know what I'm talking about.
He's so nice when he does it as well.
Yeah, I do get that though. I think
क्या मस्त video डाला है मस्त था ना HDL video.
Does just he's very calculating the way he even thinks about the game. He talks about it.
जब भी है.
Certainly a bit more data to
कैसे पता
collect,
लेकिन
but for
सब
now,
जगह तो sticker
2
डाला
rounds in
होगा.
between them. It's looking like a much better game than it could have been. Like I said, 7-2. BBL were in the lead at one point. Sociable wasn't online either. We just saw a big
आज के रात नशा उसमें अरे pending है minus करो ना. आज के रात नशा उसने कर रहे हो यार.
Another face to their Pearl. Heretics though starting to find their footing.
जाएंगे ना लोग.
Putting rounds up. This attack side, they're setting the pace, and wow, that is exactly.
तो नहीं कैसे पता?
Barriers go up, pistols in the hands of BBL, and a spread out look to this attack side from Heretics. They are holding their bases, waiting for aggression, and BBL are keen to give it to them.
Benji. ऐसे मारेगा उसने.
Player under a little bit of pressure here.
Jumpy
He's going to be the one to take the
shot.
fight. It seems like he's ready for it, but yeah, definitely a little bit messy in the way that one went.
4v5 plus Sovald plus Euro.
But
guys,
you talk about
completely visible. लेकिन
drift
कईयों का ult
that is available once
counter
again.
कर सकता है.
So although the guns haven't been picked up, just thinning the herd a little
कईयों का
bit
ult
could mean in the later rounds that those ults become even more valuable.
अब देखना पड़ेगा क्या scene बनता है.
4 players towards A site. Pressure now on Profect. He's only got a classic. He wants to get out of here alive once he spots that that's where the play is coming in. But even just look at what this man's role currently is. He's bouncing back and forth between B long and the double doors. And there it is.
Util's all on A, by the way. He's just placed his first star.
Oh, and he sticks around. Now, I mean, we've seen a couple rounds here where Profek, he's in the right position. He leaves the smoke right as they step into it. This time, he goes back in. Miniboo lands the shot first, the weaponry diff. The Hunter's Fury seeking out its targets. But no real conversion for the kills just yet.
Yoru और Vault क्यों नहीं गया लेकिन एक साथ?
Yeah, this now should become impossible. That was the thing, it needed to sort of thread the needle. Woot's lurk is expected, but not dealt with. Back now left. 1 versus 4.
मैं मेरा बजट 1 लाख का कोई अच्छा मॉनिटर बोल दो यार खाना खाने गए लेकिन 200 कॉपी तो है.
I don't know how much more realistically this man can do. The other danger as well is you're looking at Miniboo and Rien's 2 orbs away from their ultimates. Don't really want to give those kills over. Gives it to Boo, not the end of the world. He's only got a couple, but it is now starting to really see the caliber of that Heretic side. I said it. After they had that horrible first map in their game last week, you could see the fact that it didn't face.
What is the best valorant history of all time in every
like Miniboo talking about like, oh, I hate the way I'm playing all this stuff. It was like, okay, map 2, let's go. This time it didn't even take to another map. 2 pauses. They spoke it through with the coaches. I think everybody rates the coaching staff at Heretic highly at this point, and we're already seeing that resurgence.
Yeah, it has been a well-handled comeback so far in a map. The BBL seemed set to win. They were dominant, they were looking confident, and everything was working. Big players weren't even online, but the game plan was too strong to fail. Now, though, they are just 1 round in the lead. All that hard work has been chipped away by Team Heretics. So it's a big play from Levin. In there for 2. Doesn't quite get out, but I mean, they do lose Profek as well. We've ended up in a bit more of a neck-and-neck situation than I think BBL would like.
Bhai, 3v3 is still good for
B control as well. But the real danger is if they just commit to this A-site hit on Heretics, they're going to have one person standing in their way, the leader of BBL, and then it will be a difficult retake for the remaining players to actually make happen.
Peeked behind, something we maybe didn't see.
Obscuring VIT concealment.
Here they go into the site. Yumpy knows that giving this up for the afterplan is going to be rough. A fragment from Boo as well. It left him a tiny gap. Oh, there was a moment where Boo could have died there. They weren't expecting the re-peek through. Instead, advantage in terms of HP, but that doesn't last for long. Vax done well.
And take a look at Art as well. Sociable on the way around. He's got a free kill. They thought we killed Profek. No one's going to come behind us in Art this time, guys, right? But, well, you're wrong. And wrong again. Nice shots by Sociable. BBL. The gap is up to 2. They're getting ever closer to closing this map out.
Again, it was...
यार जो भी लोग स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं लाइक करो 5.5k लोग देख रहे हैं नेक्स्ट गेम भी क्रेजी होने वाला है क्योंकि डर के भाई और मेरा वीडियो कॉल पे बात हुआ था और आज वो MVP बनने वाला है.
It also seemed like Boo again was aware of flying around, but Vac winning that fight turned the round on its head, gave space as well.
Elimination match का नहीं जो हारा वो lower bracket.
Still the difference is just 2 and the attack still have finances.
जो जीता वो upper bracket और उसको शायद से champ points मिलेंगे. Confirm.
Fight isn't done just yet, but Sociable gloves are off.
You see Yoru take this, he can get out of there, but with Sociable, he can only back off to this corner. That's why he needs Yuppie. The second player pushing up with him makes the difference.
Yeah.
But a frustrating start to a round. Heretics coming in, no doubt, saying, all right, this is where we get back in. We bounce back, deliver the damage, the beat down onto BBL, but instead, it's BBL biting back. Sure, they lose Profek, but Levin's right in there for the trade. And Boo, with the spike in hand, has a 1v3 to make happen. No idea where his opponents will be by the time he steps into a sight. And the weapon in his hands, Tom, it's valuable. But they have enough credits that I don't think it's likely he goes for a save this late into the game.
They could make an agent change midway through. We would see something like a Sova or a Sky or a Fade, just something that can clear these early angles. It's been such an irritation for them. The last round, players pushing through a smoke. This round, just walking up and then having a second layer to that aggression. again, at times it could be their undoing, but you're just not expecting that second player to be there. While Boo's going to take a fairly hefty amount of damage on his way in. Such a passive hold from the defense as well. They are making sure this round is locked. They're going in with that dimensional drift, using that ultimate just to try and play with their opponent. There is nowhere safe for Boo to hide in at this stage. Well, he won't even get that first fight. 11 now for BBL.
This is the problem. We've mentioned this earlier on about how irritating of a team it is, BBL are to play against. You get to 10,
double
you have your ideas, you have your plans, and this is what you face off against. Sociable on the peak is one thing. Yumpy hitting that double is another entirely. Even took down the drone as well. From that point, I mean, it is barriers up. Oh, you lost the round. That
normally that space is fairly free.
It's given up.
And more so, what they did was, because there was a player deeper before, they sent the drone out, so you can't retreat, or you retreat before taking the shot. That's the only option you have. Because of what that drone does, it takes away your ability to use abilities. Heretics had a good idea.
Locating targets.
Now they're going to do it again. Going to try and clear this man out of position. Oh, Levin can't leave. Bear that in mind. He is stuck here.
Yeah.
That's why Sociable normally TPs immediately when he sees that drone.
And also, even Sociable, he's off TP into that location because
backside पे बैठने का नहीं.
कभी ना कुछ ना कुछ टर्न भी ना आता है. Crash, but a little bit of planning might have helped out there. It's a stumble. See if it's a fall for BBL, as they've got players here early, but that ult has sent them running. Time to concede as the plan comes in for Team Heretics.
Still taking them some time. They got stuck behind the wall. That was it. The wall went up sheer, and it trapped the spike. I think it was when Miniboo dived through it, so they've been allowed at least a little bit of extra time. The problem is, again, like, Boo's now going to commit his own ultimate. No utility to try and get back into the site. A fight for profit is available. That's one, at least in the spam. Not on the right angle to deny it. Again, don't give this man too much of an angle. We know what he can do with it. The problem is this crossfire. He needs to isolate immediately, and he's not even going to get past Benji.
W round, baby.
I do get very nervous when I see Prophet get a kill and there's 3 players left alive. You didn't think you've seen that one before.
थोड़ा casual drawing है.
2 rounds in between them.
अरे बाजू वाले को मार पे रख दिया ऐसे
last couple rounds. We'll see if he keeps firing up. 2 rounds in between them. They need everybody online if you're a Heretics fan.
कहाँ से आता है इतना confidence?
Operator for Sociable, and I am sat back waiting to see if there's going to be another adaptation from BBL, another bit of aggression. It doesn't look like it in the early sort of setup that we see. Not the same sort of. This is the wall that we saw last round, right? They've been putting it down on B.
Why Celt कुछ ओपन पा कर सकता है? Assault कुछ ओपन पा कर सकता है? यहाँ पे काल्ट आने वाला है जल्दी.
He wasn't capitalized on.
Leon भाई मर गए spam में.
Down early. Yummy's got to be careful. He's still in his drone, but eventually will be out of it. The problem is they're already looking out of this round. He needs another big individual play if it's going to.
Oh, mara do.
Another double. Sociable.
Oh, close.
Instead, though, well, Benji is going.
Oh, ये भी close था. एक ही नीचे. ये भी close था.
Heretics, the climb never stops. They are now 1 behind once again.
अरे spam में मरा वो. क्या टिपी मारेगा वो?
Saw that sign.
Spam में मरा है वो.
For BBL, yeah, 1 round
ये
ahead.
देखो.
This is the kind of time where you think maybe you want to slow things down, take a breather. I've seen our timer in game freeze. I think that's what they've done. I think BBL.
Jumping ना मान रहा लेकिन ना.
Let's slow things down with a Yoru chamber comp.
Let's just play passive. Yeah, no, hopefully not on the server when the barriers are up, but let's take a breather before those barriers.
Yeah. Hello.
Maybe I'll call a timeout, and it is definitely time.
Yeah, my school of
Heretics
university.
burned their timeouts very early on, but that got them back into the game.
We'll
that
plan
made
some meetup.
the course correction possible.
अभी मेरे friends थोड़ा सा stadium में
the
बैठे
exact
हैं.
same thing. This is their last pause, the last chance for
तो
either team in
करते हैं.
regulation to touch base with the coaching staff. Only a couple of rounds left before we either go to OT or we go to Lotus. And the question is, after a 7-2 start and some really impressive rounds, will BBL be able to keep up this theme of upsetting the better team, the underdog coming out on top, at least here on Pearl? Or will we be going to Lotus with the usual suspects 1-0 in the lead?
That's the thing as well. You have to look back to Lotus as a
Habang
map that
bahay,
was played all
paise
through
na
champions for the
ti.
side of Heretics, even making an appearance in the final. They didn't win it, but they showed that they
Kya
were
lagta
definitely
guys,
comfortable
40?
versus the best in the world. Here on Pearl, obviously, it's a little bit different. A map coming back into the pool. And one that a lot of teams have had to adapt on. The defense for this one, not a lot in terms of weaponry, but a lot in terms of their ults.
All right.
May not matter though. That drone already spotting. Whoop with the spam.
Short.
Don't have a massive reason to go back and fight this, but they are planning on doing so.
And it is just a bit of, I suppose, a greed setup that they got punished on before, where you saw that drone used from, I'll use this one here, from this position. And this time they're a little bit more passive where they put that out from. And, you know, it's a little bit of conditioning. It wouldn't get all the way down to the site where the other one would. Wouldn't get the same kind of information, but it does its job. It spots that early B long push, sends BBL backwards. And in other rounds, if it was the operator and opposed, sure, they can reset. They can still have a pretty good chance, and you've at least gotten rid of the drone. But in this round where you've got pistols, that early surprise play is really where you get all your value. And now as the round goes on, Tom, we try to get all 4 of them. Ah, almost. Could have been a little better, but there were 4 of them in the circle. It was pretty good. It was
3.5.
I got them while they're moving.
Oh, here we go, though. They are rotating
They're on their way.
all the way back. That's the thing. The information that is currently there, not seeing anything.
Stack
They are not
hai,
going to have a
lekin kya
stack,
kuch
and
kar
there
sakte
really
hain?
isn't enough time to go back in the other direction. So Heretics are going to walk in to all 4 players. Bear in mind as well, they could take away their
Arey
guns.
so alt hai.
They don't know they're here just yet.
12
Now, the
seconds.
information falling into your hands, although suppression for a lot. Yumpy around there for 1. Profex in as well. The damage was good to start with, but the weaponry difference really shot through in the end.
10 second
We are now
kiya
11 to 11,
10
neck
second.
and neck. The big thing here is, Tom, Heretics have been winning a lot of these attack rounds. They've been doing well with the rifles in hand. There's going to be nothing but rifles from here on out. Ults are going to start to come online for Heretics as well. You have to look to BBL and say, after that big lead after building your castles and then realizing the foundation is sand, will they be able to make that recovery? Will they keep themselves in it?
Kya mara be sabne.
Heretics have been taking their time, a lot of the times sending it over onto that B site with early drone control. Instead, they are taking space, using that guided salvo immediately just to remove any of the aggression from this spot in the round. The question is though, do BBL continue to do what they've done before and try and re-aggress? This time, it looks like they've thought better of it.
Thrown through Art, BBL, look for mid control. But elsewhere, Sociable wants to get a bit of extra info. If he rounded that corner, he was dead. There were 2 players, 3 in fact, if you include Miniboo, holding it. Now back to just a crossfire, just 2 guns and the spike sitting there for Sociable. Claiming this pick
there is
would
no
be
way.
huge, and he
No
can immediately
way.
TP out as well. The reveal goes deep. There's the shot. Immediately gets out. Doesn't overstay as well. It's good. No punish from Miniboo until now.
That's not ideal. Re-aggression as well catches Levin. Yumpy torn between 2 angles of which teammate to help and ended up not really being able to spot either. And you can see the attack being so dynamic in their response. An immediate change back over towards the other side. I like this though. Use of the Steel Garden to take away their guns. There's only 20 seconds left. If they wait this out, they could be in trouble.
They know they have to go, but now reinforcements are here! Mini deals with them in an instant, and Profect falls right after. This team has been trailing since round 5. They have not seen victory. To put them ahead of BBL now, right at the last second. We could see a 13-11 on the board. We talked a big game about BBL's Pearl, but this would cripple your mental game to lose like this.
They took the weaponry away, and that was what they were waiting for. They were waiting for Miniboo to come back in. The one guy with a rifle, and well, he's been having a decent resurgence again.
Quality, वापस Yumpy पे है round.
Not out. It's the way that Heretics are looking at the beginning of kickoff. Can BBL find that last little lease of life? Already.
मेरे हिसाब से B fake करके A
aggressive early
जाएंगे.
positions on
ये
B
बहुत fast
are
B लिया
dismantled. The aggression instead from Levin is over on that A site. And also a little bit from Sociable in mid. There is nobody to fight. 4 players now making their way down B long.
Definitely feels like BBL defense. It's been an impossible task fighting the tide of Team Heretics. There is no stopping it. Hunter's Fury won't fight anything.
दो नेट करके दूसरे जगह पे प्री फायर मारा, उसको पिक करना ही पड़ा.
That is essentially being given to them. Plant secured. Sure.
जल्दी जाना पड़ेगा जब तक वॉल है.
To what end? It buys them some time, but unless they're going to start this diffuse right here and now, it won't have that much impact.
1, 2, 3! Oh, boom!
Back alone.
To make
this work, to keep them in it. He's got 2 opponents, and they're hiding away. They're not giving him any opportunities. It's Team Heretics claiming this map. 13 to 11.
2-0, bhai.
This BBL gets swept
Clean
away by the comeback.
It's never easy to
Clean.
take down Heretics.
मैंने मानता 80 मारने वाला है. भाई ये लोग फाइनल जीत सकते हैं ना?
Well, BBL have loved that the hard
way. ये लोग क्या ब्रैकेट है?
Still a chance for the comeback. We'll be back after the break.
ब्रैकेट देखा जाए, I think ये लोग जीत सकते भी EMEA है.
Tommy, are you stupid?
भाई ये लोग जीत गए भी EMEA ही है. चैट ये लोग जीत गए EMEA है. देखो TH वर्सेस BBL में TH आगे जाएगा बराबर, उसके सामने आएगा फुट वर्सेस वाइटैलिटी, जिसमें से आएगा वाइटैलिटी जिसमें है डर के. लेकिन डर के वर्सेस नहीं डरते, कौन जीतेगा? नहीं डर के, समझ रहे हो? तो ये जाएगी सीधा फाइनल्स. फिर यहाँ से आएगी ये लोग लोअर ब्रैकेट में वाइटैलिटी, जहाँ पे ये फेनेटिक का इजी विन है. फेनेटिक यहाँ पे जाएगी. BBL वर्सेस फेनेटिक, फेनेटिक का इजी विन है. फेनेटिक यहाँ आएगी. लिक्विड वर्सेस जायंट एक्स में लिक्विड जाएगी यहाँ पे. जायंट एक्स अच्छी खेल रही है, लेकिन जेंटलमैन वर्सेस लिक्विड में शायद लिक्विड लेफ्ट राइट कर सकते हैं. जेंटलमैन वापस जाएगी. फिर होएगा रीमैच फेनेटिक वर्सेस जेंटलमैन, और फेनेटिक जाएगी लोअर फाइनल में, जहाँ पे उनको मिलेगा BBL वर्सेस फुट में से, नहीं सॉरी, BBL वर्सेस वाइटैलिटी में से वाइटैलिटी, और फिर फेनेटिक वर्सेस वाइटैलिटी में फेनेटिक जाएगी ग्रैंड फाइनल. TH वर्सेस फेनेटिक, TH जीतेगी. कुकड़ा कुकड़ा कुकड़ा, डिड आई जस्ट कुकड़ा? बताओ. बराबर है मेरे हिसाब से, बराबर कुकड़ा. पिकेम्स लगाओ. मैं क्या अभी दूसरे लैंग्वेज में बोला पिकेम्स लगाओ? बराबर तो बोला. वो पिकेम्स इधर ही है. क्यों नहीं जा रहा आगे? जा आगे पीछे. लौड़ेगा पिकेम्स में क्या ये? साइन अप और लॉग इन टू क्रिएट. ये मैंने देखा है. साइन अप करने के बाद मेरा सारा इंफॉर्मेशन लेने के बाद फिर बाद में मेरा रेटिंग क्या है, मेरा हाईएस्ट रैंक क्या है, लोएस्ट रैंक क्या है, मैंने स्पोर्ट्स में कितना कमाया, सारा लीक्स ये लोग को मिलेगा ना. मैंने देखा. मैं जाल में नहीं फंसने वाला. कैंसल. थैंक यू TH के लौड़े लगाने को. क्या लैंग्वेज है भाई ये? चैट जल्दी से लाइक कर दो. 5 के लाइक्स. मैं लेके आया चाय. क्या 16-0 हुआ? 17-0 से 16-0. 16-0. ठीक है. अब मेरा नेक्स्ट मैप है TH 3-2-0. TH को और गिफ्ट कर दिया। विशाल भाई मेरे सारे गिफ्ट को आपने म्यूजियम में रखी है कि नहीं रखी है?
Depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain. I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through. You don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight.
This is the team Heretics we know and love. They take map 1 against BBL. I'm Yingsun. I'm back here with Billy. And welcome back, Kakuka.
Yes.
Tom did make a joke about how you were looking better this week when he was there. And I disproved it. I told him that, you know, I had your back. I had your back.
Thank you.
Just like Boo had his team's back.
Yes,
you like that?
Exactly. I really like that, because that first half, we thought that it was all about BBL, that they were going to have maybe another second half, another defense that was flawless, just like against Giant X, but this was not the occasion. It was actually Boo's redemption. It took him until like round number 9 to get his first kill. It wasn't even an impact kill because it was like on a Nico getting a last-minute frag, but it was actually thanks to him and regaining his confidence by the end of that half that I think we got to see Heretics win this.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of the stuff that Boo was doing on the defense though was still helpful towards his team. You know, running that KO, running that Teho. You just seen it in the clip there. They were able to use that fragment nades, the Teho utility as well, to kind of delay any sort of plants that BBL were putting down, and it was causing time to run down on the clock too.
Exactly. On the attack, we saw the micro, as you were mentioning, like comboing the rest of the utility. We still have that question of, are we compelled? Are we sure that we like a Wood playing on the smokes? Well, his individual performance was off the charts, and even though Wood took a few rounds to warm up, the result was definitely there on the second half.
Yeah, and Tom was mentioning the mental fortitude of this team in the pre-show, that, you know, they made a final so many times. This is not the team that you can just take down that easy. And I felt like we saw a lot of that, Billy, from the way that they came back into this game.
Yeah, definitely. I think that with Heretics, the vibes are always up, of course, and I think that there was so many rounds that you didn't really know which side it was going to go in favor of, right? But I think round 23 in particular was really impressive. Again, another round I didn't know which way it was going to go. But yeah, no, I think that also plays a part in how aggressive BBL were in their approach.
And I really like this idea from Heretics. They know that BBL are in a very difficult position because of the first half that they had and how they're not solving. And even though this Vice ult was great, Heretics takes that moment at the beginning of the round to wait for them to make the first tech, to make the first mistake, and then punish it. A very good mid-round call that ends up in a round that, just because of the ults that they had, should have been BBL's.
Is it fair to say then, Kakuka, that maybe BBL had it coming at some point? Someone was somewhere at some time was going to punish this style, right? Eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I really like how confident they play. I think that the new players that they've had are having a lot of impact, but I do agree that also Team Heretics is a team that rides a lot on momentum. Like when things start to go well, when we start seeing Benji and Wood having these rounds where it's just like them two against the world, it is very difficult to react to that and be on top of that, because this is the Heretics that everybody's scared about.
Yeah, it feels like besides a grand final, when they're like this, it always close out. They always close out. You cannot doubt them. But let's talk about the next map very quickly. And also on the side of BBL, Vax Vice, which we have some official stats here. You know, it's only been 17 days since he unlocked this agent, and he looks great on it. Honestly, for a stand-in performance, for the fact that he's never played this character before, you can't really fault him.
On the second half, we know that everything was a little bit falling apart for BBL, but on the first one, the way that he was lurking, the way that he was pushing, it's definitely something to keep in mind, because as you're saying, he's not performing as a stand-in anymore. And now, moving on to Lotus, let's see if he keeps on playing with that Cypher. I do not want to see like Heretics abusing the fact that he's alone on C, but my man's gonna
I do. I want to see that.
Okay. I think VAC for me was really impressive in the sense that he was able to take those timings on the attack, like, and that allowed BBL to have so much space as well. Like they were not letting Team Heretics in on the retake whatsoever. So yeah, I think he did a great job and was doing what would be expected of him.
Yeah. Now on to my second favorite topic to talk about in the world, which is Viper on Lotus. You heard it from me so many times last year.
Yeah.
Why are teams not playing Viper on Lotus?
The
Viper comms was crazy low. However, coming into this year, GX are the only team
fire,
tera
bhai,
no
fire.
one else is doing it anymore. The
dikega.
last time we saw Heretics on Lotus, they also really prioritize the Viper. Do you think that that's the way it's going to go today, given the context of what everyone...
Who should retire? Oh, गांड के गू. हाँ, ऐसा खेल के भी उसको वहां पे चैंपियनशिप पॉइंट्स मिल रहा है और यहाँ पे तो कमेंट कर रहा है बू शुड रिटायर. शर्म है? पिकाचू. रैंक पुश करो.
If we've seen Tejo played on this map pick, I think that we've seen a lot of teams run Tejo so far, and again, that would mean that Boo gets to jump back onto that controller where we've seen him shine.
Well, that you would think that's what we're gonna see. And looking at the map here, I mean,
एक सेंटिनल इधर, एक सेंटिनल उधर, बराबर नहीं है.
I'm really sad, but what do we make of double controller, Boo and Vu?
I mean, I like it.
मेरा
right?
बड़ा है
You
इसमें.
still
क्या
have
लगे?
that
अच्छा मेरा
initiating
BBL
power.
है.
I think that Boo is going to feel very comfortable playing on the Omen. Wood on map 1 was
चल मैं
unreal,
फैमिली
and I
कैसे
want
यार
to
ये
see what
बताओ
Team
यार.
Heretics is
आप
bringing,
कैसे?
because even though they
ये
played
सब होता
a
रहेगा.
lot this map throughout last year, it was always something like the third map or another team picks it onto this. So if this year they have decided to pick on this map, I want to see what they have prepared.
Yeah, I think switching out that Viper for the Astra is really nice. We've seen the team have a lot of value, as you say, Vince performing very well on it. BX as well, I imagine he's going to be very much in membership and being able to help set him up on that raise. But over on BBL side as well,
इसका भी ऐड देखता हूँ.
similar kind of composition with the Yampi being able to set up Levin with Sociable as well. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see how these two pairings match up.
I am very intrigued, because if Team Heretics take this, it will be a clean 2-0.
0%, 0% ATS का, 0%. आज तक कभी खेला नहीं.
Nobody saw that coming, right? Surely.
We're getting back on tripod, shifted to India full time. Yeah! अच्छी बात है, अच्छी बात है.
I
was going to say, clean for the VLR analysts who only look at whether it says 1-0.
Oh, 2-0.
Ah, 2-0.
More family time, more success.
A little bit.
ये गया बे 3 महीने में साला.
We'll see how they do on their own map.
I know it being clean, but it was squeaky when it came to that.
Combo क्या है? Fade और race का combo है. ठीक है. इधर क्या combo है?
I don't know what to expect from, because
BBL
for
का
BBL,
अच्छा breach.
for any
Breach
team,
Lotus is equal to
going
free
to be
win.
difficult to bounce back after the loss that they just suffered.
Mark
It
my
is
words.
an
Breach Lotus is equal to
emotional
free win.
reset.
It's gonna be
I don't doubt you come
1-1.
into this map thinking we can win this. Hell, it was 13-11. That's how it goes after a couple rounds. Early aggression, BBL walk it down a long.
Oh, यहाँ से काम है हमें हाँ.
Two players right in front of him, and he almost got both.
He's a rat, but can he get anything done? With a sheriff from there, it can be difficult. The rest of the team, the thing is, he's kind of bought them time. Just by being in that position, spotting that many players.
Plan था ये जाने का.
And the attackers, it looks like they still want to be proactive. Minibu taking contact.
Propek के पास वो है blind.
They're expecting that play to come in this way, where the players were spotted in the spawn.
And aim किस पे था?
लगा किस पे? They clear this out. Now they see no one. The nade slows them down long enough that Heretics can now set up. They realize no one's.
Is Eskerosin playing VCT? Yes. इसके बाद है उसका match.
Fade alongside Cypher spotted. I think they know Omen's there as well. That's all the information. Now all that's left to do is find the kills. Huge damage done on the wall banks, and now trouble because that spike being defused will have plenty bullets flying at it. I don't think they got it half. The fights need to be won by BBL here and now, and the time is already too far gone. Woot! The one to find the last kill, the one to put 1-0 on the board.
Time नहीं था लेकिन.
Yeah, he's been having a great time. Like we talked about.
But my BD चल रहा है live में love you stream live में live BD से love you too Himanshu bhai love you too.
To be honest, like firstly, anything.
Is G out? G cannot be out. Cricket नहीं खेलता है G भाई.
He is going to try and bait.
कहाँ से out होएगा बताओ?
That one may. I don't know if I believe it. I feel like for a pro player, that's kind of nuts to admit, but at the same time, I also think that's just confident putting him in a position where it's like he can be an anchor with his utility, he can set up with his utility, but he can also just frag out on his utility, and that seems to be what Wu is doing, leaving that man alone in the late round to
थोड़ा सा रिवर हो गया हेवी काम कोई सुनने काम पहले
dangerous as anything else. For BBL, okay.
काम ज़्यादा मतलब membership upgrade करने का time आ गया है दोस्त.
Single sheriff to play with, collecting the orbs is not a bad thing whatsoever. I'll be
भाई
very
spam
impressed if
कैसे
they
नहीं
get
लग
the
रही
second one,
सोशबल
but
को?
I think
Last
it's
time
much
तो
more
बहुत
likely
मारा
they're
था
just going to
spam
try and
इधर.
do a little bit of damage here.
Well, that's it. And even 2 kills will be enough to put a dent in the economy. We've seen shields purchased across the board. We've seen only one player on Heretics have a light weapon. Guardians and Bulldogs filling out the roster. With Miniboo having damage on the sociable.
अगली बार नहीं मारेगा ऐसा
He's almost just a turret at this point as well. Sure, he can get a kill, but he's just
Rossi is in for now. अभी जा रहा है ना वो.
At least they have info to trade out. It's the side itself. So many players alive, some utility still to play with.
अभी plane में सीधा जाके
already BBL are forcing that early utility out.
स्प्रे मारो सब गए मारो स्प्रे सब गए
Somewhere that they excel.
Wow.
And so Heretics with an in-zone flawless are 2-0 in the lead. And also, Tom, by the way, an in-zone flawless where they came in with 4 rifles. Yeah. That's a huge economic boost.
But that's the big thing is we go back to their second round in the last map where, okay, they went for a Marshall, some SMG. That's not happening this time. They're on the attack. They're going to come into this next round with 4 rifles. There's a very real chance that they manage to...
Vishal bhai, वापस 17-0 हो गया.
So we now have to
Any
focus
comment?
more on BBL. And in classic form, we're seeing this Raze combination
नहीं लड़ सकता ना ये बोलो.
alongside the C's. Just to
नहीं
basically
लड़ सकते
stop
रे वो लोग.
anybody going in that direction early.
नहीं लड़
Instead, though, look at the pace
एक
of
बनाएगा
Heretics. They're
लगता
going
है.
into C already.
Yeah, there's no time to wait for this roster. Quite an aggressive stance. Perhaps we'll find value back.
Trip heavy info
Up close, hiding inside the smoke. Yumpy, the real danger man, he just swung wide. That prompts Vac to do the same, claiming backside control and spotting another on the site, dealing damage to Rien's, also known to be there. They're starting to put this squad in a box, and you can guess that someone's around Mound. A smoke should be online for Prophet. Paranoia used. It doesn't catch them though. Still on the site, ready to fight as Rien's connecting the first bench. He steps in to help, and now suddenly. The script is being flipped. That's a dangerous push from Profek, just straight through the smoke. Nothing to be found by it. And Social, well, bar the one, but with time ticking and 2 players still alive, this should be an impossible clutch for Sociable. The Nano doesn't make it that much more difficult, but the player peeking on top of Mount certainly does. Well handled by Team Heretics. It felt like they really had it all put together.
Yeah, I think this is always the terrifying prospect with this team. The second they get into post plants, it's like they just flick a switch and it's like perfect synergy.
It was just perfect.
Like every single time there was a fight, there was a secondary player ready to swing on the bit. So worst it was a trade, and it helped them get into the lead in terms of those picks.
ये भी लॉन्ग का प्लांट है हाँ बहुत कॉमन है प्लांट वो
already
अभी.
early on this attack side, 3-0 up.
कॉमन और सबसे अच्छा प्लांट है. नॉर्मल डिफॉल्ट लॉन्ग का प्लांट करेगा स्पैम खाते हैं ना रे.
The opposing side. And I think the tougher thing on this map that you have to take into consideration is last map you're up against a Yoru chamber combo.
Yeah.
It's obscure. It's stuff you have to adapt to, learn from, and that's exactly what Heretics did. This composition is not that. It's not anything too crazy out of the box. A lot of it's going to be Yumpy set up into other players. You've also got tape to watch back of this. I think catching Heretics off guard is going to be way more difficult. And this team, as said, has a lot of reps on this map. Sure, comps changed a bit, but in essence, still a lot of similar roles and comfort.
Comps changed, possibly improved for what they're looking to do as well. And I think, you know, this is very much it. Coming into this after Pearl. Not just the first map, but it being Pearl, it being BBL on Pearl. Now we move to Heretics. It feels like there's 2 scenarios. One is that Heretics come in here and show that, yes, the last map was close, but it was because BBL are very good on Pearl, not because they're as good a team as Heretics. In that world, I see Heretics dominating this map. The other is that BBL actually have quite a fight. They really legitimize their name beyond what they've done so far. There's no questions if was Fnatic on an off day and so on. They'd have to do it here. And already it's off to a poor start.
Something to note as well is last time out,
ये लोग को यहाँ पे रुकना चाहिए ना, स्पाइक से मारना चाहिए.
The solo Cypher on this side of the map, he did well to get a kill.
वरना बेंजी का जल्दी आ सकता है.
They are destroying him so far, and they are intentionally putting the pressure on him.
100%. This is a different team. This isn't GX. So I think you could guess from the logo, might be the same region, but that's about it. Nice damage. It's just pistols are up against, and you can see how quickly they cut through like a hot knife through butter. Rians picks up kills. Plenty of ultimates online for Heretics. Economy sky high. For BBL, time is running out. It may only be a 4-0 start, but we know what's behind door number 2. We need to see BBL break down that first.
I think one of the most exciting things compositionally with the change is Rian's going back over to an initiator.
Last map liya to tha.
I think he's fine a Viper, but the second you put him on like a Fade, a Sova, anything of the sort, I just feel like his damage capabilities go up 1,000,000%. Pacing though may look to change again. Showstopper used immediately. Good luck, Yumpy. Good night.
Clean opener. With these ultimates, high impact. Big opener plant secured on the back of it, and they even got a bit of control towards the broken door. And at this point, it's again a couple seconds in, and BBL have to try to find a solution. Cosmic Divide comes in to make it a little bit more difficult. I love Sociable's attempt at spamming inside that smoke. It's sneaking through the Cosmic Divide. It nearly got him a kill. Miniboo is left on 6 HP, yet still he is alive, drawing breath on that side. Finally he falls, but the trades come in quickly. And 5-0, before you know it, the lead's extended even further for Team Heretics. The worst part about that, Tom, I don't think that round looked particularly close.
No.
There's a round where there's a world where if you just blur the sidebars, I might even think it's an ego from damage that they're able to deliver. Heretics make it look easy, and with a 5-0 lead and a map under their belt, that's the last thing you want to see as a BBL fan.
I think they know as well that that round is almost like a bit of a backbreaker.
Let's go! Let's
a solid buy. Rifle's going to be in their best spot here. Let's throw in 3 ults. That was it. They used 1 to get the opener, 2 in post plan.
और मैंने बोला रहता था ना ये घर पे
Also, the first player they killed is Yumpy.
बस हो गया भाई Esports. पढ़ाई कर ले.
He is the center point of this team. Whether or not he is the person finding all the kills or whatever, especially on this map, his stuns and his flashes put players into position. You kill him immediately, it becomes a lot more difficult.
That's exactly it. He'll be in a position of leading from the crow's nest. For Heretics, 6th round is what they're seeking. A much more slow and steady approach to it. A default to start. A minute on the clock, minute 10, they start moving back together. The unit is now grouped. The Odin, a beautiful touch. Really, chef's kiss on that. It's going to try to deny some of the control that BBL have. Can't deny that side angle. Profek does beautifully to find that. I've been looking for a little bit more, but Profek, I mean, they know he's here. They know he's here. This swing won't catch anyone off guard. And Boo is
heavy party.
Rian's in the same boat.
Heavy
That's a showstopper thrown through, Tom.
Lekin 2v2
It depends on this fight goes. If these weapons can be retrievable, and if Yumpy and Back can group up, but it's kept it in a 2v2.
They've done well from this point onwards. Can they convert it? As you said, a showstopper here. Oh, I think we're going to attack that. No, it is just slightly. That means the damage wasn't anywhere near as much as maybe
1, 2, 3. Oh, sound hai. 1, 2, 3.
Both players looking to play on the edge of this smoke,
oh!
and it's those weapons that get them through. The
1, 2, 3, 4 करना चाहिए था. Actual में 4 करना
After a
चाहिए.
very slow start to this map, BBL are finally on the board.
I saw that showstopper activated, and I was very worried that we were not going to see the pay save card thrifty. That instead, this was going to be an ultimate, a valuable safety net for this team, thrown away. Even the kill onto Rian's, it doesn't guarantee there'll be any impact, and this round could still fade from the history books. Instead, it has given a heartbeat at least to BBL, a small sign on the sensors that they are still here to play. And bouncing back and around like that, they've got 4 ultimates, granted none with the same impact of that showstopper. But it's a start. Foundations have been set for BBL. Well, this player here, the showstopper, landed a kill. That was his 2nd kill so far. Now with the op-out, looks to change the way this has been going, turn the tides in his favor. At least for now, they've denied C-main control. But, well, it looks like this hit is going to come in elsewhere.
Let's see if this is the start of something for BBL. Last time out, they were 5-1 down versus GX, still won the map. They've shown they can do it. Plenty of delay. With Vax utility now relying on this site, ready for the push.
Patience is definitely there. Whether it gets a reward or not remains to be seen. Yuppie is pushed up in B-main. It's an off angle. It's one that's not being checked right now. He's been spotted.
Omen marega abhi. Omen marega abhi.
Corner as well. That buys time for teammates to come swooping into
Clean by Profik.
He's got another 4K. That's BBL up to 2 and a lifeline delivered.
Building off of this was so important. As said,
Profik
last game versus GX, they started slow on Lotus. Built back in, even lost the second pistol and still managed to win out the map with a streak on the attack side. They can do it. Those ultimates
support कर रहे clear नहीं हो पा रहा.
Nightfall would be good for the retake, and I'm looking at that lockdown on Benji.
सोचने दो थोड़ा.
But I like the adaptation. They've now started
ये round
to that A site.
TH का ये round.
Struggling with the hold on C. Wow, speaking of C,
ये लोग easy A execute करेंगे, किल करेगा post plant. ये ओडिन मारते मारते मरने वाला है. Clear cut.
Because of the positions they've taken on the map.
Clear cut.
Sociable.
TH का round.
I'm liking what I'm seeing. I'm seeing what I like. But nothing's landing, and now he's in a lot of danger. That door is open. Uses the ult to try to force them back, stop them from pushing. Rienz goes down. I think that was a spam through the smoke from back that finds its mark. What was that? Yumpy does the exact same, albeit in a bit more ridiculous of a manner. That forces the lockdown, which has detained at least one, slowing the return of BBL. But the numbers still sit in their favor, and someone has to be the one to seek those kills. Sitting on the site waiting, surely is a death sentence. The nade, it corrals them all to the back site. BBL able to group and get a foothold on the site, but there is a gap, and Wood exploits that perfectly. Backside control, maintained, and the spike ticks further and further away. BBL, the ones with pressure on their shoulders. An attempt to draw but the defuse is tapped, but Benji Fishy wins his duel up top. They're holding control with Blue left to run this clock down just a little bit further, and he just survives as long as he can.
half हो गया था.
He's got it, hasn't he? He's got a little window, 1.5 seconds, just enough. Boo, try as he might, he couldn't buy enough time.
That's one of those rounds that, again, when you have all of the information there for BBL, it definitely helped that early aggression on both sides of the map. I think it's just the factor of Yumpy's panic attempt. This was just an attempt, by the way, to destroy the lockdown. He was trying to break it with an aftershock and spam a few bullets to make sure it got destroyed. While spamming, a bullet comes through the smoke, and he goes, there. And this is also a round where you have to put the highlight onto Profit.
6-3.
Incredible stuff. Once more, this same aggression. Deep control.
Deep control. पट से मेरा stream देखो और U-turn मारो. पट से.
This time,
बराबर अच्छा spam था U-turn.
It does seem like Heretics themselves are starting to put pressure across the map, so those gambles can't come in again.
वो चैट हम भी ये करें क्या? Race OPB.
Not letting Heretics run away with it.
क्या गाली पड़ेगी पता है? मुंबई सर्वर में ये किया था.
Just about coming on top. Profek, big play in the last. He's at a 4-piece as well. Ivan Shirley backs off. Oh, they've crossed. They're right past him. He's sticking around, looking for the duel. I mean, it's not like he's a chamber. He can't just bail out of here. No gate crash to remove him from this situation. If they swing that corner, Ivan's in a lot of trouble. At least you'd imagine so.
Oh, he's heard the door breaking. He's got to choose to stand and fight, or, well, stand and fight. He's lost the battle to Benji.
Let's go. OP stand.
For Yumpy. They're turning this back.
Heavy.
Just as the plant goes
down. Be a... Oh, bhai, wall OP hai.
This is a big problem.
Wall OP hai.
Even Vac has to now wonder, has Boo fallen back to his teammates? Are they just waiting? Sociable up in heaven. This is a wide net being passed by BBL. Inside of that net, a little bit thin though, and it's being sliced apart. Team Heretics, they have quickly dealt with that retake. Boo making it look easy in the door room. 6-3 now.
Heavy wall.
Far from
heavy
home.
wall.
Yeah, it does feel like when there's ultimates available
heavy wall
in the post-match, they're just very, very
बॉल नहीं रहता था, लग
the
गए
way
थे.
they're able to section off specific angles, isolate some of those fights, and definitely looking a little bit more disjointed. I think it was both Yumpy and Prophet coming from the same angle, but just a few seconds apart, and that's enough to just give easy 1v1 fights to the side of Heretics. And that's really not something you want to be doing.
I do this for a living, bro. मैं जो बोलता हूँ वो ही होता है.
Back on controller, and he just looks more comfortable. Like, you're already talking about 10 assists. Sure, some of those are going to be people running through.
किसी को या फिर रेस को और फर्म करना है राउंड. फिर नेक्स्ट ये लोग का बाय राउंड भी जीतेंगे.
Even having Woot as a second
okay, 9-3 कर.
is absolutely fine.
मेरा
even
prediction.
if you don't have Miniboo just popping off the scales, they are comfortably in the lead. And while that response, just look at the damage it's done. You can see it on the scoreboard at the moment. That was 3 in a row for the defensive side, and they may only have a single rifle coming into this round.
Yeah, it's how close so many of these battles have been. It's been left down to individuals pick up pieces, bar that one round where Prophet got a 4-piece, but even then, I think there was like 3 players left alive. So it's 3 rounds left to go, and this happened for Team Heretics. Well, it's certainly been working out. There's been a bump in the road, but one they have quickly fine-tuned to. And the attack side now sets up for a more direct early round. We've seen them play default. We've seen them wait for BBL's aggression. It seems like this time they want to write the script early. And indeed, with the complete abandon of the A site by Benji, you have to think this will be a much more direct round. C is under threat. Yumpy's here. Vac is here. But they may be forced into a retake fairly soon.
They got Nightfall as well. I wouldn't mind seeing it committed, but instead,
I thought it was on the way, yeah.
They're just going to take that control. A little bit of an extra delay so they have the information. Yumpy's done well, though. That spike on the deck, but with players so desperately low from the Nightfall, it almost becomes an easy cleanup. Spike still yet to be retrieved. At least some safer space before they do too much more.
I think that's just an excellent read that in this round, BBL would not be playing on site for fear of the Nightfall, so they take site, confirm they're not there, and then it's a deeper Nightfall, capitalized on with the nade. This is mitigating a lot of the dangers, my goodness. Woot, 6 HP, and Boo, well, he was looking like he was going to be in the same boat. This is risky. They've given a gap, and Levin almost wide open. Now it's 2 players. I said Boo is on his way. Well, he's just 1 HP above Woot now. Hope is that Benji's going to be able to put in some work, because if he doesn't, well, I don't know that the other 2 are going to be all too happy to take those fights. Boo clearly is. 7 on the board for Team Heretics. This was a round that they should have had very little resistance, especially after the initial site take, though. BBL did a wonderful job to still make that call.
That's the thing, they all in on this C-site hold, and even though the Nightfall is there, you're going to be low on HP. It doesn't matter. You can still trade out a lot of those kills. So it's extra damage. Ultimately, you're still 7-3 down, similarly to the last battle, in the other direction.
10 kill, 10 assist. घर जाएगा.
Turn this into a truly monumental lead. As a couple of ultimates now start to get close for that defensive side. I'm looking at the Rolling Thunder. I'm looking at the Showstopper. It could easily be in play this round.
B मत जाना, B मत जाना. TH भाई दरवाजा खोल के सीधा B मत जाओ.
Yeah, with the round, well, the map that's in it. It will be hard for the defenders to push forward and claim those orbs, but a kill.
B पे लड़के दरवाजा खोल के
more doable. Yumpy is here. Stun goes in, but it won't deter them. Space already taken, but there it is, the kill for Yumpy. The Rolling Thunder online. The risk outside of C, though, was massive, and they used the Rolling Thunder. It hasn't come. Boo! Boo took his ult out! What's going on? What is happening? It's caught with the ult. This round is pure madness. A showstopper available thanks to the kill from Levin. And now the C site that they were on their way towards, it's not going to be quite as safe as you might have thought. He's toying with the idea. It's coming. Showstopper used, fired, but he's deleted right after. Sociable 1v1. The Rienz ends up winning. That was one of the most chaotic rounds I've seen in quite a while.
It's one that I think, if you're Rienz, you're probably laughing. If you're anybody else, you might just want to forget what happened. This early fight. think it was just a singular trip that gave all the information that was necessary. Rians does incredibly well. This is nightmare fuel. Gets away with the first, goes, okay, I'm gonna leave now, I'm gonna leave, and then gets caught by a second player swinging the exact same angle. And then the show's done well. Benji is maybe a little bit lucky to even get away with that kill. Even still, for Heretics, they're gonna look up at the scoreboard and they're not gonna care. 8-3 up, finances further in the lead. Both Dogs ultimates did come online, which both of them were used. They still didn't win. And Wu has just
Benji ने बोला नहीं क्या इसको?
Down to 30 through the corner of the wall.
Last round बच गया था वो headshot मारता.
The wall bang weapons can't afford node and get the Guardian. It's you know, some players that say it's all right. Scream thinks it's good. Back, nice shot. He's got another player on the left he doesn't know about. There he is though. Okay, it turns out to be a bit of a bait. Showstopper fired in by Miniboo. He is going to find it tough to find a kill. Levin's behind them.
You should run.
Levin's walking up. They seem aware of it. The timing, though, is key. He's got the shot. Nade fired in as well, just in time. Wu needs to move. He's low, so there's no one that can deny that lockdown being broken. And with the nade taking loot, and Levin onto Miniboo this round from a surefire victory.
You won me on
the
there,
pressure
BBL.
Sits on Boo. He knows where both of these players are, but will not be able to take them down.
will be back soon. Real
It's 3 in a row, and one at the end, it might just be enough.
But I have no idea.
It's still going to have to be a serious resurgence going into that attack in half. It definitely still sees some of the individual brilliance, Mitch, but we'll have to wait and see what they've got.
बोला था ना मैंने 8-4 कभी-कभी मेरा रीड एकदम क्रेजी होता है घर किधर जाएगा ये बताओ इसी बहाने मैं भी घुमाऊंगा एक्सक्यूज हाँ यही मॉनिटर्स रहेगा बे स्पॉन्सर है ना ये मॉनिटर्स रहेगा EMEA का केवल धनिया बाय थैंक यू फॉर द 20 अरे भोसड़ी मैं बुलाऊं एलिफेंट्स को बेइज्जती करवा रहे हो हाँ भव्या भाई हराम जादे एक तो भव्या नाम रख के भाई है उसके ऊपर हेट फैला रहा है किसने देख लिया तो चैट इसको गाली दो चैट -1 लिखो हंसो मत बेंच -1 लिखो हंसो मत यार ये चीज को एनकरेज मत करो भाई कल परसों मैं मिलूंगा कोई टीम को क्या मुंह दिखाऊंगा मैं ऑलरेडी PRX वाले मेरे को जिंक्स बोलते हैं बीच
Blinded up, Profek finally pumps the brakes, but waiting for his teammates. Wood at least finding the first, emerging from that smoke. Seems to be a death sentence, so no one else will try till the flash pops. Smoke fades, but there's another there blocking the way. Over BBL, sure. Boots are on the ground. They've claimed control of the site, but there's too many opponents to risk a plant. They have to brave the push. Great reveal. Huge, in fact. The wall bang from Sociable and back. The shot clean from Yuppie. And a 3v2 as a result. That reveal has just turned the tide.
It seems like this is a map of fades.
Easy for BBL.
They've already killed one on the opposition. A bit of an awkward fight, but
Sociable still gets the job done.
And now it's left on to Miniboo. First comes easy, the rest is going to be up to if anybody gives him a fight, and they do, but both at the same time. Solid double peak from the side of BBL.
The blue round.
That lifeline has been grasped with both hands.
Oh, yeah. Well needed, a much needed delivery from the side of BBL. And it seemed like it was slipping apart. The fact that this team just waits, Heretics take back sight, pump brakes, and hold for that push, but that reveal right
Samir bhai, mat karo yaar.
Making it an easy connection.
Sir, man, thank you for the foreigner mein jaan ke tote.
They all put in the work. They reap the benefit together.
Let's go!
Josh is high.
Excited about that. Nice shot by Rienz.
Well, that was a combo. That was the Marshall hit at the exact same time.
Huh? Damn.
He's already managed to clear out two in response.
And
that's the thing, that this is where I'm most excited with BBL. You give Yumpy, the helm of the attack side, a chance to call for the team, but also with the breach, a much better chance to actually set up some of those superstars that we have been learning about over the last couple of weeks. Slowing the pace down though. They still have a few rifles, still have a fair amount to lose. With Miniboo's Marshall over on that A site, they do have to be a little bit careful. We've already seen him take heads off.
Well,
the group from BBL slow shift to the other side. Not looking to just push into those angles where no doubt there's going to be players sitting and waiting with 40 seconds.
I lapak, are bahut sahi ke lapak. तेरे को शर्म है क्या रे दल्ले? तेरे को शर्म है? आज के दिन जो सबसे ज़्यादा सुपर चैट करेगा दिनार्स में, उसको ओमिका मॉड,
A third up top. This could overwhelm. The
उसको
players
पहले
on the site.
लपेटता हूँ
Sociable does well. Landing
मैं.
another. But it's a
ये ले 10
2v2.
मिनट के
18
लिए.
seconds
तू
left. This
लपक
fight
गैस.
needs to be planted. A smoke though gives
मेरे
them
को हाय
that
ने
safe
बोला
spot
मेरा
to
मॉड.
plant. The nade close. It will deny it. A
तो
second
कैसे गया?
attempt at the plant. This time a little more out in the open, but it lands. Finally connected. Miniboo needs both shots. Both players are low though. Needs to reload first. 2 bullets. That's all he puts in.
एक और मारेगा वाले एकदम अंदर से एक फील आ रहा है.
As the timer ticks away, they start to think about him repositioning, but round the corner he comes anyways. A firing squad. He spotted that. Although they've separated, they've given him a chance. He's just bullet by bullet reloading, looking for any opportunity. But nothing is granted. A swift death is all he gets. 8-6.
A decent amount of damage, I think that's how Heretics can look at that from a position
but
where
good
echo.
They
have a Marshall and a couple of pistols. That's really not bad whatsoever. Miniboo as well already started building up some economy back towards that showstopper.
10 seconds left.
And this is now we've kind of look at what's going to be the investment here. Because it does seem like, at least for BBL, the majority of players are going to be left on a rifle. Sociable was bought into a ghost alongside full shields.
उनका आउटलो बड़ा हो सकता है.
The goal here is to get him on that nightfall and potentially utilize that to get into the seaside. We'll have to wait and see.
Slow and steady wins the race clearly.
Spike's
on its way back.
मत जाना BBL मत जाना. मेरा आवाज आ रहा है.
There's a lot of danger waiting for them. I was going to start circling the map. Our observers are ahead of me. Boo. Already in position up top. You can see him on rubble in the point of contact Miniboo. He sees them. Paranoia is thrown out. Big swing. Round might just be over before it gets started, but they've seen Boo up top. Now the element of surprise. Well, it disappears. Nade goes deep. That will do great damage, actually. Miniboo down to 37, though, after that initial fight. They back off. Heretics give up the control on A and gamble a little bit more towards the B side.
This is where the nightfall comes in, but it's been dodged. Cage will be there to try and deny, re-ents the space, but he's already managed to highlight 2 players. We talked about those horns on the other side. This time, it's re-ents. An incredible performance. Spike on the deck.
Pistol round भी Crucible की वजह से जीते. ये round re-ents की वजह से जीते.
No chance for any sneaky behavior, and in fact there's only 15 seconds left now on the clock for Profik. Holding onto the gun may not even serve with much value unless he can find himself an upgrade.
Just plant and die.
I think it may just be the latter.
Yeah, I think it was either that or...
Shout out to you. Love you, yaar. TH, love you, yaar.
No point just carrying it forward. 9-6.
Let's look at Rien's. 19-9. Like, this is the thing. He avoids, obviously, the ultimate, the Nightfall, but he throws in the Horn and then just pops 2 heads. Like, it's just one of those things where when he's in form, also, personal thing, when he's playing that Initiator, he just looks like maybe even the best player in the world. Like, it's so hard
shout out to the
play
Himanshu
against
bhai.
him,
Shout out to
setting
my Jan
himself
ke
up for this.
tote.
Defense, well, it's the classic. They're going to deny that early A control. A lot of stars put in place alongside it. The benefit of the Astra is you can actually hold players back from pushing. The attack, though, again, have more of a focus on early B presence. Not necessarily taking it, but just making sure that the defenders don't have that information.
जब मार के वो किने कर रहे info deny?
The defenders at this point, they don't have any information of their own.
Full info है लोग के पास.
Confirm they're not just sitting outside there on the attack side, ready to burst through the floodgates of that site. With a being spotted, it's not the best control in the world, but it's at least the jump spot confirms that probably no one has crossed. Tiny window.
ये बहुत info देगा.
Last round, he's just putting deep smokes to sell the idea that there is still someone there.
Exactly. They want them to think there's a control. Heretics want them to maybe walk towards B, but they've already been punished there. What they really want is BBL to
यहाँ पे BBL हारा.
Gamble into the seaside.
अगर A जाते अभी
30 seconds left.
Free control के साथ.
Showstopper ready to go. Benji lands the first, and well, the Showstopper actually gets absolutely nothing. Now they have to walk back into the hands of Rien's. And Boo, who's now in position. There is 13 seconds. I don't know if they go for this. You're running into a site blind through a smoke. It's just not worth it for BBL. And that round ended before it even began. A perfect idea sold by the side of Heretics. And then BBL walks straight into the stack.
It's just pixel perfect Valorant. Really great ideas around map control, utility denial, the Valorant lane on B, confirming that they can commit to this stack. The Showstopper can be ready. Wasn't even needed. The only contribution that had to the round was them in comms going, Showstopper. Other than that, there was nothing to worry about because the round was done and dusted. 10-6, 4 rounds between them. And the defensive side of Heretics is very difficult to figure out. So now you think, let's go back to A.
All dead.
A side should be a little easier to take.
All dead.
It's 4 players pushing up. It's flashes, it's paranoias, it's everything. And nothing for BBL. 5 players went towards A main. 4 players walk away.
That's the thing. They've attempted that trap a couple of times. Again, utilizing that Astra dragging players into awkward fights, stunning them as they try and make their way through. Last round, there was no contact. Okay, we got that space for free. Now, let's do it again. Wait and see if they try and take that control. Losing A control, it just makes it so hard to play because now look at the defense.
Same positions.
Exactly the same.
It's picture perfect. This time there's no Showstopper. As we said last time, it wasn't needed. Woot goes down. Spam is good. Spam is dealing big damage, but Mini Boo, he is corrupt into the other smoke and from the shadows, he is dealing death to his opponents. BBL being swept away for the wave of Heretics win after win. 5 rounds now. And Tommy said there were 2 realities. Either BBL bounce back emotionally, they come in and they show we are a team that can fight you on any map. Or
easy shot नहीं मारते बंदा blind में स्टन में खड़ा है उसको नहीं मार सकते headshot जो लोग बंदे हिलते उलते उड़ रहे हैं उनको ये part से headshot
we're seeing solid individual performances from players like Rien's, but I also think especially this defensive side call
we have our EMEA winners in front
Every
of
single
us
setup or idea that they've had over the last 3 rounds has just been squeaky clean. I'd say even the pistol round strat that they had was spot on in terms of delay. The openers, it was just ruined by a singular horn.
He's got the whiteboard out, mate. That's where we're at. I said earlier, Pal seems a lot more calm than the previous ones. Now he's waving about books, flicking through pages.
Drawing?
Yeah, drawing the whole map out.
Things are going bad. Mona Lisa.
Look, the reality is, though, for BBL, they've been a team that have been underestimated every step of the way. This is not a team that pressure
Killing side for MP वो अच्छा खेला यार.
Support behind them, but you see them lose to
पूरा event अच्छा खेला. अभी तो lower bracket भी है लोग के पास.
Yeah, rework the roster.
Not a problem.
Unlike last year.
Unlike last year.
TH is strong. Wait, TH is strong.
The scoreline's still not damning. They've had a moment to speak to their coaching staff. But again, you know, this is one guy's popping off, or one play is working, or one part of the map they just can't get control of. No, this is Heretics calling a perfect game, being 2 steps ahead every step of the way.
कोच का नोट रखा है भाई ये गेम में सक्सेसफुल प्लेयर से ज्यादा मेहनत कोचेस करते हैं. मजाक से हटकर.
It's the first time we've seen this.
Oh, paranoia in, easy kill. It literally so far has been spot on. They have read them every step of the way. It literally, like, it sounds like Boo is in their comms.
Like, genuinely, we need to look into that. The fact that that's the first time we see a B push up, and again, it's like, okay, they call a pause. What's not been working? They can't get A main control. We push them back. They can't get C site. There's always 3 of us there. They probably think there's 3 people playing that side of the map because our rotations are so good. Where are they going to go? Might be B.
मेरे हिसाब से अगर BBL ने 30 सेकंड डिले डाला तो शायद जीत सकता है.
This time there's a full setup waiting for them.
Honestly outlandish. And from BBL's perspective, it must feel like just banging your head against a brick wall, chasing windmills in the hurricane.
The thing is, so Rians has already fallen back. He has Nightfall. That's why he's solo on the A side this time. They are happy with his ability to slow them down.
Stream क्यों देखेंगे वो लोग?
They're going to try and leave
Opponent
the
थोड़ी
player
देख सकते
behind.
opponent कहाँ से आ रहा है?
Already though, Heretics are set up for the retake. That is their goal. To try and get back into the site later into the round. They need a disruptor. Sociable is that disruptor. If he can catch someone,
Fade ulti will be B.
Timing here is absolutely everything. And again, this guy has the perfect
ये वाला
read.
fade नहीं.
He's too smart. Something needs to be done about this guy. BBL, they try to throw something else out there. It doesn't work.
Zero it.
Sure.
So that is a lot of info.
5v3. Vac needs to make a big play. Boo is again
अरे
watching for the player trying to sneak up on him. He's just ready for every play. Now they've got an angle to deny this spike. They've actually killed one. They don't know that that wasn't the diffuser. It's halved already. Yumpy alone knows there's a player by the door. Catches his head. And now it's Benji Fishy against the rolling. Oh no, Yumpy! He gave it away! He thought there's no time for the rolling thunder. But there was no time for the run-up either. Oh, that's heartbreaking. He could have stepped to the side. He might have had an angle. Instead, he wants to run in.
It's just a split-second hesitation.
It's too far.
I think, yeah, Rolling Thunder would have denied. But yeah, again, in his head, he's like, he's already been on it.
1v1 as well.
So he goes for the peak. And at that point, it's already gone.
Will you join my squad, Binks Bhaiya ki champion squad? We will compete against BBL and show the world who we are. Entry fragger.
Even somewhat an economy breaker. They are coming in with mostly Guardians. A faster move attempted and a much better start. They've at least cleared one. There's nowhere for Benji to go. Still gets a kill.
Delete karo ye
This is
super
one of
chat.
the first times we've seen them with an advantage in one of these rounds.
भाई वो plat 3 में
I suppose.
नोप्रीत भाई plat 3 समझ में आ रहा है plat 3
6 rounds in a row
समझ में आ रहा है
needed to be the first domino to fall. We don't expect to see
भाई मैं अगर हग भी दूँ ना तो भी गोल्ड निकलेगा गोल्ड के बाद होता है डायमंड निकलेगा
Oh, Yumpy. Wow, that previous round lit a fire under him evidently. Looking hot to the touch as 12-6 turns 12-7.
Thank God the 5 मेरी जान के टोटे
to save this weapon.
भाई बहुत राउंड्स है
Well,
बहुत
they'll finally taste
जो राउंड में
defeat in
बुका
a round,
अल्टा है
but
ना वो राउंड खत्म है
defeating the map is a long way away. Would have to be overtime. And even getting there is going to be a challenge.
It seems like Boo's attempt here is to do as much damage as possible. They've got spare credits, so
उस डैमेज से
not
कर
really
लो
the end of the
लैंग्वेज
world for him losing that
मैं
gun.
तो
They will
इमेजिन
be
भी
able
कर
to
सकता हूँ
rebuy.
पिबन भाई रेस खेल रहे हैं
Much
ए मेन पे
faster
नेड करके
pace
मारा
here.
और ओपन में खड़े रह के जय बाबा की ऐसा बोलते बोलते
They are very prepared for these off
समझ
angles,
रहे हो
especially considering that look at the previous ways Heretics have played. They haven't
बाप
been in
रे
that corner.
भाई बोला यहाँ पे अच्छा
Spot, but I think they are starting to clock on the Heretics are constantly attempting to make adaptations. One of those is now in. 4 ultimates, but more importantly, Miniboo with that operator. They haven't really put deep pressure onto C,
and this is the end of BBL. They're gonna go to the lower brackets. सिर्फ X को याद करो लो उसके ऊपर 4v5
Yeah, you face that storm head on and it'll take the wind out of your sails. For Heretics, 4 ultis, BBL, 2 high impact ones, but when to use them is the real problem they have to solve.
Cypher का main role है.
Thunder used on A. Okay, back. I mean, he's just used a cage though. Miniboo knows that he's on the B side. He knows they might be coming back in this direction. He's sticking around, and that showstopper will be quick to be fired.
Blind into ult.
At least if it is quick to be fired, they're in trouble. Here it is. Knowing that there's still players close by. One goes far, one goes close, nothing. Lands for damage. Nade is good. Levin pushed forward and it's into an off. He doesn't know what's just around that corner, but he won't walk into it. The lockdown instead, sending them in the other direction, buying space for Heretics as they now move to the site with a cosmic divide that has to be pushed through. This is an uphill battle indeed. Already halfway on that defuse. Someone needs to step in. They don't even make it past the cosmic divide. 13-7. Heretics, they make it look easy.
Yeah, once again, they are a match away from making it to an international event, and there is a reason that when people made their tier list, when people made their predictions, there was only one team that sat at the top. This is the squad to beat, even when they are pushed and pressured, and that's been the thing that's most impressed me so far. The first game they played, a big defeat, they respond. Second game they played, they're down, but they make a resurgence. The credit I'll give to the other side, though, is the fact that a resurgence needed to be made. A team still playing with a stand-in, still playing with a lot of rookies. They are impressing me, BBL. But to make it to the very top, maybe they're still a little bit of
BBL.
Yeah, no doubt. But this is a squad that came in with low expectations and have delivered already far beyond what anybody, I'm sure even themselves, expected.
ये क्या है? Beyond snack, flower नहीं, fire flavor.
Look even better, lower bracket. Perhaps they'll look even better. There's teams down there against them, but for us, the focus can shift away from Heretics, taking the dub down on that stage. They've battled illness, and look, this squad never has a clean kickoff or a clean start to any stage. They still proceeded on in that upper bracket. I think as most of us expect from a roster as star-studded as Heretics.
Yeah, they've still got the ability to make some changes here and there. I have to say on Lotus especially, I think that Boo just had an incredible read on the scenario. Having that double controller looked really nice. I enjoyed that map thoroughly from their perspective. So I think going forward, having that extra time, having that extra break is only going to give them more and more to really build into this tournament. And of course, as I said, making it to the place where everybody expects them to be over in Masters. And they claim themselves the first champion point, which for any other team might be exciting for Heretics if they're not champions after last year. That would be a mass failure, so maybe the 1 point won't mean quite as much to them.
Well, for Heretics, you know, no stranger to second place, but in this series, it's first place all the way. Maybe this could be where those Kings finally get their trophy, finally get their crown. For now, we're going to toss it over to the stage where I believe Yinsu is standing by with not the big Boo, but the mini Boo.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. That's right, I'm now joined by Miniboo. First of all, massive congratulations on that victory. We saw you win last week as well. I wanted to ask, like new year, Miniboo, because after, you know, the very first time, I know you guys were feeling well, the way that you came back, the way that you guys come back today,
I mean, I think it's just all us Heretics, like nothing changed. No, the roster didn't change. We didn't change. The only thing changed that we are gonna win finals this time.
You heard it. You heard it. How much does that weigh on you guys? Because obviously I think a lot of people in the community even meme it a little bit now, like, oh, of course they're going to come second. Does that play into the pressure or in the back of your head at all?
No.
I think it's motivation for us. You know, like we just focus on ourselves and we know that inside the team we are capable of winning finals. It's just like some micro details that we need to change, you know, maybe like prepare better and play until the end. But no, like I think we don't care.
Speaking of preparation, your coach told me last week that you didn't have a lot of time to prepare, especially on Abyss. He said it was the first time you even played Abyss. It was on stage. Why did you leave that open today? Have you just been spending this whole week grinding Abyss?
I mean, I don't know. Like I'm just a duelist player, you know. I don't. I just shoot heads, you know. Like
you don't worry about
the strategical part is not on me, you know. Like I don't know. Like
would you have been happy to go to Abyss today?
Bro, I would be happy to play any map, you know. Like for me, just like duelist, people flash, stun for me, I dash, I just kill, you know. I don't need to do anything.
Easy, easy. I'm glad you mentioned the duelist part because I'm only gonna ask you questions about being a duelist now, so you can answer these.
Okay.
Where's the neon?
Neon is 2024.
No neon this year?
Maybe.
Oh, I mean, Click played Neon. We were kind of surprised that he did before you. So I think people are going to be a bit sad if you don't bring out the Neon.
It's just the beginning. It's just the first two matches. The season is really long, so I think we're gonna see.
Oh, ban! Oh my!
Year going by.
Okay. Let's hope. Let's hope. And also, Yoru is currently the second most picked duelist out of all of the duelist agents, and you don't normally play the Yoru, it feels like, unless it's unbind. Is that something that you would like to try just because how strong Yoru is right now? Or again, is it something that you guys don't have any plans for?
I mean, for me, I'm capable of playing any duelist, in my opinion. I can play Reyna, I can play, I don't know, Yoru, Neon, Jet, Raze, like, I don't care as soon as, like, it suits our team, you know? And yeah, I mean, I think in the past I was doing pretty good with Yoru if I played.
I remember. Breeze, Bind. Yeah, we remember. Very quick last question. I just saw you see some of the players walk on stage predictions. Give me your prediction. Who's winning?
Oh, Vitality or Footballist. I don't know, like maybe
they're looking at you.
I don't know, maybe if Vitality shoot good today, maybe they can win, but Footballist is looking on fire. Kinda, and you know, like if they have good momentum, maybe they are capable of winning this. I don't know. It's gonna be an interesting matchup, and I'm really excited to play against any of those teams.
All right. Thank you very much for joining me, Mini Video. See you next week. We don't have to wait too long to find out because after this break, FUT will be taking on Team Vitality. Don't go anywhere.
You know, I'm not gonna call you NPC this map because there's gonna be no NPC moment.
If you cannot go, can you just throw one molly?
You want to shout out, Mila?
If I can. Molly.
Binks, NPC टेबल को shout out मिला?
One man, one desire.
यार नेक्स्ट मैच होने से पहले 4K लाइक्स कर दो। सिर्फ 150 लोग बचे हुए हैं। तब तक मैं भी फोन चार्ज करके आया क्योंकि मेरा फोन इज मेरी जानी दुश्मन। कितना कोई चिप्स एक साथ खाता है क्या? कितना ही है? हेल्दी चिप्स है ये। ऐसा कोई खाता है चिप्स मेरे से? सब लोग एक एक जैसा खाते हैं ना एकदम।
Red Bull gives you wings.
मैं कहता हूँ ये भी गरम का क्या है?
Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same. Put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it. Look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease. To you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the top, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like GEELI, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm nashed up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
It's a great day to be a Team Heretics fan, and it's about to get even better because we have VUT here joining us to break down everything we just saw on that match, and Billy as well. First of all, massive congratulations. You guys had a great win this week. I kind of asked Miniboo this already a little bit in that post-match interview because Neil told us that you just had no time to prep for the first game last week. Have you had more time to prep, and has all of that prep time been put into Abyss?
Actually, we worked so hard this week. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it was insane. We worked like 9-10 hours in every day in this week. I think, yeah, we prepared everything. We were ready to win every map. So yeah, it's happened.
We saw that. We definitely saw that on stage. And also your coach had a little bit to say about you and Boo and why you decided to swap around a little bit with the controller and initiate it. We have that quote right now we're going to bring up in a second. But to paraphrase what Neil said here, actually to read it out verbatim, it comes down to maps. Any maps that requires lineups, VUT is not a big fan and he loves smoke. So you can defend yourself. We're going to give you the stage to
मेरे को एक आइडिया आया है एक आइडिया आया है
any lineup on any agent? Oh my goodness. So that's
एक क्रेजी आइडिया आया है.
Okay, so that rules out a lot.
भाई कौन कास्ट दोस्त वाले यहाँ पे है? हाथ ऊपर करो यू करके, हाथ ऊपर करो यू, समझ रहे हो भाई? आइडिया आया है मी, तो ऐलान कर दो ये बात पलक जी कि बहुत स्पेशल चीज है. सबसे पहले कास्ट दोस्त को देखने मिलेगी इन द कमिंग मंथ विच इज फेब्रुअरी, ठीक है, जिसका एक लीक मैं जो है वो दूंगा. मैं और मेरे साथ, ठीक है, मैं और मेरे साथ कोई होगा जो नया वन पीस का सेट का कार्ड ओपनिंग करेगा, समझ रहे हो? और हमारे साथ डिस्कॉर्ड में होंगे कास्ट दोस्त वाले लोग, ठीक है. कैच ये है कि हम दोनों में से जो भी हारेगा, जीतने वाला उसको नहीं देगा, उसकी टीम के कास्ट दोस्त लोग जो सपोर्ट करते हैं उनको डायर करनी पड़ेगी फॉर सपोर्टिंग हिम एंड नॉट मी. समझ रहे हो? ऐसा ये पहला आइडिया. और कार्ड्स हेवी वाले कार्ड्स है, कम से कम 40-50 के कार्ड्स है. सो इट्स गोना बी अ हेवी स्ट्रीम. ये गया, अरे सॉरी, मतलब उनको भी करो सपोर्ट, ऐसा मत करो. बड़ा अजीब कॉन्सेप्ट है यार, ऐसा मत करो यार, पैसा देके डायर भी करो, यही तो बात है ट्विस्ट। और उसके अच्छे अच्छे मोमेंट शॉर्ट्स पे आ जाएंगे, शॉर्ट्स पे या फिर एक हाईलाइट बन के ऐसा कुछ, ताकि बाकी लोग जो मिस कर रहे। मैं सबका सोचता हूँ यार, सबका सबका सोचने का सबका विकास, समझ रहे हो। बाद में ये नहीं खाने वाला था बहुत विकास। क्या 17-0 फिर से फिर से 17-0। दो 2000 कमाने का सही तरीका भाई, क्या करूं भाई, कभी है स्टिकर्स कभी नहीं है स्टिकर्स, समझ रहे हो। वैसे भी मेंबरशिप क्या कर सकता है, ये तन्मय और समय भाई ने तो दिखाई दिया है, समझ रहे हो। मैं भी करता हूँ लेकिन वो लेवल का नहीं करता, लेकिन करना है वो लेवल का। समय भाई का तो पूरा शो से चलता है भाई, मतलब तुम लोग समझो मेंबरशिप का वैल्यू, नॉट स्मॉल। जो सपोर्ट करते हैं ना, वो वाला फंड है भाई। 1 रुपया अगर 1 लाख दे रहे, सबने 1-1 रुपया दिया, वो वाला फंड है।
Okay, and when it comes to why you think maybe they're going to win this match, this is the problem.
सोचो भाई, अगर जिस दिन मेरे पास 1 लाख कास्ट दोस्त मेंबर्स होंगे, उस दिन मैं एक T69 की ऑर्ग बना सकता हूँ। ऑर्ग नहीं, एसिटुअली मेरा मेन ऑर्ग है, कांड मारने गया दूसरा और टीम बना सकता हूँ, और उनको मैं सैलरी पे कर सकता हूँ, और एक बूट कैंप रशिया में, समझ रहे हो। पिंक कितना भी आए कोई अपसेट नहीं रहेगा। W प्लान है।
Happens, but I think this season they might play final against us. Who knows? I think, especially for this game, they're gonna win 2-0. I think.
Oh wow, you're very
early prediction.
I love that. I think one of their biggest win conditions, and obviously one of the longest standing players in all of our league, is Cracks. He's been here since day one. He is not going anywhere, and he's still playing the KO. And I love the way that he's playing the KO, because as we take a look at this graphic behind me, towards the end of last year, as some of the map pool were changing and Gecko coming out being so dominant, he kind of got put onto that Gecko duty, got taken out of the KO. Of course, you guys know exactly what Icebox means. I've seen it on VLR, all about Icebox. But Billy, are we happy that he's kind of been brought back into this team as this KO mainstay again?
Yes, absolutely. I love Cracks on the KO. I think you're right. We've seen him kind of
कौन
move
है
on to
फिलहाल
that
भाई
Gecko
ट्विटर में
for
मेरे
a lot
आग
of the
में
last portion of last year, but that was because he
इधर
was
गया
playing
Bund
that
69
on
RB
on the Icebox. Those two maps are gone
हाँ?
now. We're seeing him back onto this KO.
मेरा
and I
PR
think
team
that
किधर है?
the Gecko they leaned into so much because Sunset as well was in the map pool, right? We've seen so many compositions with the Gecko in
Visual
there.
PR
We're
team
leaning
है
into that meta pretty heavily. So yeah, no, I think it's a nice and welcome change that we get to see him back on the KO.
I bet he knows lineups. I bet he loves lineups as well.
I don't care.
I'm kidding. But the times you've played against Cracks, what do you make of him? Because we talk about Turkish players, you know, like CNED, Alfia that's been here. I don't think he gets talked about enough. He's also been here, you know, since day one.
It's just fade of being initiator, not gonna lie. I'm saying like when I was duelist, people were talking about me. When I was like initiator, people were not talking because this that's the way how game works. Like you cannot be star that much when you are playing flex initiator or smoke. It's so hard. Like you have to drop like 30 every map.
Yeah, I agree with you. But when it comes to the initiators, what is it that you feel like people should talk about? What is it about initiating?
Rians.
Oh no, I mean I don't mean yes, Rians, but I mean like the agent and playing these agents. What is it that you feel like people should be looking out for?
मुझे भूल गए PR में अभी 6 by आप भी हो.
It's so hard. Not gonna lie, 90% of this game is below like platinum. So of course it's gonna be hard to understand that they're gonna just see the kills in the game. You know, like they're gonna see like if I kill, I don't know, like so hard, like so good like flick shots, like or sprays, they're gonna talk about it. But if I don't, like they will not. But when I do, like for example, when I do some good flash, insane flash for my teammates, and they can get like 4K with my just one flash. And they're not gonna talk about flash. They will talk about the 4K.
मैं बात करता हूँ भाई.
4K.
Okay,
so,
guys,
मैं बात करता हूँ
look out for cracks
I am with you.
today,
I am with you.
And also VUTs in the next game.
I think as well though that's a really good point because whenever we watch FUT, very rarely do they have their utility out. They're usually taking gunfights, and it's because they're so mechanically gifted that yeah, exactly. They can just run it. If they're going in for a retake as well, we've seen it the other day or last week, sorry, where they weren't getting ready to take with utility. They were never caught with a bit of utility in their hands. They had their guns out. They were going in all guns blazing.
I'm going to counter that with Mr. Farland's Tejo. Because he was giving us some beautiful Tejo play. At this point, Billy, I would say he's definitely top 2, maybe even number 1 when it comes to the best Tejo players we've seen so far.
But honestly, his Tejo has been absolutely incredible. And I picked out a couple of rounds for us to look at in particular. I mean, this round 3, FUT were able to take control of the extremities just from using this utility dump on A main, right? You've got the Astra Smoke, you've got Fade Seeds, you've got a Euro Flash and a Tejo utility going in there. And it allows him to fight for the orb, which was really interesting, and you can see how far away he was when he's setting that up. But this round 12 in particular, it shows their defensive protocols, right? And those kind of IGL instincts that Mr. Fall has, the way that he stuns into the smoke, he's able to take the fight. Yeah, no, dropping that Armageddon as well before Team Liquid even come out and try and take the site. I just think, yeah, him being on this agent as an IGL has been really impressive to me so far.
I mean, Gaius has done some kooky stuff in the past. Some of the comms, we're kind of left feeling like, why are they doing this? But everything they've done so far here in that has been great. But is it good enough to go up against Team Vitality? As you know, again, a team as an org haven't won anything in EMEA, but this is the team that they kind of assembled with a purpose, right? VUT. When you see the players that join here, you know, Les and Durka, does it give you the feeling that it is a real super team?
I mean, superstars teams are never work, like never ever. So I mean, I said in some of interviews, I think they're gonna be the I mean, there is no middle for them, like they're gonna be the last or first. There is no middle choices, so it's so hard, like it's so hard
5.6k votes,
but I think they're really experienced players, so they might achieve that, but even second place is not enough for them.
I agree. I completely agree. And here's the thing, though. Safe is IGLing. We do wonder if he can maybe lead the team into that first place. And of course, there are things that are just predictable in life. And as IGLs go, you don't normally, you know, think, oh yeah, this IGL's going to play ISO. But Billy, with this guy, that's fine. He can do that.
Yeah, I think as well, though, when I seen it, I was like, okay, they've just yoinked Fanatics comp. Like, okay, whatever, we're going to get to see the ISO on Haven. But I think for me as well, for someone that used to play sort of site anchor agents such as the Viper, such as the Killjoy, you know, like seeing him on this is really unusual for me. But really? Honestly, it is just because I'm so used to seeing him on site anchors, right? But honestly, like, I don't hate it either. I don't hate it.
I feel like it's not weird for me at all because he's been that player that's like, I'll play the duelist. Like, I could do that. Like, you want me to? I can. His Jet back in the days, legendary, and sometimes he just wants to do it. The Tejo, I think, was also really good. We haven't had too much time to talk about it, but we will, I suspect. But for now, it's time to bring the teams onto stage and find out which one of them will be going up against Team Heretics in the next round. So without further ado, here is Team Vitality and FUT.
नहीं बस 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 स्वीट है बस बस जान पूछ कर खिला रही है मेरे को बेशरम चीयर्स गाजर का हलवा फुट का कोच मस्त बंदा है शुगर फिट बोला था भाई, चीट डे नाम का चीज होता है कि नहीं?
There is only enough room for one super team on the stage, but today we're going to have a showdown between Team Vitality and FUT. Coming into this map, Vito, oh, okay, FUT, they just don't want to go into the ISO Yoru stuff, I guess. What do you think of this?
Yeah, completely taking it away from them. And Bind as well, another interesting pick from FUT. I'm really curious to see what they've actually cooked up on that map. And yeah, Split as well coming into play. FUT deciding to ban out Fracture. They do not want to go there. And this is the decider.
Any surprises for you, Vut, here, looking at this?
No, because I don't know what's the other map pool of teams.
Okay. It's okay. I could give you a bit of a rundown here. I mean, FUT, they did not ban Haven last week, and they banned the Bind, I think it was. So it feels like they're actually in a pretty good spot where they're just banning what their opponents are good at. They're like, we don't want to play against this comp from you. We're very flexible. It doesn't feel like they have a permaban. Vitality did ban Pearl before. I don't think we were going to see Pearl at all today. But Billy, as you said, the Bind, it is interesting. They must have seen something that makes them feel like it's safe.
I think so. I think the fact that we've already seen Vitality play Bind and FUT are just like, okay, well, we're going to pick into that. They've seen something that they think that they can obviously counter or abuse. They have that material now that they can go back and anti. So yeah, I think that's an interesting one.
भाई एक क्वेश्चन है बे, एक क्वेश्चन है चैट, फुट इतना अच्छे से प्लेयर्स है फुट में, और एक जो उनका मेन प्लेयर है ना अटा कैप्टन, तर नंतर कौन? That is the question. That is the question and we need answers. अटा कैप्टन नंतर कौन? ये सब तुम लोग को समझना पड़ेगा भाई, वरना तुम लोग वैलोरेंट प्रो कभी नहीं बन सकते, समझ रहे हो?
It's gonna work.
Yeah, and the old comp also had a Viper in it too on that Bind. So let's take a look at the agent select and see what we are going to get. It's back, the Fallen Taeho back. They keep the Viper and Billy, yes, Cracks will pick the KO.
Yeah, Cracks is picking that KO up. And what I think is interesting here is both teams have decided to go for that double controller composition, which, of course, as you said, we've seen so many teams starting to pick up that Vice, starting to pick up that Deadlock, but no Sentinels across either sides this time.
Yeah, we do also have to quickly talk about Zeus versus Durka. Vut, I know you think FUT are going to come out of this, but not many people can diff Durka.
I mean, yeah, but I think
कौन बोला FUT जीतेगा?
People who is gonna diff Durka.
Yeah, you think Zeus can do it? Yeah. I mean, Yutajay said that Zeus is the best Turkish player right now. Do you agree?
Yeah, after Rians he is.
After Rians. But what about you, Billy? You feel like this Zeus versus Durka head-to-head is going to be interesting?
I'm very interested to see it. The thing that I worry about is you have Rookie going up against someone that's a world-class duelist, right? But I think as well you have to consider Durka is the type of duelist that can make plays for himself. Is Zeus going to be able to do that, or is he going to rely on his team to be able to set him up?
We will find out in just a moment. For now, though, would you like to toss this over to...
और fun fact, Zeus भाई जो रेस कर रहे हैं ना, वो चैंपियन वैंडल यूज करने वाले हैं, ठीक है? इंस्पेक्ट करने से थंडर आता है उसमें से.
Much, and yeah, what a great start.
Excuse me?
Did you know that Icebox was released on October 13th, 2020 as a part of Valorant's Episode 1, Act 3? I'm really trying to get up to speed, but I think I might have gotten it wrong.
Yeah, fantastic, brilliant. Someone called Nadeshot, we've got some answers for you. We're here to help you out. But we have a great game in front of us, all that aside. FUT against Vitality, it is kind of the test of the top, isn't it, right? Yes. This is the top end of the scene. We've seen so little between these two, though, really, so far. A very small sample size. But where's your mind going to now looking at this?
Two players, Mr. Fallen, both IGL and both on the Deco. Of course, we do have one, and FUT has some tape onto Vitality, and things are going up to speed right from the beginning.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, J, not a chance in hell. And there was a lot of talk about this map when you had KC and Vitality facing off, and of course FUT leading into this. So much to be said, but let's kind of touch base on that once we see the conclusion. Fabulous stall coming out from the Taeho utility, just allowing so much pressure to build now.
Yeah, exactly. The spike still has not gone down. Vitality, even though put in all that pressure, still they're trying to find some kills, or probably just waiting for some utility to come back.
Waiting for that second cycle to come through. But now that pause, or about a minute.
Save still has the drone. Maybe he wants to save it for the postpoint.
He certainly could. Smoke goes back in.
I go suppress a bit.
Looks like that's going to facilitate at least an attempt here. On Gonna go there. Does he get away with it? Anything to deny? The paint shot goes a little too deep. It does actually catch Trex in the end. The plant is down nonetheless. So man advantage to FUT, but still, Durka safe. Big info. Utility here, Bayer, that can stall so much time.
And so important that Mr. Fallen. Oh, sorry, I didn't know that the screen was on. Mr. Fallen has to use themselves to get out of the position, but they're so low on HP.
Yeah, Ada Captain's down low. You got Zeus down low. This is going to get a little bit difficult here. Then the stall, as I said, that Viper from left, buying precious time. Safe now, tries to get involved, but lovely work from FUT. Durka on the swing, gets caught. And FUT in control here, working it back. Even though they're down so low, keeping composed and pulling that retake off so well.
And of course, many people are excited to see this head-to-head of these two teams because of what they represent in the region, especially with the performance that we saw from FUT last week playing against Team Liquid. Yes, some rounds were a bit messy. There was a lot of clutches and a lot of individual moments, but it's actually moments like this ones, these retakes, this having the patience and knowing exactly how to work with each other that manages to get this retake for them.
And how do you feel about this matchup? Because there was a lot of discussions about this, right? Of, you know, which team does it suit better? Even on the desk, they're kind of saying that Vitality is either first or last. To look out for now. This super team.
I mean, I think I'm a little bit on the Vitality hype. I think that there's a lot of reasons. Probably some of them have not been highlighted properly. If we look at the agents right now, Trex going on the Brimstone. Last week, it was the first time that he played the Brimstone on an event. Right? Yeah. So it's also those pieces that are making this team work. Yes, Save and Dirk are great. You know, we can all agree on that. But what's gonna happen with the rest? On the other side, though, I love the fact that the desk was speaking about Krax. Loving him on the KO, extremely special throughout the year last year, and he also was the only player in the world that played KO on Fracture.
Gotta be pretty good at it.
Yeah, and he's this good,
right? Again, this should be a farming round. You are seeing at least an outlaw there for less. I think that's been filtered back through, but still, outside of that, it's ghosts and classic. So at best you're hoping for is maybe a little bit of a costly round, if you could, if you're Vitality, and the rest would be potentially a plant. You're looking at silver linings. That was the big chance there. Less now removed. Most of that threat is getting more and more nullified. It feels just that poison chalice falling onto the next player.
But you see, they're just taking their time. They're not taking risky duels.
Zeus got caught in no man's land there. Seems a little bit lackadaisical. Could tighten up on those things because, again, Krax is down low. You don't want to cause too many issues. A lot of firepower is on this Vitality roster, and the plant...
Mr. Fallen still has the 5 salvos.
And the plant's in. They've gone away with quite a lot here. Kraxis, be careful. This is good. Clean up crew for FUT. Kicks just needs to try and do as much damage as possible. And they're doing very well. I don't think you can deny the defuse, but still cost them 2 players. A respectable outcome so far. And the outlaw can be filtered through if they want it. I think they can recover both Bulldogs. They do.
Yeah, exactly. And just looking ahead and thinking about these two teams, as you were asking me. Vitality, yes, they had a tough matchup against KC, but they played very specific compositions that we do not see in the rest of the region. And especially for a map like Bind, we know that they kind of had the upper hand. But being FUT, going from banning Bind last week into peaking it this one, probably
Prem Chopa dekar love you yaar.
This is where it has to start. Now that Vitality has
love you. काश आपके 10 बच्चे हो
interview as well, discussing how hard it is to play against someone like KC early season, coming with so many ideas and unique plays.
Hey प्रेम भाई को hearts दो, love you प्रेम, thank you for the 1000 में जान के टोट
and they aren't going to be overly invested here. You're looking at Yeda J down on the Ghost, Mr. Fallen as well, just on towards the Ghost himself. So you look at them trying to approach this with something unique. I quite like that. They're trying something a little bit unique. They're kind of pushing out toward that B short position. Didn't get what they wanted there, but still. Caught on the knife, but how much information?
Drone is down.
Yeah, exactly. The knife sometimes will give you like not very reliable information, probably one of the reasons why we don't see it on Fracture. And here on Bind, it doesn't really give you the full picture, but it does style a lot.
कपड़े पहन के मिले बिना कपड़े के ऐसे
but it's this safe
thank for the 2
in the 1v1 here. Yeda J
मेरे बारे में बोला नहीं मेरा नंबर दे देता यार
that Ghost. They've actually lost out on Krax as well. This should be the green light. Yeda J's been swept through and the site now looks vulnerable. Mr. Fallen is here, but that's a stall on the plant. It shouldn't really cost them too much for Vitality. Nice utility to keep contained this area. Second attempt at the plant and Mr. Fallen puts his life on the line. I like the attempt. Tried to get scrappy, but it's 5 alive and the clock is on their side this time.
भाई वो लाइनअप वाला स्पीड था क्या वो?
Mouse will jump just in the middle of it. As Ada Captain, last one alive here. And similar to what we were saying last round, can he cost them anything?
This is,
again, you wouldn't want to use one of those vandals there.
Oh.
Okay, well that's one gone. And that's a vandal picked up, so Captain can make this hurt. Let's see how badly. Durka going to keep it secure, pick up that vandal again, and I'm wondering if Safe gets one as well. I think he will.
Very team full of deadly aim, yes sir.
Still going to be on the Bulldog, so interesting enough, but they get the first one under the belt.
Yeah, exactly. Very necessarily, and I think that I love the fact that even though Vitality has made those couple of changes, they look so good when they play in synergy. I think that Haven was a perfect example, and them using the Sky utility to then follow up with the kill is the Vitality that could be that super team.
And I wonder how they want to utilize the Seekers for kicks. You do have cracks on the other side, obviously with KO's ult as well, so both in a similar position. We're going to get you used to the Telestration.
Yeah, I just wanted to move this from here, but I couldn't.
Well, round two.
Ye loud wala let's say, ha.
For now, though, we just wait and see how this kind of plays out. It's a really early invested presence towards that B-long side of the map. They've drawn the third player. The TP gets it. This feels very similar to that previous round, but how do they want to then end it in maybe a different fashion?
Yeah, exactly. And Safe again, just taking the TP by himself.
Launching smoke.
He should be winning these fights out towards Showers on his own, but he does. It's Safe. I mean, the guy's good at what he does. But that's a huge pick. And Zeus now has been caught drifting a little bit back from side. I think that was potentially the bonus at one point. And again, here, going down early, losing out in Showers control could be an issue. You want to keep a track on that young player. He's a hot prospect. Everyone's talking about There's go the Seekers, setting them into motion. Durka, this down cracks, and now that front side is completely open and ready for the take.
Blind
The spike's gonna go down, as you're saying. Using the Seekers in this round is massive. All the smokes are down, and now a 3v5 situation for FUT. Last week, they were amazing on those, but how much on that was on Team Liquid's side?
I think quite a bit. But, you know, we wait and see. Maybe there's some magic here. Maybe there's something to them when they get in these situations. But I don't think Vitality's going to underestimate this team. When you're looking at FUT, you know that capability. You can't give them that much run, but a nice isolated fight there. But a swing from Durka, maybe a little bit worried about that Molly behind, so plays it forward. And with the numbers that they have, it's a fair attempt there. They're going to just lose out one. Yeah, time to pull the plug. Get out of there, but this looks good so far for Vitality. I'm surprised at the amount of reward they're getting from the Showers fight. The Safe's been getting away with that now for, what, 2 rounds?
There's been depth
great.
to this. There's been real depth to this. We see Vitality, yes, they're running the clock down, but they're actually doing something with it. They're working them out. They're trying to force kind of a response for FUT, and they also have a response for when there's no response.
Then you go in.
Okay, so we've got a couple ults now building through Durka. I think maybe just got his ult as well in that last move, so I don't mind him going for that little aggressive play, going for that extra swing on it, so that's right there. You're starting to see some of the other ults. I think we'll look next round or farm purchase. It might be a little rough for some of these players. I want to see how they try and... I don't know. It's going to be a
most definitely a Sheriff.
So do we see them try? They don't work out here.
There was a time.
He's a very genuine guy.
Trying to make the stinger happen. As it stands, I'm looking at if Captain gets an opportunity with that ult, if maybe Cracks does, if any of those call forward. But mainly the standouts is this man right here, Zeus. Has the Vandal, right place, potentially, and maybe right time. Drop on the wall, say hello. Oh, it's not good, it's not good. We wanted the question of how does he deal with Durka? Going from someone like Team Liquid's duelist to someone like Durka is a whole different world, and that is why he's good for a second. Now there's a bit of danger. Cracks tries to fill the void, but he gets dealt with. Good spacing from Vitality to not let that Vandal get too problematic. Let it fall into the enemy's hands. So for now, a plant's in. Yeah, the J&A Captain, well, you can see where they are. Yep, quite far away.
Yeah, but what is Captain going to do? Is he just going to stay with that Stinger? There's not really a weapon that they can retrieve easily. Maybe he gets into TP. Yeah. But right now, Jet2J, even though he was great on those clutches, there's not much that he can do for this round. And at some point, right, I know it's only been 3 rounds, but you wonder, when is that timeout going to come in? Because we know the guy is one of the best coaches in those timeouts. Mark kar do.
Done since Raj by thank you for the $2.79.
And I feel like, especially if you're going to pick Bind after you've got tape on Vitality, you want to see quite an early impact for it. So I feel like it's one of those, you want a nice early reward. This is completely acceptable so far, but I just want to put the caveat to that.
Plant pe different smoke क्यों डालते हैं? Plant करते हैं क्या reason है?
The stronghold here. Their default looks solid, their approach to the map looks solid, and they're about to get some ults coming through here as well. This is starting to build up to a little bit of a worry for me. Buy back here for FUT though. if they don't get this one, we need
diffuse के time पे
listen also we
defender
can
smoke
see a
डालते
lot
हैं
of teams
क्योंकि
playing
smoke
on
diffuse
this map
करना
and it's
थोड़ा
all about
easy
the
है
attack, right?
ping नहीं
It's
कर
not
सकते
the
अभी पहले
edges
update
that
में
I'm
ping
worried
करके
about. We see
फेल
a
देते
lot
थे
of
अभी
crazy
ping नहीं कर
combats, things
सकते
go into
smoke में
overtime, and just because FUT has only 2 rounds,
Why
it's
no
too early
Astrid
to
Bang?
say that they
कौन
don't
देता है
know
Astrid
what
Bang?
to do with this and how to deal with it.
कितना अच्छा
You
Brimstone
see, they're expecting the aggressive coming in from FUT.
So what are they actually doing though? That's the question. Like, so clearing through showers with the drone. Good to see this guy flash and sees Raze. So 2 players present. Cool. That's a little bit of a note.
Nice game में को काय हार्ड दे रहे हो किधर है
We've got there, so they've cleared showers. See if
Bro,
there's any
the
response
sideboard
to this.
Playing very passive because of course they've seen Durka. Durka has the
Teenage
showstopper.
नहीं खेल रहा है ना इस
It's
बार
Durka. I don't think there needs any more context there.
So decent info on both sides of the map so far. You kind of got Safe on one side, Durka on the other. Again, feeling like this default, they're almost swinging that 5th player around like they're on the defending side, kind of that pendulum swing. And look at the counter-clockwise approach. You almost saw that Teo rotating back towards B. That uncertainty is certainly present in their minds. Now, Zeus, that's better.
Shot.
That's what we're waiting for.
Clean.
See this young
Clean.
gun warm up into this. Deals with Durka, that shadows control. Now, what does Vitality do presented with a 4v5?
Yeah, exactly, because Safe looks, I don't know if he's going to take the TP again, but he's been walking onto the same position for a few rounds now. Yes, there are ults available now on the side of FUT, thanks to that kills onto Durka. Zeus got his own showstopper, so a lot of passiveness now coming from the side of FUT.
They can kind of dig into these sites, turtle up a touch, but Vitality is going to have to springboard. We're getting to 20 seconds. You've got to get a bit of a wiggle on here. Going to stall out on towards long. Smoke's going to come down. Kicks is going to find one. It's Mr. Fallen to find it back, but Vitality's trying to get towards the site, but the spike is lost. Needs to get towards the site itself. Mr. Fallen just sitting safe towards CT. Doesn't want to overdo it, but Safe is on patrol here. He's on guard duty, and that's a great shot. It's back down to a 2v2. They have that CT control, and this man's got bravado for a reason, but he respects it. He knows Trex has that next line right beside him. There's such threat to these players that you see time and time again. You cannot underestimate the individual power of Vitality.
It's crazy to think that this is only second week for Save being in the IGL full-time here on Vitality, and he's making the calls that he's making. On all of these rounds, the way that, again, they're working the map, they're dealing with the utility that they know are going to come in from, how they're leaving more or less seconds left in the clock, and always put FUT in a very difficult situation. And again, they're not going to be scared of taking the duels, because it's Safe. Like, most of the times, he's going to win it.
Yeah, he's cocky, he's confident, he's got it all.
Nice, guys.
It's a scary thing when you've got someone who's like IGLing like this, who's kind of playing the Teho role to an extent, and yet he's got that firepower. But I like what we're trying here. Get proactive on the pistol, try and do something. Gets away with 2, but we still want to see that next leg. Because once we got to the gun round, it's feeling like silver linings here, but we're going to start needing to see more than silver linings.
Yeah, totally. I love to see Trex with that operator. I want to see more of him just locking down the sides.
Well, you were talking about them as the unsung heroes, right?
Yes.
We were having a chat before, and obviously when I'm looking at the Vitality roster, I'm looking at your Safe, Durka, Les, big names. But you were discussing the other two as well, to high praise.
Yeah, Kicks also played
already
his first
defensive
Omen
map
last week. Also in an official, and
Which
I
is
love the
better,
way
Omen,
that he was playing
Brain,
onto
दोनों
sides,
अच्छा है.
always staying for the post plan, just bringing
Omen
a
भी
lot
अच्छा है.
of value to
Omen
the team.
extra
Again,
angles
there is
और
a
एक
big
extra
system that
blind
they
देता
have
है.
created, and they're all
Brimstone
important
execute के लिए बहुत अच्छा है. ये मॉली की वजह से rotations नहीं आती फट से. Post plan मॉली lineup भी हो सकता है. उसका ult भी अच्छा है. Depend करता है play style comp पे.
It's like you can
Why
kind of get a
slow not in
little lost
his
sometimes
land
looking
agent?
at Safe with that, you know, shined how he plays or Durka, but then you're like, oh wait, that's a C2. Oh, do you remember?
Duelist smoke करे बे वो.
Yeah.
So Yeda J, time to keep that vandal. I think it's Durka's.
And I think this calls for a timeout, right? Like, I understand
बात
that
तो
guys
यार
probably, like,
दिग्विजय
he's
भाई
hearing
love
that
you
they're
यार.
vision and identifying the issues, and also think about it. If you get the timeout, you also
ये
need
round
to
crucial.
to
ये round
know
आ रहा.
Vitality has
What's
a
the
lot
next
of
one?
ults
What's
coming into play.
there is
Even
no way.
Faded also a minute to discuss with them what they want to do with the round. Could work for them. So just be very careful when he has the timeout. But after 8 rounds and not getting a single
gun round here.
Oh, Zeus is going on the operator. Could this be the solution?
And it's been dropped out by Cracks, who's waiting on a drop back himself. Okay, so they've shuffled the money around. Maybe this is the answer to it. let's see if it's the solution. Maybe guys hearing this is the option they were going for. Feels okay.
दो heavy
maybe
ulti
happy
है.
enough with this, but I love
अगर
this
हुक्का
response.
और
It
बिलंग
feels way
फ्री
more
में मिला और वो
all-in.
लोग नहीं लड़े ना
Kind of
KO
splits
ब्लाइंड के
where there's
साथ.
an op up against you, just gives those opportunities for those picks
It's
to
over.
come in. So going for an all-in
It's
slight hit is far preferable.
It's
but
over. वो लोग को
we
KO
are
ब्लाइंड के
seeing
साथ
some of
लड़ना
these
ही
big ults
पड़ेगा.
here that can force
लग
these
गए.
players
It's
out of
over.
those positions. So call it
Cut
no
it.
man. It's a double. Darker with both forces them forward with the Armageddon, and
क्या
they're waiting in
blind,
the
क्या
wings. Now,
ult.
luckily enough, there is still chance here. You've still got a problem where that spike is. Look at Ada Captain. Look at where the spike is. There is a chance that FUT can still do serious damage. I love you, observers. You're far too good at your jobs. There we go, getting too confident. Zeus gonna at least find one, but
कैसे नहीं
keeps
मारा?
right there. The 1-2 punch, the spacing
तुझे
of
नहीं?
this team is solid, unless his position is out of this world. Now, does Ada Captain have that internal clock ticking? He does, but it doesn't matter.
3-1
Les
save
just
OP.
does that 1-2 step, takes him out, and suddenly the red carpet is
save, OP
rolled
save.
out.
Yeah, exactly, and he's going to be one away from his ultimate. Maybe, you know, give it to Kicks would have been
GG.
another solution, but they've been rolling very,
भाई नहीं बे
very well
हुक्का और
with his
बिलंग दोनों
ultimates
नहीं
and
देते बे. क्या
as many as they
एग्जीक्यूट है बे.
can
कितना
handle.
नेड है. क्या करेंगे वो लोग साइड पे. रीटेक खेलना
It's going to be
पड़ेगा.
good for them.
और वो रीटेक भी
Nice
इजी
try,
नहीं
nice
है.
try, but
Last week he would have won this.
and I love this call, I guess, from Vitality, and I wonder how much it was reading into that. Operator might be coming out, but going for that all-inside hit.
Your top
utilising
5
those ults,
IJ
as
जो
said,
भी
that
6
armor,
के
you know,
ऊपर है वो यार
safe
सारे.
using his to kind of force them either forward or stay and die. Durka
गाली
then
नहीं
ready
अभी
with the
बोलो.
showstopper. It was stunning. Now, I think at this point, FUT do need a timeout. Yeah. They got to. It's time to slow something down.
I was not ready.
You've got to
Enjoy कर रहे हैं लोग. Enjoy कर
The
रहे हैं.
scoreline doesn't look too atrocious yet. 2-6 is still workable. But the problem is, it's the first 2 rounds. They're pistol rounds.
Again,
एक क्वेश्चन है. अगर अल्ट आती है और एज दबाते हो उसके बाद यूज पे करते हो तो अल्ट जाती है किसकी अल्ट?
not the best in bind in this region in KC. You learn much more from the losses than from
मार्केट लाल में थोड़ा डाउन चल रहा है आजकल. लव यू यथार्थ भाई. गुड बोले.
There's a lot of details there, but discussing how
Down
you know
कुछ
they've
नहीं
done some
होता.
great practices,
Break
they're
होता
happy
है.
with it, but you
खाना
learn
खाने
from
जाते
officials, they
हैं.
had a lot of takeaways from that
जैसा
game as
स्टिकर
well.
खाना खाने
And
जाते हैं
kind of discussing
वैसे
how hard it
लाल
was to
वाले
play
भी खाना
against
खाने
KC
जाते
in
हैं.
that. So
समझ रहे हो?
this is going to be a
It's
tough
all
one.
about
I
food.
love guys because he speaks a lot with his hands, just like me. You know, like I sympathize with that.
I sympathize.
कभी
Yeah,
अच्छे
I
आंसर
enjoy
दे
it.
दिया कर.
It is a rough situation because
नहीं
it feels
दूंगा.
like they've walked in to what they
नहीं.
thought. I don't want to say a slam dunk. It's not a slam dunk.
They haven't really like managed to stop them.
Not at all.
IGL
They
में तो
managed to stop
बॉस्टर
them
ही
on the
पसंद
pistol,
है.
but actually Vitality is working
Top
very
one.
well around their util.
And they've had great reads. The calling from Safe has been really
और
solid
मैं कैसे
here.
सब बढ़िया.
I've been very impressed. Now, let's see what the timeout looks like. Is there any tangible changes to our eye here? Vitality can take their time. You can see how passive this setup is, especially on that A side.
वो ड्रोन बन के सब क्लियर करेगा
Yeah, that
ब्रिमस्टोन
flash
अभी.
is going to get no info that nobody has pushed. And Mr. Fallen has been using this drone to clear showers more than once. He's not going to spot absolutely anything.
Starting to question its validity here, but actually that absolute dump of util towards B long could have been a problem. Durka doesn't take as much damage as I thought. He is still obviously chipped up here.
Fallen to saves util.
And now we're going to see the kind of turn of events, right? So that pressure towards B
Go
long,
Bande.
take the TP, go through. They already have showers control. They start to build up here. Now, what's the response? So they're trying to paint a
अब
different
वाइपर
picture.
यहाँ
They
अल्ट मार
still
के लोग
have
भी जा सकते हैं.
Safe towards B long.
Big
Captain
brain
trying to
ult.
re-clear this space, trying to claim this back, but Safe is so clean. At least good for the 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, exactly. And just look at the right side. Kick still has his ultimate, less as well.
2v2
if they manage
A
to
पे
get
2v2
onto
B
side.
पे.
But again, almost 35 seconds left on the clock.
B पे
Vitality
पक्षी तो
needs
करके
to
वापस ही
make a
आएंगे वो
decision.
लोग.
But I like this positioning from Trace. It was a good opportunity to go for a little bit of a pick
नहीं,
there,
B आ रहा
but
है.
they don't have much step towards A. They don't have showers control anymore. They don't really know too much, but it's pulled the play
I've got your
तो कर खबर टेकर दिया विस्मिन जान.
And now with the Seekers coming out, they're going to know exactly what's going on. But Yedajay, great impact, going to find less. Okay, that maybe keeps some control of this. The plant could come in, but Dirk is going to find Mr. Fallen. This is going all over
क्यों
the
जा रहे हो?
place. There's a
इसको
lot
भी belong
coming in
जाना
towards
चाहिए.
Hookah as well. There's going to be the focus towards CT. So let's look towards Durka. Off the back
Sexy
of the
blind
flash.
यार.
Fantastic call in there.
Sexy blind
Beautiful
bro.
work doing Durka
Bro
and
sexy
Kick.
blind यार.
Stunning synergy.
Sexy.
7 out of 7 for
Sexy.
Vitality. And it just looks so well drilled. As I was saying, I think the kicks and tracks are doing an amazing job. We just saw it. We know that they're just going to hit those shots, but the preparation, the being able to rely on your teammate for having such easy duels. I also love the fact of like how Mr. Fallen here is trying to help Yettage get out of that situation. He hears the steps, he knows the execute is coming because the clock's ticking. And even with that, Vitality come out on top. Time and time again.
This is a big punish. It's like, oh, you think...
Nice! Nice,
you got a little read on us? You think that KC game? You can do the same? That's crazy. Anyway, here we are at 7-2. A real punish on the veto. And you can see the money, sadly, for FUT has just been back and forth the whole time. Just back down to Sheriff. So you got one Bulldog on Mr. Fallen, but Zeus is one off from ult. 2 away from out of captain.
See, Vitality's just waiting for it. You know, at some point they're gonna get aggressive again. They did on A short a few rounds ago.
मतलब भी अच्छा है मतलब ऐसा देख के लगता है
and everything seems to be working for them.
I like that Zeus
has actually
followed that though. Zeus has actually followed the utility around this time, which is a new layer to it. That's something very different playing out of showers. Now, he might be rewarded, but the issue is that doing this on these sort of rounds, they've only got Sheriffs anyway, so Vitality have already won the strong side, you know, or the more vital part of the map. But
yeah, अभी भी निकाल सकता है. इसके बाद ult है.
Takes away less, so that post
very much possibilities.
Get chipped away at. Not going to have as much utility.
Safe is everywhere.
You're absolutely. How is safe here?
He's everywhere.
Truly. Look at this guy, just waiting. Zeus has no idea. The second he tries to get too close, Trek's already going to take away Yettage. And look at it, Duck can just toy with him.
But look, like they don't take unnecessary risks.
Because look who's around the corner.
Is yeah, he's there. He's there.
Poor old Kate is going to die down. Yeah, poor old Kate. Look, he's selfless. This is a very impressive display from Vitality in my mind.
I think that FUT is already thinking about their attack. No. I mean, I'm going to assume that they've picked this spine for a reason, and it's probably the attack. Like, that is what I want to see. But right now, the way Vitality
your
is
top 5
working,
goters and their goats se kya language?
in this head-to-head against Mr. Fallen, who is one of the best IGLs in the region. It's
best server and reason I think NA
Sixon would say insane.
Aim wise,
Safe is walking him like a dog right now. It's wild to see. Because FUT are so good. This is the battle of the top, and away we go. Zeus trying to be aggressive again. I like what they're trying to do, but it feels like it finds nothing. We're discussing how passively Vitality was sitting ready for this aggression earlier in the game. Now they're prepared fully for it. Dirk are not going to quite find his man in the end. That's clean from Zeus. Lovely. Back-to-back impact, and the spike now lost. Finally, but have the upper hand here. How long can they get to keep it? Do they get to keep it? Out of captain, run for your life. There we are, get out of there. Has to give up the space, but Max took a lot of damage earlier. He's got to be careful here. And Zeus is on guard duty, but Les snuck in and got the spike. But Les, he's so sharp. And now Krax is in that awkward predicament, right? He can't have an extended fight. He's got to try and catch him on the run. Now you're going to see that ult going to come through, give Les a little bit of a corner to play from. Krax just spraying in wildly, hoping for the best. We're just lost in the source here. Plant now going to come down in more of a default position. Krax trying to close the gap. Still, this is such an uncomfortable post plant. Yeah, you can see it. Yettige's going to isolate Safe, take him away from this, and bring it down to the 2. Les and Trex. Cracks Yettige and out of captain to try and navigate the mist. Work their way through. Counter ult on top.
problem kya malum hai? Mock-up or molly.
It's a bit soupy in here now. Les, what the hell was that? Was that? I don't know if you even saw him there. Maybe just a shot in the dark, but the molly on top. And now this one looks wrapped up with a bow. Look at the state of it. You can't move. It's so impressive. 9 rounds. That was the chance for FUT, it felt like, and it crumbled.
Yeah, and of course, just off the back of the hand of just having the ultimates, being able to work with it. But again, the response for Vitality is now we're getting the pressure. We know exactly what to do. We take shower control and we put them in a comfortable situation. Perfect scenario also for Les to use his ultimate. And just, honestly, I'm very happy that he's having the performance that he's having. People said he was a little bit lukewarm last week, so I'm really happy that he's confident and, you know, he's been always brilliant on
championship
and the value of his kills can't be underestimated. It's been so high impact. I think he's actually second.
I can understand
Durka as well, but the value on its own has been
as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's been so impressive.
+1.
I wish I could give the answer of what FUT should be doing. Mini get to work on his hospital bed. He's not in hospital, it's fine. Yellow J is at least going to go, but this feels like FUT haven't found anything to really get that ball rolling with. A little bit of aggression felt good. This is the first time they've had a pick and no trade for what feels like
वाला कोई है नहीं. Counter brim ulti है.
Every round just taking control of that B.
उसके पास पूरा util है अगर retake करना है तो.
This is timing. Getting closer. Yellow J ahead of this. The timing actually gets what he wanted there. Takes away less at least. I thought he might have been caught in that awkward drop down timing, but no, he was fine. So still a man disadvantage here for Vitality and a man to the good. They're still at a captain in a position they may not know about, but look at the pathing here from Vitality.
On the other side of the map.
This feels wild to me.
30 seconds.
He's trying to force them out, trying to force some duels, but clock's ticking. They need to get that spike down. And if Trex wants to fake this, he needs to start making some noise.
So they're all going to come down. The knife comes down. They see nothing.
He's just taking control of the site.
Yeah, he's taken a lot of space here, so it's going to be Mr. Fallen. If he catches an angle, no, it's been smoked off. 12 seconds, a really late round pivot. This is massive, but where does the plant go? Does it go to its default spot? Does it deny? It's got to be planted now. Time is close. I think they've got the plant on this, but it was right down to the wire. But that doesn't deny kicks there. Gets slowed down on the retreat. He's made a meal of it. Saves the one to find Zeus. We're back down to a 3v2 now. Kicks and safe. Back to the wall, though. Safe, trying to succeed from showers, but he's down to just that bit of util to try and stall out. So many bodies up against him. One to the left, one to the right. He's got so much on his plate. Almost just about finding some silver lining at the end.
The first round the first GAN round that they actually managed to get in the entire half. Yes, it took a lot of work and probably some drilling, just waiting on the sides, changing the position and changing how they're just dealing with everything that Vitality is putting on the table. But still, do you think it's going to be enough?
We're going to find out. I have no idea. But before we dive into the second half, let's check out this video of Safe about being the IGL for Vitality.
I feel like there are, the challenges of stepping into a role like this is first and foremost, like you have to be able to guide people, I feel. It's not only about yourself anymore. You don't have a lot of time to think about yourself, but also I feel like there's a lot of false, and maybe this is from my own subjective point of view, is like false interpretation of the role, because people are always saying, oh, if you're IGL you can't frag, or if you're IGL this and that, but I just feel like it sounds like a whole lot of
by maybe IGL 30 man kitna marta tha 40 kills 50 kills 60 kills
someone that's supposed to be at the top.
Plus one, plus one.
The scene is a bit young, and that people haven't gotten into the role as good yet. Let's say it like that. Like there are a lot of good IGLs. There are a lot of people that can shoot and call at the same time.
Thank you.
And I feel
Thank you for watching me, bro.
Very standard of oh, it has to be a certain person to IGL. It's not like all the players that are smart enough are capable of doing it. And sure, you need to have a personality as well to be able to do it. But at the end of the day, if you're good enough at something, you're gonna be able to do it.
That's my dog! That's my dog!
Is very Anna's team, yes. लेकिन यहाँ का नहीं, वहाँ.
Your opinion on that? And how do you feel about IGLs generally falling into certain player roles? Do you believe in it? 'Cause I do. I think generally the better IGLs do play a more kind of passive position, a little bit more behind the scenes, quote unquote, not expected to frag out as much, but somehow
confidence is not just love you, yeah.
Wrong, right?
I think that it's a little bit too soon to tell. I think that Vitality all in all is proving to be a pretty good team.
Absolutely.
Okay, but
by many use prelude अच्छा लगता है शायद
अच्छा one match from them, and then this one, yes, everything's looking so good. I feel like I'm waiting for the moment that it breaks, and then everybody will be like, he was always a fraud.
डर के top strike as usual.
It does feel like that with this team.
Juice भी अच्छा खेला.
The biggest.
Impact वाला डर के
work, if Save finds a way to be as proactive as he is being, taking so much responsibility and making it work,
amazing.
Exactly.
Right, like
they could find something that only they can do.
Truly. And speaking of the man, he is the one who's got the vast majority of them coming towards him. Does he stand and fight? He does, and gets overrun here. Couldn't slow down the roll by any means coming out from FUT. So this is now going to open potentially the floodgates up. Do they try and work off the back?
Bye.
Plants in play. We've got to see something here from FUT. This side has to be their strong. Yeah, Jay's found another target potentially. Durka seeing, turns around, lovely from Yellow. This is He's really quite impressive. He's going to cut them right in half. Less in a bit of an awkward spot now. Does manage to pry away Mr. Fallen, but forced out of position, and FUT looking solid. Already Trex left in a 1v4, no chance in hell. So FUT going to start things off right. Now, this also happened in the first half.
Yeah, exactly. We did see them winning that first pistol, and it didn't translate too much into the half, as you're saying, but this is a different face of FUT. It doesn't matter what happened in that first half. If you're going to be this determined to make it onto side, just by the book with the utility, clearing out the spaces, how Jet2J manages to isolate the fights, how we still have things to play with and for during the post plant. Yeah.
You've been in a drought of rounds, right? That was how many back-to-back? Like 9 rounds back-to-back for Vitality. You're not going to be feeling pumped up. So that's big stuff for FUT to start feeling out the game a bit. Keep this sort of tempo up. Keep this round clean. Go through all of that checklist, right? That's what you want to be seeing. Now, no massive stack. I say that. It was a 4-1 split, I guess. Trex was left on his own here. The rest going for the stack towards B. Bit of a gamble. Not a problem. Don't mind it at all. But FUT going to get the plant, and now you've got to see them keep 5 standing. You don't want to see them lose too many. Really, the main thing you want to keep hold of is that Phantom. He was playing close forward. Mr. Fallen's going to make up for that, though. Keep this secure. Keep trying. Well, try and keep this safe. Kix is feeling rather ravenous about it. Is going to close down and picks up the prize possession. Now, does he get to keep it? Oh my God.
Does he get to win it, Lauren?
Wait. He's got time. He's got time. But you look at who's in the post plant. Surely, no, wait. There's no molly for either captain. There's only a flash left for Cracks. There's still a chance in this one. Kix, are you kidding me? There's a chance, but it gets nullified. But damn, that was way too close.
Way too close for comfort. Yes, Ada Captain is going to be able to save that Phantom, but that already looks different to that first half.
Full blind man.
Definitely the individual level is there. Some very good kills also for Zeus. We were thinking about how he was going to match up, and even with the score looking the way that he is, he's still taking that information. He's still pushing. He's still looking for those duels. But right now, as we go into the 3rd round of this half, of course, the economy is not the best for the side of FUT.
No.
And Vitality is looking very good. Again, Kix very close to his ultimate again.
Kix has been having a bit of a blind.
Boosted with the
Have you seen when it goes really slowly as well? Safe was doing that.
Backside
when the first time we saw them play, less. Trying to be forced into a corner, but it's still less. Overrun though. It's Kix again. Still getting 2, but this is fantastic from FUT. They've taken what they wanted here. A good push on the side. Hold on, Trex is getting a little bit naughty. He's made an absolute dog's dinner of that one. Nicely done from FUT there, but it felt so
and it's so different from the attack that we've seen from Vitality. Them taking the time, working the map, trying to get a little bit of information to maybe get FUT to burn some utility. FUT's just sending it fully, and you would think that a team like Vitality, especially after playing against KC, knows what it likes to be swarmed with utility when it comes to that B execute. And even though Kix is good for 2, still not enough with the rest of the utility fallen, and maybe them being too eager not to wait for that post planting.
That is something we want to talk about as well. If it comes into effect more and more here, does that get exploited? That I want to touch base with you on. We do have a bit of a mixed bag. We do have the Bucky out for safe, shorties and sheriffs, so not much to write home about. But give me a little bit of theory on that then, Bea, because it was something we were talking about before this started.
Yes, exactly, because I was just looking at the results from Vitality, what was working for them, what was not working for them. Retakes, Lauren, it is not something that was really working for them. I'll find the numbers and I'll get back to you.
Sure. For now, we're seeing how FUT want to approach this, right? Because you want to obviously avoid any sort of stack, any sort of silliness, any cheesiness going on. So you've got to be a bit careful about it. And what a tempo change. That last round was fast and furious. Now,
heavy hitting chal rahi hai kya scene?
Spin-off series. Oh dear, that was almost like a jump scare. But Trex going to be dealt with. Safe the next one on the line. And they're going to know what's coming their way, but this Bucky is still controlling some space, right? There is still a bit of danger here. Durka going to start working forward. Okay, done for. Zeus ain't having none of it. He's farming up now. Plants in. Less.
With a shorty.
Yeah, probably not going to do much.
So you just go and die, maybe try and die to the spike if he can prevent being killed by any of the players. Zeus with his showstopper, that's also going to be very important for next round. so far, FUT looking absolutely flawless in this half.
Look, we were questioning this, right? Yeah. Like, I was, at least. If you're going to come into a map like this,
If the coach doesn't ask for both the timeouts in the first half, they know that they bring it back on the second one. They know that there is a point of saving it for the second one because you know that this is where you're going to excel.
I like that. I do like that. And we're starting to see Zeus really kicking into gear. Again, he's leading the board. He's up at 17 kills so far. Showstoppers ready. You've got, if you're going to compare him pound for pound to Dirk, 13 kills. Not. Pardon? Oh. Huh? Pardon? It's the remix.
I think probably JetJ's screaming has scuffed our audio.
Yeah.
It was bound to happen. And now is Vitality asking for the timeout after what is 4 rounds in a row for this second half on the side of FUT. And guys is just telling them, you're doing this great.
Yeah, I love that. Amazing. I love that. I love the way you're like the Gaius whisperer. You know what I mean? You can just see what he's saying. But I do feel like they've come in just looking totally different. That first half feels night and day, right? But this is also where we want to really get into the nitty-gritty about Vitality. The depth of this team. Now, the KC series, you know, the one big game I guess you could talk about would be that Abyss performance.
Yes.
Much closer, started to get really pressured. How do they look? It felt like they came up with the answers eventually. But the more we see games like this, the more I want to understand this team.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned Abyss because actually some of the numbers that I have, I also have them on this map, but I'm just going to take the Abyss one because I think it's very interesting.
Out of the
16 rounds that they played on the defense on
Impossible.
In 10 of them, KC got the spike down, and they were only able to retake 2 of them. So that's only like a 20% retake success.
You got the numbers.
Yeah, I got the numbers.
That's pretty wild. Okay, so we've got back into business. What is the change up here for Vitality? Was it just a checking in? Was it just getting themselves prepared? And already player going to be suppressed and dealt with. Okay, Vitality. Like, you want to brawl? Sick, we're in. Have you forgotten who we are? Durka just flies in and backhands to like, guys, where's the rest of the team?
There's different ways of stopping the spike to go down. That doesn't mean you have to play within the side. We give this up. You want to launch all that utility. It doesn't matter. We're just going to try and get a very good call from Faded there.
Now, is there a world in which Ada Captain and YellowJ can bring this one back?
Yeah.
I guess the one benefit to this situation that we know that sadly they don't is that it is split into 2v2s technically. Now it's quite difficult, but the timing actually could work out well for YellowJ here. The angle much better as well. Doesn't see kicks, so the spike is still within the control of Vitality, but the individual lean out here and no trade coming out there either still gives YellowJ a chance. It is a 1v2. This is very difficult, and I'm looking at how Kix is repositioning here.
30 seconds
I like that he's trying to join up a little bit closer with Safe, kind of play a little bit more safety on this.
Especially when you go into the 2v1. Yes, the spike is still in control of Vitality. JetJ is like feeling that there is a trap here. He picks up the spike, but he's gonna spike this one.
Oh my, he's reading this correctly, but
Safe is such a baiter.
Wow, it was a nice try, NT. But
very well played there.
Timeout called. Next round, they converted up to 10.
It is crazy that Safe also goes for those picks, but also has what it takes to be like, just kicks, play there, I'm gonna bait. He's not gonna clear you. Yes, JetJ was ready to
He was
that,
so close.
Yeah, the response has been very, very good for Vitality, playing with those Seekers, not leaving this B side to be so vulnerable as it was. Well, Lauren.
Don't know why.
Technica boss.
It's not my fault.
That's not what I've heard.
It is always my fault. We'll find out what it is. Production have said, you know what, Lauren? We're going to tell you exactly what it is because the viewers want to know. They're worried. Nervous. They don't know what's happening. So thank you, production. I've put them in a horrible position now that they'll be like, yeah, it's not safe for air, but, you know, is this? We'll find out what the issue is and hopefully we'll up soon. But,
I think the first match went just too fast.
That like karo, we are close to 5k likes, yaar. 500 log चाहिए, जो लोग ने like नहीं किया, like कर दो.
Okay, makes perfect sense.
I'm surprised to find out that you're new and how things work here.
खुश है बंदा, बंदा खुश है.
We have a minimum of hours.
True. This is in my contract. This is wild. So how's your day been?
My day's been amazing. Got to do laundry in the morning. I had, you know, like casting is nice. Like I get to the studio and actually do something with the rest of my day.
It's crazy you think you're gonna go home on time, though.
No, I never thought that. That's never on my books.
Yeah, no, I will.
How's your day been?
It's been alright. Read my book for a bit.
What are you reading?
I think it's called. It's either Plague or The Plague by.
ये लोग life में क्या क्या हो रहा है करके जानने
I
मिल
tried to read
रहा
it
है
before. I was a little bit
Heavy
stuck in the
insights.
mud with it, and then eventually got there. Pretty solid. What? Safe to air. Here we go, guys. Yeah. I know you're worried.
We are too.
People at home, I've got you. We've been investigating. I've got my best people on the
Ellie
case.
Plel
It
issue.
is a gear/mouse related issue.
इसका
Looking at it.
There it is.
Is it the sensor?
It could be either the maybe the mouse gates.
He's like in any of other.
करके Mrs. Fanatic बड़ी डाल
Something wrong, guys.
बात नहीं कर पा रहा मैं
What do
बराबर
you mean kicks gets the
बड़ी
kill?
लगा दिया तो
What
Mrs.
are we?
Fanatic थोड़ी होता है
We'll find out if there's a fix for this. Can we just get a solo on safe staring at his mouse, please? I just want to see him just looking at it like, how dare you?
पिछले रात के 1:30 तक बैठते हैं हम बात पे
Yeah, mum.
नहीं इसके बाद
Pretty
वरना मेरी
please, cherry
गांड
on top. I'm seeing him in game wiggling around, so I think he's trying to test it out.
नहीं है
I can actually turn around and
You
look.
could.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's far too sensible.
He's still swinging it. Looks good. I think.
कल Fanatic का मैच है लिक्विड का मैच है अरे
either.
No, because he's concentrated.
He's focused.
Yeah.
उसके बाद Genji DRX है भाई Genji DRX मजा आएगा
Is that an approval?
P1 talent भी मजा आएगा
He said a couple of words.
उसके बाद Loud Sentinels भी मजा आएगा भाई सारे अच्छे मैचेस सब
I think.
मजा आएगा
No, he doesn't look happy.
मजा आएगा
I want to know what it is. And I hate being in this.
मजा आ गया आज का एचडीएल वीडियो देख के क्रेजी था ना
I don't think it is.
Any good lip readers in the
Look at that
audience?
smile. Look at that smile. He's happy to go. He's good to go. But yes, it was a peripheral issue, and he is testing. Yes, I love the way that the production don't talk to me in ear anymore. They're just like, no, we're just going to type through the prompter. But apparently it is resolved. They will be starting back up. So thank you for your patience as ever. Hopefully you enjoyed the mini podcast without Mini, but with Kukuka.
Yeah, and also just going back on those rounds and
मतलब सीधा अभी 4 दिन बाद सोना 4 दिन नहीं 8 दिन I think 8th या 9th को खत्म हो रहा है
Out
ना
of the
फिर
12 rounds that they played on the defense, the spike went down.
हम लोग को विनर मिल जाएगा उसके बाद एक लंबा ब्रेक रहेगा उसके बाद मास्टर्स रहेगा
So that is probably one of the reasons that we see in this on Bind. That's like a 12%, let's say.
The audience is starting to clap for when it unpauses.
That's the Pansy effect.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I see you all down.
Oh, and
nice one.
jump straight
into a timeout. Yeah, just look. This one isn't tech related. Okay, this is
that's
tactical.
an actual
कैसा है लेकिन मस्त रूल्स है ना टेक पॉज में बात कर ही नहीं सकते
This is the
blue?
Yeah, it's kind of like a nice
pretty.
color. This is what people want to tune in for is jersey content.
Not bad. Zeus अच्छा ही खेल रहा है
I've not been surprised by
मास्टर फेब में है क्या बात कर रहे हो मैं बैंड में रहेगा ना
Like I want to see a little bit more, especially now on the attack. Like yes, Vitality just.
Okay, what metric then? What does that look like in game for you? What does that look like? Is it just individual impact? Is it setting plays into motion? What do you want to see?
Peripheral issue क्या रहता है? Keyboard, mouse, monitor, तेरा headphones.
I know that FUT has been a team that has played
जो भी तुम लोग लेके आते हो
tested a lot of different compositions in the past, and especially last year. Every single time that a composition did not work, they would just change it. And I want to see a justification as to why bringing the KO beyond the just being comfortable in your own skin with it, because Krax is good.
Bind में
you know,
Euro meta में
I want to see a little bit more. I understand that. Depends on what you catch.
I miss Euro on Bind. For second Bind ने
if you get like 2 with the knife and it's like saving kicks, you're gonna have, or you're gonna have such an easy time planting.
Keep an eye on that.
Just work for the post plan, which they have a lot of util to go for.
Yeah, that is true. And we've got the minimal HUD for you guys now. No player cams. There was too much smiling. It's back on. Why is Duck his hand off?
Oh, that was.
फिर से आगे हेड पे लाते बहुत सही है.
It's gonna be falling.
I don't know what's happening. Yeda J. Okay, so Yeda J is gonna ult out of showers. You're gonna have the deep drone coming out towards amps, I guess, clear through that a little bit. But I'm looking at what's happening on the other side of the map now. Does Ada Captain hear or see? I feel like he's heard something. Something doesn't feel right. There's something going on, or they have like God timing. When there's no sentinels in these sort of teams, there is options for flank, and I want to see it exploited. Now,
Trex was doing it all the time.
Yeah, this actually could be so deadly. I feel like they've got no idea. If they're confident, if Kix is confident to make moves towards this, it could be absolutely lethal. He's gone for the dog, for the info on it. I guess he can maybe play in... I don't know if he even needs to do that. I think they were completely unawares of it. Now they're going to turn attention. Big boy shot from Durka. And now you've got two players on the flank. They're going to be crunched on the site. Let's see how that kind of CT side players push back in and do anything with. It's less to find one. Zeus has created a pocket to play from, though, at least towards short. But it's down to Krax and Yelajay here. 2v2. Swing out from the pick. Safe's going to find. Krax now left in that 1v2. We want to see a lot from him individually. Do we see it now? Less and Safe, though. That is a dangerous duo. And he doesn't want it, apparently. He might have fumbled this one. He absolutely has. Overthinking it, it felt like something going astray. As Vitality make it up to 11.
I like the way the Vitality is also working the map, but from the defense every time, especially since FUT has been having this very direct hits. Just getting on the go, start moving once the execute starts for the side of FUT. Definitely has a little bit more follow-up in the overwhelm that they were trying to do with the utility, a little bit more of that pace up. Maybe kicks, he didn't want to give up his position by using the flash and whatnot, but still, it's around the goes for them. It must feel good, you know, because you sit out and defuse the spike, you've got Safe, he's going to win that duel.
You kind of feel that, don't you?
It does.
Okay, now we're getting into a scarier territory. As much as FUT looked really good on those initial couple of rounds coming back in, that scoreline was so strong in the first half. Vitality making up to 11 early. Now you're looking at the cycle of ults. Trex is 2 off. Safe already has his. Less has his as well. This is where I get worried. And Safe is starting to look confident, holding actively on these angles. Looking to try and keep the pressure on. Force the drone to try and clear through. Off it goes. It's going to find much value? No, but it will at least allow them safe passage over towards here.
Maybe a little bit more pushing. Looks like a very straightforward execute from the side of FUT. The knife, I think, is going to catch Safe.
Yep. And again, eyes on the map, folks. We are going to be seeing this every single time. There is no one to keep control of this. So if this was quicker, it could have been a problem at least before. Now there's Stall coming in. Speaking of quicker, they're going to be there. Already there's a turn of attention.
Still the Armageddon
knows there is someone around the back there. There is someone creeping closer, surely. Now the timing's going to be everything. This time it's a fairer 1v1. And Kix has it in the bag. And now they are surrounded. Now there's very little comfort. Safe, ready with the ult. Where are you going to run to? Where are you going to hide? Brax tries to play it in a little bit of a corner here. Zeus going to try and play it forward, but the spacing is good. It's a trade. Now again, the numbers still not on their side.
क्या शॉट मारा बे किक्स ने किक्स ने योल वाले को क्या शॉट मारा एक बार पीओवी दिखा दो प्लीज
And this retake was almost too easy to be true, right? We speak about that KO knife and how it had that impact.
Which website for betting www.menjumdagingendu.com
is being on these pushes alongside with Durka, how much pressure they put onto it. There's not a second that FUT has not trying to get the upper head onto the round.
And I love this layering that's coming into it because you're seeing the stall coming out from the Teo utility. You're seeing them buying time for those flanks to become absolutely pivotal, and then the crunch is just perfect. Now, the problem is now FUT need to make this happen with a really low economy. They're down to Guardians. They do have had a Captain's ult 2 away from Zeus's, so maybe that could be there, but
पहले किक्स कौन से टीम में था कौन से टीम में था वो नहीं पता लेकिन मूवी में था वो कराटे किड.
This is literally the exact same beginning of the previous round. The response is a little bit different. We see FUT on the left side of the map trying to get control over Bino.
And I love this switch up though. This is so frustrating. Vitality are in FUT's head. They're like, oh, you think you're going to try and punish the flank? That's crazy. We're not even doing it this round. Have fun. Do what you want. It's a little bit more of, I guess, a sped up default at this point with a little bit more invested interest. But they haven't taken any of those key areas yet. They don't have B-long control. They don't have hookah. They don't have showers. They have, once again,
अब आएगा execute और ये लोग को
जीतना ही पड़ेगा. Less sold. Like, yeah, he's in there. Like, if you're not gonna follow up, what's the point of like denying him the molly or anything to follow up with it?
Now, whoever wins this fight actually could be really, really telling. Waiting to see the outcome. They've drawn the 4th player over, so this kind of falls on how does Les play this too. If you're Yelajay, you're just going to get out of it, right? You've done really well. You've feigned so much attention. There is still issues on this. The ult doesn't clear Les, but it secures the security on long. Counter ult, stall in. Look at the time. We're getting to 15 seconds now. This is now looking like there's going to be a crunch.
Oh
Binks
my
is in control. You highlighted him, and we're being rewarded now. 8 seconds of plant is in. Flash getting there, though, but you can see them just building up. This is done for. GEELI can do nothing but pray. Vitality have looked absolutely outstanding here. That was a brilliant performance, Bayer.
And what a way to close out this map with an in-zone flawless for the side of Vitality. What a beautiful map coming from their side. They definitely learned a lot from that KC match. But next, we're going to see Split, and Split has a lot of history for Vitality. So we'll see you on the other side.
They have one more chance.
I remember now, last time that I played Binks, I killed 33. Ooh, it was like a Navi. So I will kill 150.
165, bro.
Ooh, it's good, bro. What a great
कोई बात करो यार उससे. अपर ब्रैकेट है ना. अरे जो हारेगा लोअर ब्रैकेट जाएगा बोला. पहला भी टीम अच्छा था यार. थोड़ा वो लोग का इंटरनल सी. जब भी किसको स्कोप करके मारे थे तो टेंस भाई की याद आती है. वो 4 के उसने जो मारा था ना सनसेट में, जो उसने 4 के मारा था ना बैन, अभी भी याद आता है.
Red Bull gives you win.
उसमें बहुत बकचोदी है. हाँ फैज़मोफोबिया.
नहीं प्लीज 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 उसमें 4-5 बोल नहीं यार.
अरे तो
ए बिंक्स खेलने आ रहे हो क्या?
पता नहीं ना.
रुक बिंक्स का चैट. बिंक्स खेलने आ रहे हो?
कहाँ से मैडम?
नहीं तो वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं ना.
हाँ भाई हाँ, वॉच पार्टी हो रही है बहुत भयंकर. मर्सी भाई अब भी हो रही है. वॉच पार्टी बोलते ही.
Binks, are you coming to play?
Nah.
This Mercy is ditching us, I guess.
I also ditching you. सीधा ditch.
Guys, Mercy के बारे में आप लोग क्या सोचते हो? एक वर्ड में मुझे आंसर देना जरा.
No mercy. What answer?
It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never.
वाह, क्या गाना है. It's now or never, now or never, it's now or never, it's now or never, it's now or never. वाह 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 भाई. मैं next left singer.
Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking.
Yeah,
Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red
मतलब ढूंढ के आया मैं इसका.
Taking the title like there are no rivals.
Doing the मेरे को गैस हो गया ऐसा लग रहा है.
This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my
पेट
shot.
बाहर आ गया साला ये खा के. स्ट्रीम पे हॉरर गेम खेलो. आज ही दोपहर को खेला था शाम को वैलोरेंट. 2 गेम 45 खेला हॉरर एक का. यार स्ट्रीम लाइक करो. वेलकम टू बाइक पे लाइव.
Team Vitality really smashing all expectations out of the window with a dominant start on Bind. I'm your host, Yunsu. I'm back here with Billy and a very special guest. It is the brains, the IGL of Team Heretics, Boo. Welcome, Boo. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to just dive straight in here with you because before we started, as you were sitting here watching the map with us, you were talking about how much you loved the comp surrounding Tejo. So would you be able to explain why you like the choices of KO and Sky so much that goes next to the Tejo?
Yeah, I think when you play Tejo, you want to use his util, his combos, but you don't know where to use them unless you have good information. So both KO and Sky get information. I mean, Sky even better, so maybe Vitality's comp is just better. But yeah, it's about just getting information so you know when and where to use the Tejo's util and combine it with, like, with Raze nades, Brim. And yeah, I value that a lot. I think Vitality see it in a similar way.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think from what we've seen from the Tejo so far, it's been pretty much always paired up with the Breach, right? But I think in these compositions, we got to see an indication of how that can work with information gathering agents such as the Sky, such as the Tejo.
Yeah, and of course, we have VUT here earlier telling us about how Bind, you know, it's the same. Like, you can do whatever you want on it. But let's take a look at this round from Team Vitality because the Sky, Raze, Kicks, Durka synergy, Boo, is so good. They pretty much won the round within the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it's also partly Kicks, because Kicks is such a good Sky. But yeah, like in this round, they were just full ready for FUT strat, because that's the same thing they did on bonus round. And on bonus round, Vitality were not set up to crunch hookah, so they just lost the round. This time, they were set up differently, maybe safe call, maybe something. And yeah, in 10 seconds, they win the round. And that's the thing about, like, Bind's IGLing, where you need to have some reads, because there is not much. You need to have some reads / gambles.
You were also telling us a little bit about how maybe it's good if you're a newer IG on this map. You don't have to call the way you do on a map like Fracture, for example.
Yeah, I think because there is so much less options. There is no mid where you can, you know, pressure A, pressure B, rotate fast. Here you have TPs, which is you can use as like fast rotation fakes and stuff. But yeah, it's just so much more simple. 4 lanes, you can, in theory, you could get 2 lanes, execute side, play after plan, that's it. Like, it would work. So, yeah, Bind is like...
Life on easy mode, as an IGL.
Yes, if it works.
I love that.
Work, yeah.
I love that. But what was working, though, of course, was Durkin time. One of my favorite times. Actually, my favorite time, full stop, because Billy, it just seems silly to say that he's good. It just feels stupid to even say that.
Yeah, I mean, what do we expect? It's Durka, right? I feel like every time we've got to see Vitality play, it has been Durka going Durkin time. Like, we expect this from a player of his caliber at this point, and of course, it's always a warm welcome to see him on that Raze. We know how good he is on that agent. So yeah, I think he was absolutely phenomenal this map.
Yeah, and also he gets so many openers, right? He gets the first kill. And when you have a team like Team Vitality, where, by the way, they won 12 out of 13 of their 5v4s. They didn't lose a single 5v3, didn't lose a single 5v2, didn't lose a single 5v1. They didn't throw any rounds, essentially, Boo. So when you have that kind of performance, it's kind of easy to explain why they're such match, right?
Straight up, I think the stats of, like, converting advantages is showing experience of the players in Vitality. Because they have so many good experienced players. And, I mean, yeah, on this map they showed up. It felt similar to their first games Haven, where they knew exactly what they're doing. And even with losing 2 pistols, they still won like 13-7.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Absolutely crazy. But let's talk about the next one. Zeus didn't have a bad performance at all on Bind. I wonder if he will pop off here. And for Vitality, what are they going to play? Because Safe usually plays Raze here. Durke also plays Duelist here usually. Are we going to see that double dive coming out of them? We are not. And we are going to get Safe over there on the Omen. Kicks on Breeze, Treks on Fade as well. Break this down for me. How do you feel about this?
I mean, I'm surprised Safe is on smokes.
अरे owner नहीं दे सकता माल सीधा chat में से.
I mean, Trex is good on Fade, yeah. I mean, I like this comp, but this is like the regular comp. Like the
Breach Raze,
which can't be bad.
Fade,
and then FUT. are doing the same honestly. I think I like Astra more.
Vitality
the thing is like
का comp
Vitality
अच्छा है.
already have a lot of initiating utility. You don't really need
Slow खेलने के लिए Vitality का comp अच्छा है. Slow खेलने के लिए.
And I like Astra way more, but if you're talking Cypher or Viper, I always prefer Viper. Like Viper's ability to control mid and defense is just unique. Nobody can do that. And yeah, I mean, Vitality can fight mains with Breach, they can defend mid with Cypher, they can go aggressive, they can make traps, they can delay. Like, that comp is like
Vitality का
Yeah. I'm so sad we can't keep you here for the whole day. I would love to hear you talk more. But can you do me a favor and toss this over to Pansy and Kakuka? They're casting map 2 as well.
Okay, Pansy and Kakuka, here you go.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, he passed the
into map 2. It's the first time that we really get to see Split as
मेरा
well.
CA exam final है May 20.
Things here.
May 20.
Get those sorted.
May.
But yeah, looking forward to this one and having to wait and see.
भाई मैं
how
अगर
this
CA का
looks
exam
for us.
रहेगा ना May
Going into a map
25
we
का
haven't
exam है
really seen much in
24 को
EMEA.
एक दिन में पढ़ाई करूँगा पूरा.
One time, so I'm very excited to see it. Honestly, I
Hey,
was
see it,
expecting
see it.
from the side of Vitality to do a little bit of the double duelist, double controller on the other side, and they're going to start here on the defense, meaning that FUT really thinks that they can excel on this attack. I'm very excited to see where this is going to take us.
Yeah, you and me both. This feels like one of those that I love this map already. So I'm.
2 hours से ज़्यादा देखा ये गलत दिख रहा है. Excuse
We
me.
get to see FUT on the attacking side here. Vitality, of course, then on the defending side.
एक बार कुछ हाई वाई लिखने के बाद ही काउंट होता है शायद.
Towards the A site. All players there. Stun going to come through. Durka still shouldering it. Not going to stick around too long.
Silent
though.
watchers को माल नहीं मिलता.
Drift away from this slightly. Already cross going to be contested. FUT going to make their way up towards the ramp. On the other side, that's going to be caught at least by the Prowler. So Trex in the off. Oh, that's so nice. Trex with 2 big impact kills. And you're looking at the positioning now picked up as well. Just on towards that ledge is so unpredictable. Vitality! Looking stunning here.
Yeah, and picking up on the first one. Those pistol rounds that
were
not really that effective for FUT on the previous
Excuse me,
map.
Baji.
Manages to get the first one on their map pick. And I was telling you, you know, like the story with Vitality and this map. I'm surprised because I didn't expect it. Don't get me wrong, I love it. I missed Split. I know that many teams do not like it.
इतना लंबा frenzy कैसे चल रहा है भाई? ये सब क्वेश्चन का आंसर कौन देगा भाई?
This was usually the Vitality's second ban until they made it their permaban and then it left the map pool. Like we were on that kind of track. So I was very surprised to see them picking out. Now should be an easy round for them. That's just taking a little bit control over mid. He might not spend the 3 players. He's definitely going to back up now.
Yeah, Durka already going to find cracks. I just want to see the level that we get from Vitality here, right? Like, that's my interest. And same for FUT as well, is what do we get to see from these two coming in? Because it just feels like we haven't seen much of this in EMEA. You said what? There was like one occurrence that we've seen it, so it just feels like we're in the dark here. As it says, as everything's been discussed, we have very little to discuss here as Mr. Fallen's formality.
Afterlife, afterlife नहीं होता.
Right on back over towards Trex. And
Map देख रहा था.
Trex, that was not pretty, not the best.
Yeah, as Boo was saying, easy control for Vitality over
Plant
mid.
तो मिला.
Still seeing the same Viper wall. Mr. Fallen is going to get the spike down, but in a 1v4 situation with that HP and that gun, I don't think he's going to excel.
Okay, Mr. Fallen, yeah. Hey, at least he got the plant down. That's not bad. You know, we take those, you know, little silver linings. So, the view's going to come in.
What do you think of Safe on
Omar?
Do you like it? When is time for Safe on Sentinel? Back on Sentinel.
I don't know how I feel about anything so far.
You said that you wanted him to take a little bit more of a passive role.
I think that's
Showman on Split specifically.
I think it's just more that
by 5-0 चल रहा है बे Kicks. उसका तो अल्टी आ जाएगा.
It's such a hard thing to explain, but I think if you're a very, very good IGL, that you need that capability to sit back a little bit. It's even when I was questioning like John QT's role swap to an extent, right? I was question marking that because I loved what he was able to do from the position he was playing.
Best player विजय 4 second भाई वो अकेला बंदा जिसमें सारे agents के लिए.
It's that mentality that you get from.
उससे ज़्यादा क्या success चाहिए?
But beyond that, it was a good time. It was a good time.
Same stun, same star that we saw in the previous round coming in from FUT. And Les is going to respect it just like that. Dirker. waiting to use his nade.
This is still such a scary bonus, right? You've got 3 players so ready for this. Look at that B site main as well, pushing out already, taking some space.
He's already rotating.
Yeah, this is huge. Nice from Zuso, but there's so many bodies here. They've been able to cheat that extra player, get so much focus towards it. I mean, I guess it's who sees who first. And there's again this layering to this crunch in middle. It's just fatal for FUT so far. Just forced into the blender. The extremities were still being held with Kicks' positioning there. Safe going down could give them options. They should know where the last 2 players from Vitality are. There's only 2 of them as well. This is incredibly difficult. They're just keep going along this line.
Just gonna knife out. Just walk in. They expect the other 2.
Oh, the timing. Kicks. He's gonna at least see out a captain. Probably hazard a guess that Mr. Fallen's there, but...
And they're going to decide to spread out. Kicks is going to go back onto A, decide to take this fight in the 25 seconds. Just completely separated, maybe just preventing that plant will be enough. Both Mr. Fallen and Kicks pretty close to their ultimate already.
Hello?
Kicks, if you do this.
Hello?
On Kicks.
10 seconds left.
Tucked into the corner.
If he gets out the captain.
Well, there you go. That's the plant denied. Timing
Oh, time nahi hai.
I think they've got time on the plant. I think that was enough.
Oh my.
Yeah, it's that is wild. It was so close, but that positioning just to deny the plant was perfect.
Listen, Kicks is onto something.
I was
highlighting him during, the previous match that they had and during map 1, but just making this decision of just running back, just playing with the time, going down. I don't even know how that was considered a Red Bull clutch, but we'll get it, on that 2v2 situation. It's a bonus for Vitality. Things are starting to look as brilliant as they looked on Bind.
Oh, this is sick. And Kicks one away from that ult as well. Team sniper, madam. He's going to set up Durka to take that
Translation
space taking that space towards main. I love how proactive they are.
It's very important also with Mr. Fallen being so close to his ultimate that he fights for that orb and the nice that's what we also see Save here, very ready to take that duel if necessary.
Okay, so 1-3-1ing, it looked like initially towards middle. They could disrespect that. Smokes, they're ahead of it. Let's go a little asleep at the wheel, maybe a second of the timing. Zoom's trying to be a little tricky with this. Great shot towards Kicks. Having a round here. But don't forget about Durka. These two just having a brawl here. Paranoia goes out. Safe still towards middle. Yet a J behind, but apparently Safe heard that. He was aware of this coming through. So he's just trying to play his life. You got to call up your own number sometimes. How much can he do here? You saw it. You saw what he was going for. And a 1v2 cracks 61 HP. Mr. Fallen, 8. It's Durka. And the timing, not like this time. Crack stays alive.
How important was it in this round for them to change the timing and the utility that they were using to clear mailbox and to just help Zeus get those kills, even though he ended up not in the best of positions because of the time. Him getting this 3K was so necessary. And here in the replay, we finally see what Durka was able to do. But just later in the round, even though it was safe getting those picks in that 2v1, but he's finally going to find one on this map. And all those ultimates that we were speaking of, Zeus has gotten his, Mr. Fallen has got his as well. So don't get me wrong, Durka's also very close to his, but the weaponry is not going to be the best for Vitality.
Oh, come on, you shouldn't be able to do that. Durka's just going to remove Zeus.
This game.
That could have just been the absolute checkmate right there. Flies up
pro teams एक बात समझ जाओ मत मारो
रेसर pushed up straight towards heaven. There's so many people here already though for Vitality. This is going to be tricky. But looking for that way forward. Look at the weaponry though, it's far from perfect. Durka's the danger man, so is Trex, but on the other side, 4 rifles still there. Chip damage done towards Kicks. Safe still firing off. It's a slaughterhouse over here on the B side, and it's Durka finding 2, leaving Addict Captain in all kinds of trouble. But the HP is low. Addict Captain, do you have a clutch in you right here? Is there a chance you could show us something? A little bit of util to play with, but look who's already ahead of it. Les playing this corner. If he tries to step forward, Les should see this. He should be aware. Yeah, high-low setup. Look at that. So impossible. Takes a lot of damage. And there's the gap closer. Unfair almost in practice. Vitality. Wrap it up with a bow. Thanks to the man on the screen just then. Durka Goat behavior.
It's Dirk in time.
4K for Dirk this round.
Kya read
He's
na?
been an absolute menace there on B. Doesn't matter what angle he's playing for. It doesn't even matter apparently what weapon he's going to be using. Retrieving that Vandal, having the impact that he always had. And again, this oppression from Vitality that we were seeing also on Bind, working the map.
अभी इको है ना लोग शायद
No place is
टाइम आउट
safe.
आएगा
It's just safe. I got that. I
Yeah,
did actually
time
get
out
that.
back.
That's crazy. Zeus the only one with a weapon at the moment. Bulldogs out, the rest down to Classics and Sheriffs. Zeus has to be an instigator here, but so uphill. You're already seeing less looking confident. Durka doing the damage as well. Zeus is gone. That was your main man removed, and that this weapon may be recoverable, but it's certainly not safe.
The nade आया उससे बचा after shock आया उससे बचा पट से headshot.
I want to see them work a little bit around A, like for the side of FUT. We saw that during the pistol round, but every single round they're trying to fight for this mid control.
And just look at what they're doing here. Cracks tries to make a fight out of
भाई
it.
क्या ये भाई क्या काउंटर कैसे काउंटर करेंगे बे
Yeah.
लड़ना ही पड़ेगा ना वो लोग को
different
I
approaches.
think
Yeah,
मेल
I
वेल रूम
know
में
that
स्मोक
on the
डाल के
previous
लड़ना
round
पड़ेगा वो
for
लोग
this
को
one, we also see them just going through main, just touching a little bit on mid, and then going through B main, through garage. But I want to see what they have prepared for A. I want to see a little bit more of that control. I want to see Jet2J still has not found a kill in this map. It's only been 6 rounds, yes, but he is one of the biggest clutches
भाई
that
दो
clutches
बड़ा
that we need in
anti
the entire
kick shot
region.
tracks के पास
We need him to scream. We need one of the Jet2J rounds.
It's bizarre not hearing him behind us. I'm so used to hearing after every round. Don't do that there. I saw those eyebrows. Relax. Okay, back into a Durka. Just no Jet2J. Throwing caution to the wind. And look at the follow-up as well. They believe in the system. They're so good working in unison. Cracks. Zeus at a captain now once again. What are you meant to do here? They have no space, no safety. B main they still have to re-clear. Mid's got 3 players. Hey, I guess A's the right option.
I love how Vitality are responding to every single one of guys' timeouts. In every single one of them, they have such a good plan. And this round is going to be no different. And yes, Atta Captain is going to get all of this pressure in this position, but how much can he do? Krax is going to rotate over to the side onto A, maybe even get the spike down. But just look at the position that Trex has the Nightfall, they have all the map for themselves. No reason for them to just peek onto anywhere.
No, they don't have to. They're so aware of what they're up to, what their kind of win cons are here, the safety net they need to hold. So they don't need to overextend. I'm loving seeing this tempo shift from them as well, showing that aggression early on, to then going to this very passive, very considered play style. And a captain has to make damage, and it's not going to be safe. Perfectly positioned for it, and already lost out on the one player who can maybe had something there. Cracks ult, but it's not really a situation you'd want to be bringing this in for. A 1v4, it would need to be a hero play. It feels like all the heroes might be gone. Lovely reveal, but it doesn't matter. Vitality. Absolutely tearing FUT to bits.
Also, having the discipline to even in a 1v4 situation,
अभी 7-1 गए
absolutely nothing for Krax. He has his ult, it's a 4-1 situation. You have the money. No, we're not going down. We're playing this how it's supposed to be played.
पेड़ का भी गजब confidence ना जो उसके मारा उसने ट्रेड लेने के लिए.
This brawl onto mid, time and time again, the Vitality keep on winning.
And the shift from such high tempo aggression initially to then that very passive, reserved, cerebral play towards the end. I love seeing that kind of juxtaposition.
कितने अच्छे players है भाई लेकिन.
Incredible. Guys, I don't know what you're meant to come up with here.
It's very difficult. You're having a game where Durka is 11-3.
Durka be Durkin.
Yep.
Vamos, let's
we know that he's an animal. This is the environment where he thrives. By seeing it on the other side, and also the way in which he's doing it, because he's been giving you the passive playing with the players. He's been giving you
glitch pop best Vandal skin.
It's the Durka one. I mean, it's
true. Chat में से कोई वहाँ पे गया है.
Sometimes people be right. You, my friend, are right.
No, and again, this is when I love seeing these vetoes come through, because we got to kind of look at
Adil कौन है Vitality का 1K by safe by.
How the progression.
Suggest a good mechanical keyboard in
tricky plays, really hard
10K 12K. भाई मैंने जिंदगी में दो ही use किया है.
No, Vitality, you've got a real beat on that now.
SS का और Razor का.
And then walking in
मेरे को
to
तीसरा
this
पता तक नहीं.
complete unknown,
You're
not
asking
much
the
tape
wrong
on split, no
person.
tape between these two here as well. And seeing Vitality looking lethal.
Chat
FUT,
बता
I don't know what they
सकता है.
expected.
बता सकता.
Was it?
No,
No? Sorry.
We'll say first. We'll say first for now.
We'll say first.
We'll see. I'm glad they've kind of pivoted away from this mid pressure. I don't mind the kind of glance towards it initially.
Need left right again,
you got to force Durka off this angle. What do you have to do it with? Still got cracks with util.
Oh, he's got the operator now.
Yep.
Okay.
Someone needs to go through the protocol list here to try and force this away, especially if you're seeing that boom bot there.
Oh.
He's hungry as well. His confidence is sky high. God, they've had to burn so much just to start clearing this space. Gonna prop up one towards Ramsey if anyone else is trying to join, but there's 4 players, the 3, nearly 4, leaning on this side of the map there.
Oh,
Alright, the kid's sharp. We know that.
Obviously, Stu's known for not really using that operator. He thinks that he can just click, and he actually did. He actually just proved that he was right, and we were all wrong. That he was going to struggle against the best operators in the region. No, he isn't.
40 seconds, failed ulti, breached ulti.
Now, what do they do with the space, though? Because keep in mind, they cheated over that player earlier. As I said, nearly 4 players on this side of the map.
A big investment for both of the teams.
So this is a massive
of Trex's utility used in that
30 seconds.
collision, Jet to Jays, Suze, Dirk as well.
How long does Les stay in towards events as well? You know, back and forth ults between the two.
Oh,
I'm waiting to see if Les got revealed. Yeah, Les's position was everything in that. They have no idea about him. YellowJ dives in the end and clears him. But look at the time. And look at where the stock is. This round is completely just ground to a halt. There was nothing more to be done. Les staying alive there as the extra body just felt like the unknown quantity that was their downfall. We're at 7-1.
7-1 and a Vitality that looks honestly untreatable at this point. We know that Heretics is waiting on the other side, if I'm not mistaken, right?
The ult as well. Sorry, I just got so in love with that.
Nice.
It is nice. If you're Vitality, you're having a hell of a time.
If you're a Vitality fan,
बस ये round, भाई ये round अगर हार गया, I'm calling it. It's over.
It's looking pretty good.
There is no coming back.
I was a doubter.
From 8-1 down.
I might be getting. I'm on board.
I wanted FUT to go A.
Was that what you wanted?
No coming back.
No more of that. B perhaps.
But like honestly, pick your poison.
जब WatchParty ना हो तब 5-man rank करो ना. कल तो क्या था
split pressure through heaven late.
सब होएगा रे. बहुत streams करूँगा मैं.
It ain't looking so pretty just yet. Like they're really trying, but the way the Vitality is moving and repositioning and
WhatsApp पे क्यों
facing
लिख रहा
the
है
challenges
V8
and
too
the
strong.
duels that they have to take is almost flawless.
Yep. Once again, right place, right time, Durka. Oh.
Doesn't matter.
They're not meant to be doing this.
They're
gonna get Zeus as well. They can't even make it to ramp now. The map is getting smaller and smaller. They got in. Look at it middle this time.
And again, last week against Team Liquid, this 3v5 probably would have been theirs.
Yeah. Oh god, this is just.
ना गलत हो रहा है वे लोग के साथ.
You know, it's going to be 8-1.
Because it's literally there's no room for FUT to breathe. They try and do something on A, kicks the stuns. Durka has his ult.
30 seconds left.
Goes on to you. Every single one of this more expensive rounds are the ones that
Let's
should be the ones that favor FUT.
Chat like करो 5k likes सिर्फ 200 दूर है जो भी नहीं है stream को like कर दो.
It was FUT who decided to start on this.
8-1.
And you would think, you know. Oh.
Okay. 1v5.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, make us take some of our words back here for the time, man. That's the brutality of it all. Durka gonna rip away any sort of hope, and you gotta feel good about this.
भाई एक बार ऐसा slow motion में ना
ये
लोग का util usage और क्यों कर रहे देखो
The fact that Safe is calling this, I don't know how much he's calling it. Obviously, I want to see the balance.
एक बार देखो जब ये ult मार के गया उसके आगे Siege भी था.
Very proactive in the sense of he's not
दोनों जगह
the
लड़ने के लिए.
3, 2, 1 and flash. He said I flash, you know, and then you follow it. I think that with the stun and all these things.
Like
is the
util
same.
on
And
top
I was wondering if it was the first. It was definitely the first. Do you remember what I told you the last map?
Yeah.
If you know you're gonna bring it back on the second, you save your second timeout for the second half. Yeah. Me, never coached around in my life, but
let me tell you.
I have watched a few hours of Valorant.
Coach Kakuka.
But yeah,
aim,
the
of
second
course.
time out here.
You
It has to be
defense,
something more than them not being able to
I don't
solve the
think aim
rounds.
defense.
Maybe this is the point where they've actually gone quiet.
वो लोग को fair fight मिल ही नहीं रहा है ना. कभी
People are not
smoke से
syncing
मर
up and
रहे,
they're forgetting.
कभी spit के वजह से
Why
उन
is
लोग को
it that,
चलना
you know,
पड़ रहा है
when
तो
they
मर
decided
रहे,
to
कभी
ban the
stun
hate
लेने
and
की वजह से उन लोग को
Vitality
हिलना
looked
पड़ रहा है तो मर रहे.
amazing on it. they leave this split open.
I think it's just
I'm
util
scared
deep.
about
Curveball from Vitality. Really.
Util deep.
Like their
Plus
whole
ये
map was
defensive map है,
looking
वो
pretty
भी है.
nasty. For FUT, yeah, it does feel like this A approach they've been constantly going for has just found nothing to
अब
it.
सीधा अंदर
They
rush
haven't
हो
been able
गया.
to exploit B particularly.
Low kill क्या हो गया,
Their
अंदर
mid
rush time.
approach was, I don't want to say weak, it wasn't
Jay.
necessarily weak, but we saw Less just being so in control up there. Kicks feels present in every position on the map. It's
Their kids doing so well. It's not only
Yeah,
the kill
it's-
department. Like
it's not.
Doesn't matter if it's pushing through garage. It doesn't matter if it's on mid. It doesn't matter if it's on A. And now with this ultimate, Les is going to have all the control that they needed.
One Prowler, one Deep
Yeah,
Smoke, yeah,
देखो
no
क्या
one's being
करेगा
cool. Pop ult mid, nothing's there. Yenajay gonna get a shot in the dark. Sometimes you get them. But Kix has full confidence. There's two more on the side. They have no idea. Turn around. Someone deal with him. Please.
Yeah.
Someone kill Kix. Finally, Mr. Fallen gets there.
डरके ने भी
It's too
stun में
little,
मारा.
too late. Footer in pieces. Vitality
Yeah.
looking a cut above the rest.
We're seeing the smiles on the side of Vitality, but the way that Kix is performing today is on a different level. 10-3 and 10 assists for him. He can do this on the side, and if he's
No
not doing
bullet
it,
में
he
peek
will be
करके मार रहा है भाई.
someone else for success. Everything that falls into place here. FUT trying to do a little bit
ये
more
क्या है
aggressive, more
stun
on the
में?
paces. Do not stop. It doesn't matter what kind of utility they use onto us. Get onto that site.
And now it feels so predictable that they're not going to go away. They're not
काहे
going to
इको
go, but of course
कर
they're
रहे हो?
going to
round
go B
बचे?
now. And you've got the players already there. Look at Kix. Positioned perfectly and safe. Does he feel the presence behind this? There's no presence shown towards A this time.
Look at the weaponry, Lauren.
They're going to know it now. Kix ready and waiting.
He's always ready.
It is true. Genuinely, it is true. Kix so prepared this time. Yeah, well, first challenger falls. And they're still safe on this side. So he's got
Heavy
security. He's got
blind
players behind him. He's nowhere near alone.
Heavy
Yenajay
blind.
does hit a
अटक
shot.
गए
though.
वो लोग अभी.
Now you look at the rest, though. There's one towards the forward, one on the back. It's just everywhere. Vitality. Oh, Durka. Come on. Oh, this is just something else here. Truly. I don't know where this falls in FUT's veto in their map pool and their security behind it and how they want to be going into their map vetoes in the future. If you're playing against Vitality and I've just witnessed this, I'd be terrified.
Absolutely. There's so many things, so many little moments going on for Vitality. Yes, of course, the weaponry wasn't the best for FUT, but as we face onto the last round of their attack, one is not going to cut it. Also, all the
14% FUT वाले जरा बाहर आओ.
everything is going on their favor. Every single little thing that they have prepared is working.
This feels like the fastest half I've ever seen.
They did what they did to Liquid last week.
Ain't that the
क्या
question?
need भाई.
And what have they got to force Trex off this angle? Not much! Zeus gets shut the hell up. That voice line is deleted. Crack's gonna try and springboard up through towards ramp. That's big. That's the first pick they've had on a lurk in middle. We haven't even been seeing that really. A big
Oh my
opportunity, but Les is running
God.
a gun in. With all that chance, it is squandered.
Oh my
Vitality,
God,
large and
bhai.
in charge. And that was a near on flawless half at 11-1.
This is what you want to see
भाई
in your map
चो
pick.
क्या
But right now,
moment
let's
है
take a little break.
वो. बुरा लग रहा है यार. ऐसा नहीं हारना चाहिए था यार. हाँ, इससे नहीं हारना चाहिए था यार. रेस को अल्टी नहीं मारना चाहिए. आई थिंक दैट इज इट. कि बस मारने नहीं चाहिए. बस मारे एक तो डर के मारे तो गोटर देखना बे. वाइटली है फेयर अमाउंट ऑफ चांस विनिंग चैंप दिस ईयर. चांस है लेकिन लोअर ब्रैकेट में फेनेटिक है. या फेनेटिक ओपी.
For me. Safe, let's very dirty info. Like, I'm thinking that it...
है ये क्या कॉम लीक हो रहा है. कॉल पे इजी लिखने में बुरा नहीं लगा. सॉरी यार. लेकिन सच्ची टीम स्ट्रांग है. इतना सुनना नहीं यार, लेकिन सुनना नहीं, वो लोग कोई एक फेयर फाइट नहीं कर पाए। एक कौन सा एक फेयर फाइट था मालूम है? 2v2 जो लास्ट में मिड में बचा था बस, वो भी आफ्टर शॉक मार के। टाइम रहता तो लोग राउंड था, आफ्टर शॉक मार के राउंड निकाल लिया बे। Util on point ban.
Don't know how it went down, but I'm telling you now, his rebound is looking really good. He might have actually got the upgrade. You know what I'm saying?
This poll in chat, I don't think it's fair. Who will win on an 11-1? Guys. Literally guys. Literally guys.
Wow. And again, as much as Dirk is your headliner, we were saying it before, Kicks is absolutely setting up every single time so well. And we go in. Is there life in FUT yet? Is there any sort of resistance they can muster?
में वही नहीं है
He just gone through this.
He doesn't care.
Would anyone else?
Trap wire, he's gonna break it.
मिड में क्या क्या डर के ने को नहीं मालूम।
They are. Dirk is in CT though. Dirk is in CT though, and Kicks has already found out a captain. Oh, this is not a pretty one. This is rough. Okay, now the only bonus here is that Cracks actually took down Dirk because they just won every single area on this site approach. Safe still tilting the scales. And Cracks down low. So Zeus has to be the man of the hour. Well, this one is wrapped up and done. Show me some magic here. 1v3 up against arguably one of the best. Oh, I wanted magic, maybe.
क्या मारा उसने, लेकिन तो भाई
Vitality might get us out here on one of the earliest days yet.
गाली नहीं देते, गाली नहीं देते।
I'm ready to jinx
Lauren,
it.
गाली नहीं देते।
if I see a red
You have to be a good guy. गाली वाली नहीं देते।
You will have to find your next Kogas live, please, please.
That was nice shot right there, like really admirable.
Someone call up Ardis, honestly. Bring him in. I want the brand risk.
That would be something. That would be something.
That was a nice shot.
With the accent that he has,
Yeah.
hilarious.
No, I want it.
Absolutely hilarious.
Riot, you gave him watch party perms. Let's go. Anyway, it's the last chance to dance for FUT here. This has to be
11 rounds in a row if they want a chance. Of course, they force on this second round, and they're just already on to Binks again with the
ठीक है देख लो, पीछे rivals खेल में खेल
You feel like there should have been someone stopping this.
मेरा life ज़्यादा short हो गया।
It's there for the taking, and that's the comms like going, guys, I'm through vents again. I've gone middle. I think there's some behind me.
कूदो।
But it's Durka.
एक।
So don't worry about it. How's he so calm? How's he so calm under pressure? He maybe should have had a little bit of a fire burning under him. Zeus is going to take him away. Okay. Suddenly, a little bit of a hold here. Now, not too much considering it's Vandal, it's Stingers and a Sheriff. So, we pause for thought. Right place, right time. Good work from our captain. Slates less. Now should probably get traded, and he is. But where's the next layers is coming out of FUT? Zeus goes hunting. He's hungry.
Zeus on it. Zeus on it.
Zeus
on it.
He's got it as well.
भड़क गया है
Zeus
Zeus.
individually trying to draw this one back from the absolute brink. Kicks has had more than 3 in a round before, but this is tricky. This is tough. Zeus has got you to. Oh my god! I saw the control for a moment.
Zeus
भड़क गया है. Around here. Again, it's not going to be an
एक और मैप चालू करे अभी.
So. Good luck.
Not only that, with that defuse, he's gotten the showstopper. We were talking about obviously the economy not being the best, but they are able to retrieve 2 Vandals out of that round. After a first round loss, not bad at all. Trying to respond onto Dirk, just taking on the vents, just working with the numbers, right? 3v1, Adaka can also play it inside of the smoke.
बंदे को अंधा करके, बहरा करके, गन करके मारा, मतलब तुम लोग समझ रहे हो? कितना irritate होता रहेगा यार उसको. ऐसा माउस सीधा एनिमी का वहां पे फेंकने का मन करता रहेगा यार. बेचारा.
Okay. Well, they'll probably go through vents again, I imagine. No? What? It's crazy like that.
2 seconds में वो लोग कर रहे.
So this could be the round of can they get away with any silliness? We have.
भाई इको अगर जीत गया तो मेरा हो गया.
And a classic.
That's not silly at all.
Why do I feel like it's gonna work? Because it's a safe smoke. No, that's true. It's just gonna wait. Everybody else can go into
Madam.
Okay. And look at the position the Trace is. Oh my god. No. He's. Rocket v Shorty.
Ulti का आंसर Shorty 200 का.
Fair trade. Seems good.
Still, Dirk is out. Even if it's with the Shorty, he's still a menace.
But they've also then seen 2 players, maybe more, on that side of the map. Did they speed up?
It was so free. Kicks has all his util, so does Safe, so does Trex, even with low weaponry.
Oh, yeah, the J, yeah, the J, yeah, the J. Luckily, that Prowler kind of almost implies that no one had taken Heaven control yet, but now he knows that someone is up there. Every smoke is a landmine. You can't be going through it. Don't go near the smoke. Oh, you got a little messy, but it's fine. It's all good.
Drop at some point.
Yep, you called it. He appeared. Magic. Kicks can't do it though, so this should be another one. Back. 2 HP in a dream. A 1v3. I haven't heard this story. Sometimes I hear stories about those sort of like, oh, do you remember the Trex 1v3?
Maybe. Casting pledge.
How much is just them on the score so it doesn't look as dominant as the first half that we saw? Do not get me wrong, Vitality still have to close this. It wouldn't be the first time that we see some crazy comebacks, but honestly, I like FUT doing this. I do not want to see them defeated. I want to see them working round by round, and that is an operator.
कुछ round by round नहीं भाई.
Yes, it is.
करके गाइड आएगा, सर्वर पटने वाला है. Simple बात. उसके पहले भी जीत सकते.
There's 3 players there. Now he should get cleared by either a Prowler or something of the such. Maybe. That's nice. That's nice. That's a little notice, right? It's a little bit of a reminder. Now will they remember into the next round? We'll wait and see. As it stands, there's 4 of them remaining. Losing out Trex is an issue. Harder to make it towards the site. A little bit more dependent on Kicks to try and facilitate, who's been fantastic, but tough to get that confirmed information.
Taking the time just like they would do on map 1. Obviously just having the Sentinel could work for the side of FUT. He's going to be forced out.
So he at least notes where the operator is. So good updated information on that. They have stacked this side of the map.
The spike is not even, you know, this is the back. Who's picking that up? Dirk, is that you?
I think it might be Dirk at this point. Les has to reveal position.
2025.
Stunned.
Oh, almost.
Okay, Vitality is starting to dwindle in numbers here. Dirk has found Zeus, but
okay,
the spike is now recovered. 1 away from the showstopper. Cracks is low,
and that is it, boys. It's
now,
over.
Do they try and pivot out of this? I love this reposition.
Maybe 12-4, 12-5.
Oh, you're gonna miss each other just for a second.
It's over, guys.
Caught safe on the way.
Ult आ गया है.
That slows them so much, or they forces them to run because of course only 20 seconds left. That spike has to go down.
He's gonna get ult.
That's a showstopper. Yep.
Okay.
4v2. They wouldn't.
ये round खत्म कर सकता वैसे.
I feel like they might, but the timing here, Kicks, you've got to feel like this. Oh no, Kicks has found one. Okay, now he can turn his attention. Stun comes in. 10 HP. He's got all as well. It could be all over now. Combined HP is 42 for the side of Vitality. But he turns back. Cleared. But now down to the one man. 32 HP. He's got one. He's got his showstopper. He's got the pain shell. He's going to place it first. Yeah, the J on the tap.
Oh,
the read was right, but a second too late. Yeah, the J is going to continue play.
And these rounds are being too close for comfort.
ना टैप करने बाद अल्टी मार दा full time by.
Managed to get
impossible होता था डिफ्यूज करने. बीमेन जाता तो.
It's definitely going to be a very long road ahead. But Zeus going on the operator we were talking about is not a weapon that you.
बीमेन जाता confirm मिलता confirm. Confirm मतलब confirm. As a race में.
He doesn't think he needs it. He can just
100% balls. Confirm win.
Vitality must be some kind of a different beast.
इसके बाद सिर्फ चुपना था और टैप पे अल्टी. 1 सेकंड बाद अल्ट मारता तो भी चलता था. हाफ भी नहीं होता.
12-4. Since I said this is pretty much over, we've had 3 rounds.
It hasn't been over.
Exactly.
That's
now,
what you do, Lauren.
So you got the Stingers, you got a Sheriff with less. Obviously a decent purchase on the other side. Still gonna have the Bulldog and Mr. Fallen, but that's it. Dirk gonna invest the ult. Does his is heat-seeking when the others don't seem to hit at all.
That doesn't work for everybody. I mean,
Durka, he's still going. He's got the they're just running and gunning at Durka. It's got 3. The crowd wants it. They want the ace and less.
Come on.
It wasn't even
came to the region to do this?
It wasn't even a pretty shot either. They're trying to help him out here. And Zeus, the young hero himself, might have to learn the first valuable lesson of some days you do and some days Durka does. So I think he's having to learn the hard way here in a 1v4 to try and save his side. Les says no. Vitality genuinely looking outstanding here. Map 1, they proved their validity. Map 2, they've shown their strength again.
Domination be.
How this roster was going to work, how the prospect for
Domination.
Our matches have been. I would be very confident.
Chalo, that is it for today. But let me tell you tomorrow's story. So right now, to the TOG, within 5 minutes, I'll be doing members on the Delta stream. कल मेरे हिसाब से जेंटलमेट और फेनेटिक है रात को, और आज रात को एनी नहीं है, तो कल दोपहर को मेंबर्स ओनली होने वाला है वैलोरेंट स्ट्रीम। फिर रात को हम करने वाले जेंटलमेट्स वर्सेस फेनेटिक, और उसके बाद पता नहीं रात को मेंबर्स ओनली में क्या होएगा। फिर बाद में पैसिफिक होएगा, और पैसिफिक के बाद हम शायद से नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम करेंगे, शायद से, क्योंकि एनए है जो कि रात को 2:30 चालू होता है। ठीक है, चलो गाइस, बाय 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 बाय, आदियोस, चैट में पादियोस, मेंबर्स ऑन द डेल्टा इन अ व्हाइल, लेट मी हैव सम फूड, वरना मेरे को चक्कर आ जाएगा। बाय बाय गाइस, बाय बाय, टेक केयर, बाय बाय एवरीबॉडी। अभी वैलो खेलो, कितना खेलो भाई, आज के दिन ही 7-8 घंटे वैलो खेल लिए मैंने। कितना खेलू वैलो 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 8 घंटे वैलो खेलने के बाद वैलो बोल रहे हो। चलो गाइस, बाय, आदियोस, चैट में पादियोस, टेक केयर, सी या, गुड नाइट, मिलता है, बाय 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 बाय। 5 मिनट में आ रहा हूँ मेंबर्स, ठीक है, बाय बाय।